Hello and welcome to the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit by Actual Tech Media. Today's topic, as 2022 approaches, identifying and understanding emerging technologies and strategies. Thank you so much for joining us on the summit today. You'll learn from experts from KnowBe4, Couchbase, Zerto, Rubrik, Red Hat, Sequence Security, Rapid7, Duo, OutSystems, Transposit, SimSpace, and ServiceNow. What an amazing lineup of some of the most innovative emerging technology solutions in the world today. If you haven't been on a summit before, we at Actual Tech Media created the Enterprise IT Virtual Summit to help educate IT professionals such as yourselves about the latest and greatest technology solutions to help you get all your questions answered, to help you do it quickly and efficiently in one place, all virtually, and to have a chance to win some amazing prizes in the process. We're all former IT professionals ourselves here at Actual Tech Media. We know how tough it can be out there in the world of enterprise IT, and we want to help you to solve your technology challenges on today's event. Now, before we get started, there's a few things that you should know about the summit. I'll be talking about some of the amazing prizes here in just a moment, as well as the eligibility requirements. But first, I want to encourage you to use the questions pane. It's there in your audience console. If you click on the word questions, it's there that you can ask your questions for our upcoming Q&A sessions. And we even have a best question prize to help encourage those questions. I'll also be asking you some poll questions during the event, and we appreciate your participation in those. We want this to be a social event. You can tweet directly from your audience console using the Twitter icon, and the hashtag for today will be automatically appended. We also have some awesome resources there in the handouts tab. I'm talking about ebooks, trial links, special promos, solution briefs, and white papers. So make sure that you check those out before you go. The prizes on the summit today are just incredible. We've got 3 Apple iPhone 13s in your choice of color, 36 Amazon $100 gift cards. We'll be announcing 3 Amazon $100 gift cards after each of the presentations. We've got 3 Apple AirPod Pros, 3 DJI Mavic Air 2 drones. These are some awesome drones. I have one myself. And 3 Surface Pro 8s. I will be announcing the winners periodically during the event, and you must be live in attendance to qualify. All prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. We will reach out to prize winners via email after the event. And of course, all prize winners have the option to make a donation to the selected charities you see here on the screen. Over the years, we've donated thousands of dollars to charity. And if you win a prize and you'd like to help someone less fortunate, we would love to help you do that. As if that prize lineup was not enough, as I mentioned, we also have our best question prize for an additional Amazon $50 gift card, one for each of the 12 Q&A sessions on the event today. Of course, you have to ask a question to be entered into that prize drawing. Those prize winners will be selected and contacted via email after the event. Of course, you must also meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions, which you'll find there in the handouts tab. You can follow Actual Tech Media on Twitter and me, your moderator, David M. Davis. The hashtag for today on Twitter is ATM Summit. And like I said, if you tweet directly from the console, that hashtag will be automatically appended. I'll be following the hashtag throughout the event and replying to anyone who tweets using the hashtag and probably following you as well. You can subscribe to all the Actual Tech Media social channels there in your audience console with the YouTube link, Facebook, and the 10 on Tech podcast. And we post all of our latest and greatest content over on LinkedIn. Click on the LinkedIn link there in your audience console to follow us on LinkedIn as well. I also encourage you to check out the Gorilla Guide Book Club. This is a free educational website over at gorilla.guide. There's also a link to it there in the handouts tab. This is where you can download free, easy-to-read enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts. It's a great way to stay up to date on enterprise technology in book form or ebook form. You can download these books to your Kindle or iPad, mobile device, whatever it might be. So check out gorilla.guide. Another great way to win a prize is to participate in the Actual Tech Media Refer an IT Friend or Coworker program. This is where if you refer your IT friends to our online events, you and your IT friend could win an Amazon $300 gift card. Those drawings are held monthly, and you can click on the Refer a Friend link there in your Handouts tab, or at the end of the summit today, assuming you're still with us, I hope you are, you will be automatically redirected to the Refer a Friend webpage over at actualtechmedia.com. I'm excited now to bring on Mr. Scott Becker of Actual Tech Media, my fellow moderator here for today's summit. Scott, it's great to have you on.
Great to be here, David. I'm really excited about today's event.
Me too. I mean, we've got thousands of IT professionals from across the United States and around the world on the summit today. And we're going to be learning about some really cutting edge, innovative topics. I mean, specifically emerging technologies and strategies for 2022 and beyond. So let's talk about, just briefly at a high level, some of the things that you'll learn about on today's summit. You'll learn how to prevent ransomware in 2022, the best way to modernize your databases for the future, how to rapidly recover from ransomware and other disasters to keep your business running, how to modernize your applications for the future with GitOps and Kubernetes. Of course, how to protect your API endpoints from bot attacks. That's going to be really cool. And then how to use managed security services for a comprehensive security arsenal. Let's see, you'll learn about how to make sense of zero trust security to protect your workforce, how to rapidly build applications fast for the future, and how to streamline software requests with automation. Just so many cutting edge emerging technologies on the summit today. And Scott Becker and I, we're going to be chatting periodically. We're going to be talking about some really cool data points for 2022. Scott, what are we going to chat about?
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to our chats. We're going to talk about IT spending trends in 22 and beyond. We'll talk about some in-house application development directions. Really exciting stuff going on in that area in the next year. Breaking down some of the top IT priorities for the future. And then some of the IT buzzwords of tomorrow, which is always an important thing to keep on top of. They get annoying, but you got to know what they are, and we're here to help you with that. And then we'll talk about some security challenges and solutions for the coming year. Obviously, a lot of ransomware, but other things as well.
Absolutely, yeah. These are great topics. I know for our IT professionals, no matter what level of the IT organization you're at, we're going to have some great content for you on today's summit covering emerging technologies and strategies for 2022. Well, Scott, we better kick it off with
Sounds
a poll
good.
question. Yeah, we've got a poll question here, and then I'll be introducing our first presenter. Here we go. All right, the first poll question of today is on the screen, and that is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? So we're talking about emerging technologies, strategies for 2022. If you find something on the summit today that you feel like it's going to help you out, it could make your IT organization, more efficient, more agile. What's your time frame for taking some sort of action? And I'll leave this poll question up here for just a moment. Let everyone respond. We will have poll questions typically after each one of the presentations on the summit today that are similar in concept to this. If you don't see the poll question, push refresh on your web browser, and most of the time that will resolve it. The poll question is responded to right there in the slides window. All right. I see a lot of responses coming in. Thank you for that. Thank you, of course, again, to the hundreds of IT professionals joining us from across the United States and around the world. It's just amazing to see the support for the virtual events here from Actual Tech Media. We appreciate you joining us. We appreciate your time, and we want to make these events as valuable as possible for you. All right, thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. It's time now to kick off today's summit with our first expert presenter. It's always great to have Mr. Roger Grimes, who is a data-driven defense evangelist from KnowBe4 on the event. I always learn a lot. I know that you will too. Roger, I'll hand it off to you.
Thanks everyone for showing up for my presentation on DMARC. Everything I can tell you about SPF, DKIM, and DMARC in 25 minutes or less. Again, if you haven't heard about me before, besides being in this business a long, long time, 34 years, earning all these gray hairs, writing 13 books. I also talk fast, but I'm going to talk even faster than normal today. But don't worry if you don't get everything that I say or everything in the slides. You can always download the slide deck later on and read it more like a book, and email me if you have questions. There's some of my books. My latest one is the Ransomware Protection Playbook. I worked for KnowBe4. We're the world's largest integrated security awareness training and simulated phishing platform vendor, meaning that we try to help you and your coworkers not to get phished. But today is all about DMARC, SPF, DKIM, how to configure best practices, and even an example or two of how you can use it effectively in it. But we're going to start with what they really are. They're global phishing protection standards. They exist, so they're standards, so that's nice. We can all use these standards. They're widely implemented, and they exist to do one thing, which is to prevent sender domain spoofing. So that if you get an email that claims to be from a particular domain, let's say KnowBe4 or Google or Microsoft or Instagram or whoever it's claiming to be from, you can use these three standards to verify, is that email really from the domain that it's claiming to be from? So senders have to enable it to protect domains that people might try to say that they're from, and receivers enable it so they can just check. But it's kind of nice. Again, what all three of these things do, again, it's SPF. When you hear DMARC, it's really three different standards. There's SPF, which is Sender Policy Framework. There's DKIM, Domain Keys Identified Mail, and then DMARC itself, which is a third additional standard, which is Domain-Based Message Authentication Reporting Performance. Again, when you use these, when you enable these as both senders and receivers, that allows you to verify that an email claiming to be from a particular domain really is from that domain. All three of these standards use DNS. You must enable at least one DNS record for each one of the standards that you mean to implement. And they're implemented as what's called TXT resource records, or maybe even as a C name, what's called canonical record, but typically just as TXT resource records, which essentially means you're kind of just throwing information into DNS, but then receivers can download that information and use it to verify to see if that email claiming to be from your domain is really from your domain. And most importantly, if you do not have SPF, DKIM, and DMARC enabled for your domains, you should enable it and make sure that you have it enabled for receiving email. Although most people already have it enabled for receiving email and doing checking, but even if they don't know it, it's usually implemented on the email servers and email software that people already have. So most of the time the receiving stuff's already enabled. It's the sending stuff that sometimes isn't enabled. Sender Policy Framework verifies the domain and what's called the 5321 email address. And let me just say, it's not the email address that you see when you kind of open an email. When you open an email, you can have that what's called the friendly from address. That can be almost anything. And then the second part that looks like the actual email address, that's called the 5322 address, which actually DKIM verifies. But SPF does what's called the 5321, which is the mail from receipt to. When you hit return, when you hit reply to an email, the email that auto-populates, that's the email from receipt to email address that has that domain. That is what SPF is looking towards. So it might not be the one, might not be the email name or domain that you see when you first open the email, but it's verifying what's called the 5321 mail address that you hit when you return an email or reply to an email. DKIM, actually using an asymmetric public-private key pair. So you actually install a private key on your email server or services, and then every outgoing email is signed with the private DKIM key, and then receivers can download the public key from your DNS server and then verify if an email that's claiming to be from your domain was really sent by a server that had DKIM enabled with your private public key pair. So there is, whenever DKIM's enabled, there is this DKIM signature. You see it below there, and we'll talk more about that. That's what the DKIM signature looks like. And then your receiving email server client can actually download the public key that relates to the private key that signed it to see did it really come from that domain. And then DMARC itself, sometimes when we say DMARC, we really mean all three standards, although in this case, we just mean the actual DMARC standard. That tells receivers, if you get an email that fails either SPF or DKIM, so it claimed to be from my domain, but it really isn't from my domain, how do you want me to treat it? Do you want me just to delete it, to reject it, to accept it and put it in quarantine and do further inspection, or just accept it normally? And again, DMARC looks at the 5322. So with SPF, DKIM, DMARC, they will actually look at what's called the 5321 and the 5322 address. So they kind of cover both parts and work together. For SPF, DKIM, and DMARC, the sender must create at least one DNS record for each of those standards. And then for DKIM, domain keys identified mail, the sender must install a public-private key pair, asymmetric key pair on all the email server services that send email on behalf of their domain. And then on the receiving side, you just enable the checks. You say check for SPF, DKIM, and DMARC. And really, it's almost always done, and you don't have to worry about it. It's usually something that has to be done on the sender side. For SPF, the way that a sender enables it, it's totally done through DNS. They create a DNS record, a TXT record for their SPF record in DNS that says, okay, here's the domain, in this case, example.com, that I want you to protect. Then in text, that means you're doing what's called a DNS TXT record. And then really the nut and bolt of it is, hey, V equals SPF 1. That means version equals SPF version 1. Then the IP address of the server services that are authoritative for that domain. So in this case, you're saying that the server located at IP address 192.168.1.1 is authoritative for example.com domain. So if you get an email that comes from somewhere claimed to be example.com, it has to be from that IP address. And then that tilde all, it can actually be a plus all, a dash all, or a tilde all. But tilde all says, hey, if you get this, I want you to what's called soft fail, put it into the quarantine folder, and then have somebody expect it. If you had a dash all, that would mean that you're telling SPF people, if an SPF check fails, I want you to reject this email and not even let the end user see it. Or you could see a plus all, which says just let the email pass into the email client normally. But again, the sender enables SPF by uploading at least one DNS record, SPF DNS record, and then the receiver just gets these emails, and if the check's enabled, it can verify whether it passes or fails. So the basic overview, again, is a sender, that could be you or me, composes and sends an email. It goes through your email server to the receiver's email server. The sender's email server, if it's enabled for SPF checking, will download the sender's DNS record, SPF record, and then verify to see if the email server that sent that email was listed as one of the authoritative servers for that domain. When you're setting this up as a sender side, you want to collect all the domains that you want to protect, possibly even ones you haven't enabled yet. You don't want a bad guy to be able to use some park domain that you haven't enabled yet. So you collect all the public domain names that you want to protect with SPF, and then you want to collect the public IP addresses, all the domain names and IP addresses of all the email servers and services that are authorized to send email on behalf of your domain. So if you have an on-site email server services, you would use the public IP address of it. You could have other third-party providers, people like that send mass emails on your behalf and so on. Anybody that could possibly send email on your behalf. If you're an Office 365 customer, that might include Microsoft. If you're a Gmail customer, that would include Google. So you'd have to include them. But typically, again, the way that the SPF record looks like is V equals SPF 1 for version 1. You can put IP version 4/6, but if you don't put it, it just assumes IP version 4. Then the IP address or addresses of your email servers or services, they're authoritative for sending email on behalf of your domain. And you can also do what's called an include statement and put domain names of other services like Microsoft or Google or whoever that might send email on your behalf. And then it ends again with a dash all, tilde all, or plus all. Here's some examples. of SPF records. The first one, and in real life, these would not be what's called private IP addresses. It would be public IP addresses. But in the first one, it's just saying this IP address is authoritative. This is the public IP address of the email server or services that can send email on behalf of my domain. The second one just lists like 3 IP addresses in a row. The third example just uses what's called CIDR, classless internet domain router, which means any IP address in this IP address range from 192.168.1.1 to 192.168.1.254. You have to know your CIDR mask stuff there. The fourth example there is where they're actually including an additional domain. So they have an on-site private on-premises email server or service, plus they have some external domain that sends email on their behalf. And the next example, there's 2 domains, including, or there's a subdomain that sends example on it. The second and last example has multiple domains in there, multiple include statements. So you can do any combination thereof. The last one is using what's called an MX record. That's actually been deprecated, so you may see that, but you shouldn't use that. But that basically says, just look to my MX mail exchange DNS record, which would have the public IP addresses in it. But the SPF people, standard people, don't want you to use that last example anymore. But if you're an Office 365 or Exchange Online customer, you have to have an include statement that has spf.protection.outlook.com. That's the domain you put in it so that you can send email and not have it violate the SPF standard if you're Office 365 or Exchange. And again, you have to add that to your SPF DNS record. And just know that if you receive an email that fails SPF, by default, Office 365 and Microsoft Exchange Online will not reject it, even if you tell it to reject it. A lot of people misconfigure SPF, and Microsoft is scared about that. So they will throw those emails most of the time in your quarantine or junk mail folder or something like that. If you really want SPF to hard reject that email that fails the SPF check, you have to go and enable something called SPF record hard failed in the console. And I have a link there. If you have on the receiver side, it should, SPF checking should automatically be enabled. But if you're Office 365 or Exchange Online, if you have Microsoft Exchange on premises, you have to enable it with a PowerShell. And there's an example of that PowerShell script where you would enable it. If you have Gmail and you're trying to set this up, you're going to do an include statement that says _spf.google.com. That's what you need if you're a Google customer. You can always, if you're not sure what your SPF record should be like, they're not that hard to create, but if you want to, there are many sites, SPF wizards around the internet, where you can just answer questions. Here's my domain, and I want to allow this, and I want to do this. And if you hit enter, it will then create your SPF record that you can copy into DNS. There are a lot of SPF and DMARC and DKIM checkers out there on the internet. So you can go to any of these websites and find these SPF, DKIM, and DMARC checkers, and they'll download and tell you whether or not it found the problem or not. That's kind of nice to do. Sender policy framework. Typically, the best practice is we say at the very end, again, you put a dash all. When you put a dash all, that tells somebody that gets an email that fails an SPF check to reject the email and not accept it. Most people do the tilde all, which says, hey, don't completely delete it, because you could have somebody that has just not configured their SPF record correctly. Just tell it to put it into the tilde all says put it in quarantine, spam, or the junk folder, where hopefully somebody is checking to see if it needs to be checked further. You can look to see if you have SPF, DKIM, and DMARC enabled by looking in the email header of any email that you've received. Like in Outlook, I can open up any email, go in File, Properties, and then Internet Headers. And then you look for SPF or DKIM or DMARC pass or fail. Here's an example. I opened up an email. It's claiming that it's from harlanclark.com on behalf of SunTrust Bank. This is when I ordered some checks or something, and I was like, oh, that's right, Harlan Clark makes the checks for SunTrust, but I want to make sure before I responded to this email that it really was from Harlan Clark. And I can see where it says SPF and DKIM pass, right? You can see the SPF and DKIM pass. So that means I can trust that this email really came from harlanclark.com. Here's a phishing email I got. Someone trying to claim they were from Microsoft, although they misspelled Microsoft Online. They forgot the second O or the third O in Microsoft Online, but they're trying to claim they're from Microsoft, but they were not from Microsoft. They really were from this August Debussy or something. But you can see SPF failed, SPF failed because it really wasn't from there. Or it looks actually an email server. It came from fatafit.com. In any case, it didn't come from Microsoft.com. It failed. Sometimes you'll see that they don't, SPF is none. That just means the sending domain didn't set up SPF. Not everybody has SPF set up yet. And just depending on how your receiver, your SPF receiving configuration is, it may treat that as a failure or a pass. I think most of them treat it kind of as a failure, but it's not a hard failure. Won't end up in your quarantine folder most of the time. DKIM takes a little bit more to it. Again, you have to install a public-private key pair. So you have to plan and decide and document your DKIM settings, get your asymmetric public-private key pairs, install them on the email servers or services, and then you upload the public key to your DNS server, and then receivers can download that public key. So again, on the receiver side, you typically just say enable DKIM checking or something. It's enabled on most services and email clients I've seen for the last couple of years. The DNS record that you would upload kind of looks like the selector dot underscore the domain key dot. So that first part is static. That's usually what it looks like in all the DKIM SPF records, the DKIM DNS records. But then the domain name would be the domain name of the domain or domains that you're trying to protect. And then in text, then V equals DKIM1, version equals DKIM1, and then P equals. That P equals is your public key in what's called base 64 format. So here's an example. Here's know before's DKIM record. V equals DKIM1, K. That's the key is RSA. You don't have to put that, but it's saying this is an RSA key. And then P equals, again, that's the public key of know before's DKIM record in what's called base 64 format. And then again, a lot of times you'll upload multiple DKIM keys. Sometimes we'll have the same asymmetric key pair, sometimes different asymmetric key pairs. A lot of times you have asymmetric keys that expire every year or two or every 3 years. And so it's really common to have multiple DKIM records in DNS. You need only one, but most of the time people have 2 or 3 that could have the same keys or different keys or one for each domain that you're trying to protect. A lot of times if you got multiple domains, people use the same asymmetric public-private key pair, but it means you have to install that same asymmetric private key pair on multiple email servers and services. Normally we don't share asymmetric key pairs between different computers or services, but for DKIM, a lot of times people will, because it just means that way they only have to upload 1 DNS record instead of 2. And again, on the sending side, if you have on-premises Microsoft Exchange, unfortunately, it doesn't do DKIM. On services, on-premise Microsoft Exchange does not natively support DKIM. You'll have to download a third-party application or add-in to do that. And I've got a link there that you can go to DMARC and download. And if there's lots of DKIM checking sites. Hey, is my DKIM record set up correctly? You can do that for SPF, DKIM, and DMARC. There's a lot of sites out there, including this one right here, where you can put in your domain and the DNS record, the selector record of DKIM, and it will tell you whether or not it's configured correctly in DNS and on your server. When you do have it enabled correctly, every outgoing email gets signed by the DKIM private key, and that's where that B equals, that is the digital signature created by the private key. So the private key signs the outgoing email. That creates this B equal. That's the DKIM digital signature. It's not a key. It's the digital signature created from the private key. And then receivers can download the public key from DNS and see if that signature is correct. And then you look into if you look into the email header, you'll see this, pass or fail type thing. So that original email I got from SunTrust and Harlan Clark, you can see it's SPF pass and DKIM pass. So what that tells you is that really did come from harlanclark.com. You still don't know whether the email's safe or doesn't have something malicious in it, but I do know that email came from that domain. That's the really big lesson to take away here. And if you open up another email and it says DKIM signature fail, well, that's not good. It means it's either misconfigured or it came from a malicious email sender, somebody that's not set up correctly, or they're trying to spoof a domain. So you want to see SPF and DKIM pass. If you see, in this case, this is SPF pass, but DKIM failed. As soon as I see a fail, I'm not liking that at all. Although it could just be that maybe they didn't have it configured or didn't have it configured correctly, but it means that I can't completely trust the domain that that claims to be from. Then the last standard you have is DMARC. DMARC says to receivers, so again, this is set up by the senders and it's just a DNS record. If you get an email that claims to be from my domain, from one of my covered DMARC domains, if it fails SPF or DKIM or both, this is how I want you to treat it. And really, so it has this TXTN, V equals DMARC1, DMARC version 1, P equals, the P equals a big deal. If P says none, that means even if an email fails the SPF and DKIM checks, just treat it normally and accept it. I don't know why you ever would do that. Maybe it's used for troubleshooting or something, but that would say, if it fails these checks, I just want you to treat it normally. But most people put quarantine, which says, hey, if you get an email that fails SPF and or DKIM or both, then I want you to throw this email by default in quarantine or junk or whatever folder they're calling it. Or if it's P equals reject, this is reject this email at the server so it never gets to the client. So really, ultimately, everybody should enable SPF, DKIM, and DMARC to where they can get P equals reject. You're telling, again, when you put a reject here, you're telling a receiver, if you get an email that claims to be from my domain, but it's not from my domain, I want you to reject it because it's not really from my domain. A lot of people will say quarantine because they're worried their DKIM keys will expire and they forget to update them or something. You know, there's some sender that they hired to send out some mass email that they forgot to put into the SPF or DKIM record. And so a lot of people will chicken out on the reject and just say, go to quarantine. PCT equals 100 there. If you see that in the statement, percentage equals, that means how many emails that failed DMARC do you want to be treated by this policy? I don't know why you wouldn't ever put 100%, but I have seen where people will have two DMARC policies and they're treated differently. I think they're trying to troubleshoot what's going on with DMARC. And so they'll have, you know, half of them are P equals none and half of them are P equals reject or something like that. And then mail to, you can actually, as a sender, get reports from receivers and find out which emails passed or failed the DMARC checks. We'll talk more about that here. But again, if you have P equals quarantine on your DMARC record, the treatment of what happens to it depends on what the client or the server does, but most of the time it's going to be put in a junk mail folder, quarantine folder, spam folder, something like that. And again, you can send reports back to the senders if you want to. There's what's called aggregate reports and forensics reports. Aggregate reports, just the receiver would say something like, you know, I got 2 of your emails and they both passed. In this case, that's what this aggregate report looks like. They're kind of gross, these aggregate reports. It's in HTML or what is the XML format, extended markup language. But you can see here they found this receiver sending back. So Google is sending back to someone that had DMARC enabled, saying, hey, we got 2 of your emails and they both passed. Both of them passed DKIM and DMARC. You can even get these individual forensics reports for each email that fails. And if you do that, you're going to get a lot more information in it. And this would be for every email that fails by chance. And it will tell you, essentially, you'll get enough information in this individual forensics report for each failed email about why it failed. A lot of times it's because people are spamming and faking being from your domain. Sometimes it can be because you misconfigured SPF or DKIM. And there's a lot of services out there that allow you to summarize, that you can click in. There's a lot of free, paid, commercial, and open source reports and tools that allow you to summarize your SPF, DKIM, and DMARC reports. Here's an example, like in that first one, it looks like Yahoo is reporting back to this particular sender that they got 11,769 messages from them. And they could click on that and find out how many passed and how many failed. Here's an example, someone clicking into a report. I guess this is tackler.net was the person that wanted to see how many passes and fails. So they had a total of, looks like on Thursday or Wednesday, they had 16 messages, you know, and that was on Wednesday. On Thursday, they had 22 messages. That could be pass or fail. And you can look down there, they can talk about, these are the ones that passed, these are the ones that failed. And a lot of times, again, for real people in real life, these are spoofed emails coming from, you know, from phishers. And sometimes they're nice and pretty and graphical, which is kind of nice. I'm kind of giving an example of different reports you might see there. Here's another one's like, hey, here's the active domains that you're protecting. You had a whole lot of inactive domains, but here's the people that reported how many SPF, DKIM, and DMARC emails you had and how many passed and how many failed and that sort of stuff. There's a lot of commercial DMARC vendors out there. If you don't want to set up SPF, DKIM, and DMARC, you can actually hire somebody. And again, off this list here, there's, I've never heard anybody not be happy with the vendor that they have, but there's a lot of commercial companies out there will help you set up those 3 records and help you manage and give you pretty reports and all that sort of stuff. A lot of other resources you can read into here on DMARC and SPF and DKIM. Wikipedia has some really good coverages on it. The best practice I tell people is that when you're starting out, set DMARC to P = none when you're first setting it up. And what that will do is it won't reject any emails if you have something wrong, but you'll be able to get reports back from people that will tell you why emails are passing or failing and allow you to then adjust to make sure you're fully configured and set up correctly. Then set it to P = quarantine, which means if something fails a DMARC check, that it will go into somebody's spam or junk folder, but it won't kill it necessarily. And again, you do that till you really get the confidence that you have your SPF, DKIM, and DMARC records set up correctly and working correctly. Once you know that they're set up really well, then you can say P = reject and say, okay, if you get an email claiming to be from one of my protected domains and it's not from one of my protected domains, then I want you to reject that email message. And let me give an example of how I use DMARC, DKIM, and SPF. I got this email a little while ago that said, it's from Facebook. And Roger, I want you to update your trusted contacts. Your trusted contact list are out of date. Please update it now. And I was like, is this really from Facebook? Because it comes from facebookmail.com. And I just had never heard of facebookmail.com. And I barely remember what trusted contacts are, but when I hovered over it, it seemed to be taking me to Facebook for real, but I wasn't sure and I didn't want to click on it. I looked in the bottom of the email message and it said it was at 1 Facebook Way, Manolo Park. Well, a lot of people said that was a phishing address. Turns out it possibly was a real address at one time, but it was unexpected from me. I didn't know whether it was real or not. So I used DKIM, DMARC, SPF, DKIM, and DMARC to prove to me that this really came from Facebook. And again, here is the link. When I hovered over the update trusted contacts, it looked like it was taking me to facebook.com, which is good. But sometimes I worry about what's called OAuth or open author authentication. And so I was a little bit worried it may be one of those tricks. So I couldn't tell, is this a phish or not? So I went and looked in the header and I saw SPF and DKIM and DMARC pass. There you go. This really did. Now, I don't know if it's from Facebook right now at this point, but I do know that it came from facebookmail.com. Excuse me. So it said that it came from facemailbook.com. SPF, DKIM, and DMARC tells me pass. So I know that this really came from facebookmail.com. That's right. But now I just got to find out who owns facebookmail.com. And I went and looked up the domain address and look, owned by Facebook. So by looking in the header and not being sure whether or not this really was a phishing email or not, I found out this really did come from Facebook. And this is a really good example of you getting, if you understand SPF, DKIM, and DMARC, it gives you a little bit extra tools to help diagnose whether something is a phishing email or really did come from who it claims to be from. Or here's another example where it was a real phish. It was claiming to be from Amazon customer support, right? Looks like it was going to come from Amazon. But when I looked in here, it said SPF and DKIM pass. You know, like, well, Roger, it passed. It passed, but not for Amazon. It passed for something called areadeer.business. Areadeer.business. So even though this email looked like it came from Amazon, if you look at the top there and what's called the 5322 address, it said that it was from areadeer.business, not Amazon. That's not Amazon. And I confirmed using DKIM and DMARC that this email really did come from areadeer.business. So when you get a pass or fail, it's not telling you the email really is from Amazon or it really is a good email. It's telling you that the domain that it claims to be from, the 5221 and the 5322, is really where it came from. And it claimed to be from areadeer.business, not Amazon, right? So I'm like, yep, this was not Amazon.com. This really was a phish. And there you go. Thanks for putting up with me for the last 25 minutes or last 30 minutes. I'm with KnowBefore. If you have any other questions, feel free to email me at rogerg@knowbefore.com, and I promise to answer your question within 24 hours. With that said, thanks a lot. Until next time.
All right, awesome presentation. Thank you so much, Roger. I always learn so much when Roger's on the event. Some really mind-blowing security things there to be aware of. I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the KnowBefore solution? And I'll leave this up here for a few moments while we do the drawing for our first prize winners on today's summit. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in KnowBefore. We've got tons of questions coming in. I'm afraid we're not going to have time to get to any of these live, and Roger's probably not going to have time, honestly, to answer all of these electronically either. But thank you for the questions, and we will route these to the KnowBefore team after today's event. And as Roger said, you know, he's got his email open right there. Send him an email, rogerg@knowbefore.com. All right, our first Amazon $100 prize winners are Elena King from Washington, Christiane Nelson from Ohio, and Mark Sokolowski from Pennsylvania. Congratulations to all the prize winners. All right, if you haven't answered the poll, we appreciate you doing that because we are about to move on now to our next presentation. I'm excited now to bring in Mark Gamble, who is a Product and Solutions Marketing Director at Couchbase. Mark, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Great to be here. Yeah, thanks so much. Excited. All right, I'll go ahead and take it away. So again, Mark Gamble here with Couchbase. I'm the Director of Product and Solutions Marketing. And it's my great pleasure today to talk about the advantages of a managed cloud service model and how it can provide really a nimble deployment method with a great return on investment, especially when you leverage the right cloud-native technologies. So my goal today is really to describe how the right database as a service can be your launch pad to modern cloud applications and how Couchbase Capella is the best option offering the best performance and best developer experience on the market. And stick around for the whole presentation. I'm going to even show a live demonstration. So let's get underway. So broadly speaking, you know, we've all seen it. You know, a larger and larger percentage of applications are moving to the cloud and away from on-premise deployments, according to a recent IDC study. In many ways, this is only really accelerating, spurred by the global pandemic, which pushed everyone online. So to meet the need for serving an entirely online work, commercial, and social user base, the cloud offers benefits of scale and elasticity to really provide the performance and flexibility required. So another way to look at this is as it applies to data, which arguably is the lifeblood of any application. So when applications move to the cloud, so goes the data storage and processing. And so it follows that a database that supports the distributed nature of the cloud is really required. So we can kind of see in these IDC market projections through next year and beyond, you know, public cloud adoption shown by the lighter colored bars here on the left will soon surpass on-premises. And not only that, the charts also confirm that public cloud adoption is accelerating. And that said, as a leading database company, we understand each enterprise's applications and database needs are different, and they'll move to the cloud at different rates and adopt different models. But more and more customers are telling us that they are looking for an enterprise-class database as a service. In some cases, to offload self-managed application clusters. In other cases, to get started quickly on new applications without the need to spin up their own environments and the like. So we asked ourselves, you know, how can we make it easier and faster for customers to begin with Couchbase? So first, what is Couchbase? Well, Couchbase, you know, when we consider how Couchbase is really different from other modern databases, it's a modern database, but there are really three key areas where we win with our customers. First, in agility and flexibility for developers. The Couchbase accelerates application development by capitalizing on a ubiquitous query language, SQL, Every developer knows it. It offers built-in full-text search, adaptive indexing, and seamless data synchronization, all as core features of the software. And customer studies show that these tenets, among others, enable up to 20% or more faster development lifecycle for applications. Next, Couchbase offers predictable performance at scale for IT architects. And, the server can handle any volume, volatility, or speed of data, and any number of sources and any number of end users with an in-memory data set process, smart optimization, highly performant indexing, and built-in replication that ensures data integrity and availability. And it's the easiest platform to manage for DevOps. Couchbase helps you streamline setup and configuration, and take advantage of multi-cloud agility, and it helps ensure availability and reliability. So Couchbase Capella is our database as a service for Couchbase Server. So it brings all of the strengths of Couchbase Server 7 and delivers it to the cloud. And it's the fastest version of Couchbase ever. So we automate the database management so your team can focus on what's most important, and that's developing your applications. You shouldn't have to worry about your database infrastructure. Focus on your core competency. Couchbase offers automated deployment, scaling, failure recovery, upgrades, and backup as part of the service. And it gives you unified monitoring and alerting of all your Capella clusters under management through a single pane of glass. And getting started is fast, and it's free. In fact, in less time than it will take for me to get through this talk, you can set up a trial account and spin up your own modern database and start running SQL queries yourself. So we know that there are many databases as a service offerings, a lot of DBASs out there on the market. So why should a development team choose Capella? Well, first, working with Capella is as easy as SQL. If you know SQL or SQL, the most ubiquitous query language on the planet, you'll love our SQL for JSON. It's the query language that allows you to query a document database. And it supports joins and aggregations and ACID transactions. So our SQL support is one of the top reasons why customers choose Couchbase. It allows development teams to leverage their skills and retain trusted SQL functionality while adopting a modern database technology at the same time. So getting started on our trial takes just a few clicks, and we take care of all the provisioning and database management tasks for you. And Capella gives you a control plane, which lets you see everything to do with your account in one place, unlike some other DBAS solutions that make you use separate tools for separate tools or UIs for administration or for querying or optimizing and the like. So beyond ease, Capella also offers great development flexibility. So Capella supports a wide variety of modern use cases. Multi-model access that includes document, relational, key value, full text search, and real-time analytics are all built in. And this gives developers more tools in their toolbox without needing additional technologies to integrate and license and learn and secure and maintain. We support diverse workloads from operational to transactional to analytical. And we are developer friendly. So you can use any of our 10 SDKs for your favorite programming language. Build your applications in the environment and language that you're most comfortable with. Couchbase will accommodate it. So Capella offers developers great agility, but it also brings great speed as well. So Capella is blazing fast, and it delivers the lowest TCO at scale. It leverages Couchbase Server version 7 and all of the improvements that were recently introduced with version 7. And it builds on those with additional refinements that make Capella our fastest release of Couchbase ever. Real-time, memory-first architecture that is native to Couchbase really ensures sub-millisecond responses. And price performance keeps improving as you scale. So dollar for dollar, node for node, Capella lets you do more for less compared to competing solutions. So tying all of these together, customers, we think, will really love working with Couchbase Capella. So Facet Digital is one of our customers, and they develop and host web, mobile, and desktop applications for their customers across a variety of use cases. And they promise the best performance and security at the lowest cost. And Couchbase Capella was the only database as a service that addressed these points. So they switched from another database as a service offering to Couchbase Capella to achieve the flexibility and performance that their applications required. And according to Scott Bradley, their principal engineer, Couchbase was able to reduce their costs by 50% and increase performance by 2,000%. So they were able to consolidate from 3 products to 1 Couchbase platform, going from 3.5 days of setup to just 20 minutes for provisioning a new customer. So Couchbase Capella deploys in minutes. It's ready to go and fully optimized with enterprise features like query and search and security that really slash development time and costs. And Capella's powerful NoSQL lets Facet build applications that deliver unmatched speed and reliable performance. So really, really great results here from a real customer of Capella. So Couchbase Capella is fully managed, right? We automate the database management so your team can focus on development. We handle maintenance, monitoring, and alerting, and we provide these services based on industry best practices. And with the free trial, you can deploy in less than 5 minutes. Capella is the fastest and easiest way to start with Couchbase. We offer that single pane of glass through which you can control the environment, multi-cluster, multi-region, multi-cloud, all supported. So we support any hybrid environment. And we provide automated scaling, both horizontal and vertical scaling. It's really easy in Capella. And rebalancing all happens automatically. And on price performance, performance at scale will really drive down the total cost of ownership. And with multi-dimensional scaling, services can be aligned by node to further optimize your deployment. Monitoring and built-in recommendations make it easy to improve your environment, and we offer high performance in availability. Leveraging the Couchbase memory-first architecture, we ensure the millionth user gets the same performance as the first user, consistent performance throughout. And in addition, Capella provides security peace of mind by bringing end-to-end encryption from the SDK to the disk, keeping your data safe. So Capella has a ton to offer your organization. And let's actually dive into a live demonstration and take a look. I'm going to go ahead and share my desktop, and we'll share the entire screen. All right, so right now we're taking a look at Couchbase Capella. This is the control plane. So the control plane is that single pane of glass for all your Couchbase Capella management. This is where you control all aspects of your account and clusters, users and projects, activity, billing. This is also where developers can create sandboxes for development projects and create teams with specific access levels and import and work with data. So we're currently looking at my demo cluster. In the cluster, I have 3 nodes and running all of the available services here. And I also have 3 buckets of data. Bucket is analogous to a database instance in the relational world. So 2 of these are actually the sample databases, and 1 is created just by default when you spin up your cluster. So I want to encourage everybody, in fact, to go ahead and not only import your own data, but when you get your account, and you should do so today, get that sample data too, because it gives a great basis for learning how to work with Couchbase and how to work with the query language. And we even have sample applications that work against the sample data, which I'll show you in just a moment. So in fact, let's jump to our query workbench. So take a look at querying, in this case, our travel sample bucket. And that data contains data on flights and airlines, hotels, places of interest across the globe. So one of the main reasons that Couchbase is such a boon to productivity for developers is that they can use plain garden variety SQL to query the data, even though that data is JSON. So the query language is called N1QL, affectionately known as Nickel. And I'm using here one of the best tools that's built into Capella, the Query Workbench. So unlike other database as a service providers who make you use different tools and UIs to work with your data, in Couchbase, it's built right in. So here we have a sample select statement. It's very simple to bring back the home country for a given airline in our travel sample bucket. So it's just a simple select statement, select country from travel sample. So travel sample being the bucket, where name equals Excel Airways. So in this case, we're able to use that condition, and just a simple select statement brings back that home country for this airline. So simple, right? Very, very easy. So another unique with Couchbase Nickel is the ability to join across document types. I'm going to go into a bit more of a sophisticated query here. So in the travel sample bucket, I'll use an inner join to list source airports and airlines that fly into SFO, where only the non-null route documents join with matching airline documents. So straightforward and relational, usually a little difficult to run this kind of query on a JSON document database, but not with Couchbase. So the ability to join in Nickel statements allows you to create an input object by combining two or more source objects. And again, joins are really difficult in other JSON technologies and databases, but not when you use Couchbase. So again, you know, Nickel, our SQL++, that's our language, is the #1 reason that customers choose Couchbase over the competition, because they can leverage that existing expertise to work with the data. So now let's take a look at another really cool built-in feature, and that's full text search. So I can use full text search against my bucket to enable search in my application. There's no need to bolt on search technology like Solr or Elasticsearch. Full text search is built right into Capella. So suppose I'm using the travel sample bucket as a backend for an application. I want to enable search on hotels. So people searching things like bed and breakfast or free Wi-Fi or other characteristics can find just the right hotel for their taste in any given city. So adding a search index is super easy because it's built right into Couchbase Capella. So here we're looking at one I've built earlier. The search index is called simply hotels. So in this particular case, very simple to set up. All I had to do was essentially give it a type mapping. We want to look at all documents in my database of type hotel and search them, all of the fields, for any matching information based on the search criteria. And we can actually say we want to go against a specific field, but in this case, I'm going to look for throughout the entire document for any matching information. So it's just that simple. Once you set that up, you save your index, and it's ready now to start searching those documents. And in fact, within the UI here, we can even test it very simply. So I'll search for any hotels and documents that have the text-free Wi-Fi. Here we see that. So cool things that are built directly into the UI make it a very powerful environment to develop your applications. So let's jump over and take a look at a sample application. And before we do that, I'll set up a bit of a scenario. So let's say that what I want to do is use our SDK to be able to load new data into our beer sample database. I'm going to go back into Query Workbench, and we'll just run a quick query here to show you some information that's not there yet that we'll put there programmatically. So I'm going to select from beer sample a brewery called Couchbase Brewery, and let's execute that. So of course we get back no results. It's not there yet. That's because I'm going to actually put it there in real time. So what I'll do is leverage one of our SDKs. There's a bunch of them. Look at just a dizzying array. Your language is inevitably supported here. What I was able to do was leverage the Node.js SDK and leverage our Get Started Hello World applications, which I'll show you now. So in this case, all I had to do was copy the code out of that SDK and drop it into my IDE here in WebStorm. So the next thing that I had to do was just simply grab a Capella endpoint, and that's right here. You can do that straight from the control plane. You just get your endpoint, copy it in, paste it into the code. The code already exists in the SDK sample. And then you put in your username and password. So I should probably change these now that I'm displaying it to the world. And in this case, I've got some simple code that's going to upload a brand new brewery to our beer sample. And of course, it's called Couchbase Brewery. So I'm going to go ahead and now with that connection and password in place, I'm going to upload this new data. So let's go ahead and upload that in real time. So now I've just done this for my sample code. Let's jump back over into Capella. I'm going to execute the same query that we just ran a moment ago and got no results. Now we have results. So I've just live in living color been able to upload from my local application directly up into Couchbase Capella. And it was as easy as putting in that endpoint. So very powerful. So next, let's take a look at another sample application that's a bit more sophisticated. So in this case, this is a sample app you can download from GitHub. It's all referenced in our documentation. And it allows you to essentially have a working app, and you can then see how it works against Capella directly. So I'm going to go ahead and start this up. And while it's starting up, notice that I've just done the same here. I've been able to take the existing code, and I simply put in my endpoint, my username, and password. And this is a sample app that actually works with the travel sample. So it allows for user management and flight booking and scheduling, things of this nature, shopping cart and whatnot. A great basis for kind of giving you the lay of the land of how to build a basic application. One of the things I just wanted to show here was essentially the ability to call out to that search criteria. So we've got in the code, we've got a section that allows people to search for hotels based on specific criteria. And we're calling that full text search that we just looked at a moment ago back on Couchbase Capella. So now let's jump over into that particular application. And it again gives you the basis for seeing how user management works, flight booking, shopping cart, etc. But I'm going to jump over to our hotel search and just do a simple search here. I'm going to see what kinds of hotels have good breakfast in San Francisco. And there we get back that search criteria is evaluated, and we get back that search instantly. So that's all via that built-in full text search. The last thing I want to do is take advantage of that new Couchbase Brewery that we put into the database. And to be able to kind of take advantage of that and see it, I'm going to jump over and take a look at our last little scenario, and that's being able to visualize the data within Couchbase Capella in popular business intelligence tools. So here I'm in Tableau, and I've been able to use the C Data driver. C Data is our partner, and it connects directly to Couchbase Capella. And it can take a look at and interrogate all of the available buckets that are on my account. So in this case, just for the sake of brevity, I've gone ahead and created a quick map on all the breweries in the database. And I've zoomed in on my home state of Washington. I'm in Washington State. And I'm right here along the Olympic Peninsula and Puget Sound. And I imagined a new brewery right here in my neighborhood, right about here. And in fact, we uploaded Couchbase Brewery, and I put it right in my neighborhood. So let's go ahead and now refresh this data. And once we refresh it, now a new brewery pops into place. So it's real time. I was able to add it and just refresh that data, and now we see Couchbase Brewery right around the corner from my hometown. We'll all meet there after this webinar, and I'll buy everyone a pint. So what did we see? We actually saw kind of the progression of getting started with Couchbase, working with nickel queries, which is just plain SQL. We saw creating a full text search, very easy. And then we saw consuming the data, actually querying it and uploading new data to it through our sample applications, and then ultimately visualizing the data on Couchbase Capella here within map visualization. So kind of taking a look at three very common use cases, querying, building applications, and being able to perform analytics. So with that, let's get back into our presentation. And I'll circle back around into our slides. Here we are. Great. So hopefully you enjoyed that. And of course, I showed very simple depictions of what you can do with Couchbase Capella. but you'll be able to do that within 20 minutes after signing up. That's just how quick and easy it is. So here's some common use cases where customers are using Couchbase Capella. For digital transformation, we help customers bolster ailing older systems, those that are starting to struggle because of scale and proliferation of users, mainframes and relational applications. We can offload those workloads to an extremely fast caching and migration path forward into a flexible document database. And for profile and session management, we improve performance and availability of the user experience while adding flexibility to managing user profiles as application needs change. And they always do, right? So Couchbase allows you to evolve quickly and deliver personalized experiences at scale. And for Customer 360, we power applications that help organizations get a consistent, deep view of their customers to help improve engagement and operations and customer experiences. And for catalog and inventory management, we're massive online catalogs and fast-moving limited inventory products like tickets or airline reservations, things of this nature. Couchbase presents real-time inventory views and can easily scale to millions of products, requests, and users. So if you're looking to reduce your database management burden and improve performance and agility while driving down the total cost of ownership, the time is now to try Capella. So Capella is free. Again, if I haven't said it enough, take advantage of that free trial if the price is right. And it's really fast to get started. You simply log in, create that account, choose the default trial account, and spin up your cluster. And then you can check out our step-by-step tutorials, which will guide you through similar exercises that I just showed you moments ago. So be sure to sign up on our website and join that growing list of Capella customers and see for yourself how it can really be your launch pad to modern cloud applications, offering the best performance and best developer experience on the market. So with that, I'd like to say thanks, and I think we're going to move to some questions and polls.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, really cool demo, Mark. We've got a lot of great feedback as well from the audience out there. Some folks said they will meet you at the Couchbase Brewery. I intend to be there as well. So again, cool demo. Yeah, thank you for taking time to do that. I just brought up a poll question for everyone out there. The first of two. This one says, what stage are you at in implementing cloud-based database as a service? And I'll leave that option or that poll up there for you to respond while we take your questions. So a lot of good questions coming in, Mark. First one here, I see they're asking, how easy or hard is it to go to NoSQL if we're using relational databases now?
Sure, that's a very common question. And in fact, one of the reasons that Couchbase really tries to adhere to relational constructs to make that migration from legacy systems into modern databases much easier. So we, in fact, have webinars on this very topic. We had a recent one. So check out our events page on Couchbase.com for the replay. So essentially, the way many customers approach it is using a strategy of migration that involves quickly moving your data from a relational source onto Couchbase and retaining its schema nature, leveraging some of our new features within Couchbase 7. So essentially, you can move it over, retaining that schema, and then optimize, refactor over time to take full advantages of the efficiencies of storing data in JSON. So for example, in a relational table structure, there's a definite need for joins across tables, but within the more flexible JSON document database, you can embed documents within documents to reduce joins. So essentially, a strategy that we see very common is moving your relational source onto Couchbase and then refactoring and optimizing over time, again, to take full advantage of the efficiencies that are brought to the table through the JSON document storage model. So yeah, for that question, check out those webinar replays, and they'll give you a great basis for starting your migration effort.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. I appreciate everyone out there who responded to the poll. Obviously, there's a lot of interest and plans to move to database as a service. So thank you to your Thank you for your responses on that. Next poll question on the screen is simply, what additional information would you like about the Couchbase solution? And so next question for you, Mark, they're asking, how does the pricing work with Couchbase Cloud?
Sure. Couchbase Capella, make sure you go to couchbase.com and you can go straight to our cloud page for Couchbase Capella. And it basically gives you our hourly consumption pricing plans. So you can see what those look like. They're broken out by basic, developer pro, and enterprise plans that are essentially separated by SLA and uptime guarantees, things of that nature. So make sure you can choose the plan that best suits your needs, and you pay for what you use. We feel that really by combining the performance profile of Couchbase Server, which sits under the covers of Couchbase Capella, combine that with the customer's ability to choose the nodes of their infrastructure and configure Couchbase to optimally use them. That's that multi-dimensional scaling. You can create as many nodes as you want, but isolate analytics from query processing, for example, based on the needs of your application. So essentially, the ability to both choose those nodes and configure it to optimally use them, and combine that with our competitive and transparent packaging, we find consistently that we deliver the best-in-class total cost of ownership. So on the actual, dollars and cents, check out that pricing page. We put it all there on couchbase.com for everyone to review.
Excellent. And then this person's wanting to know if this can support analytics.
Yeah, absolutely. So your free trial, I'm not sure if the analytics service is part of that yet, but analytics, this is a service that's built straight into the implementation. And so you're able to go ahead and essentially have a parallel environment for analysis. What our analytics service does is it's an analytics database that is parallel to your operational database. And what that allows you to do is run analytic queries against that MPP service, massively parallel processing service, get back lightning fast information real time, updated from the operational data, but it doesn't impact the operational workload at all. So we did this to take the burden off of our customers of having to move data out of operational systems to an analytic database, which is really the case for many other operational databases out there. They're not optimized for analysis, they're optimized for operations. So we're optimized for both. And we call that HTAP, Hybrid Transactional Analytic Processing. And it's a rare animal out there in the database world, and Couchbase accommodates it with a built-in analytics service.
Very cool. Very cool. And then another question here, if practically, how do I make the move they're wanting to know from my on-prem Couchbase instance to the Couchbase cloud?
Sure. This is also very common, right? A lot of folks are trying to offload workloads from the on-premise data centers to the cloud to get that efficiency of scale and also reduce kind of the cost of maintaining their own data centers. And so there's kind of two ways that customers migrate, offline and online. So for online, you replicate your on-prem cluster to a destination cluster in Couchbase Cloud. And you can orchestrate all of that through the cloud control plane in Couchbase Capella. And for offline, you export data from your existing cluster using a backup manager. Then you import data using the restore functionality from the Capella control planes. So really, we've tried to accommodate. And then, of course, there's also leveraging our out-of-the-box cross-data center replication, which allows you to connect directly from Capella to your self-managed clusters, be they on-prem or in a cloud provider, but managed by you. We can migrate all of that data very easily into Couchbase Capella, utilizing, again, backup, import-export, or cross-data center replication. So there's a way to move that data over that best suits your needs and your application.
Excellent. And then what about assistance with professional services or consulting to assist folks who want to make a migration?
Yeah, absolutely. Couchbase has a professional services organization, and they're really, staffed with experts to assist with all things Couchbase Capella, including migration, very common engagement. So there are quick start packaged engagements that are really designed to fit any budget, and they're staffed by experts whose goal is to usher customers to self-sufficiency, right? We're a software vendor, not a consulting house. So we don't want to put consultants on your on your dime for the next 3 years. That's not our model. We want to send in experts to get you self-sufficient within weeks or months, definitely not longer than that. And then they can move on and help the next customer. So that's our model, and we've got folks to help you.
Very nice, very nice. Well, Mark, I'm afraid we're running out of time here on our live Q&A session, but a final question. I know you mentioned Couchbase Capella is free. Can you remind us again, how should folks get started?
Sure. Go to couchbase.com, and you'll see the sign up free button right on our homepage. That'll take you to cloud.couchbase.com/sign up, which is another URL destination you could go to. But the homepage really on couchbase.com is the quickest avenue. And again, we've put a lot of time and effort into making that free trial set up and sign up as lightning fast as we can. So I wasn't kidding when I said earlier that it'll take you less time than it took for me to go through this entire presentation for you to get up and running on Capella and start playing around with some of the samples that we saw today. So take advantage of that by all means.
Awesome. Yeah, it sounds like a great opportunity that could help out a lot of folks out there. Mark, I'm afraid we're out of time in the live Q&A here, but there's at least, I see 20 more electronic questions for you in the queue. Maybe you can get back to some of those folks. Thank you so much for being on the summit today.
Thanks for having me, and we'll definitely get back to any questions that we didn't answer, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with everyone today.
Excellent. And thank you to Couchbase, of course, for supporting the event today. There is also a link, as Mark said, to cloud.couchbase.com right there in the handouts tab if you want to check that out as well. All right, I'll leave the poll question up for anyone who hasn't responded yet while I announce our next prize winners. We have 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going out to Mustafa Kachwala from Texas, Ali Egger from Kentucky, and Ed Gray from Virginia. After our next presentation, we'll have 3 more gift cards, and then that'll be the first of our grand prizes, 3 of the iPod Pro AirPods will be announced then. All right, so thank you to everyone who responded to the poll. We do appreciate your feedback, but it's now time to move on to our next presentation. I'm excited now to introduce you to Mr. Andy Fernandez, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Zerto, a Hewlett-Packard company. Andy, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's session here. This is the Zerto section, and we're going to talk about Zerto for disaster recovery as a service. If you have any questions during this, please join the chat room, add anything there, and I'm going to make sure to answer each and every one of your questions. So with that, I'm going to introduce myself quickly. My name is Andy Fernandez. I'm a Senior Product Marketing Manager here at Zerto. And as I mentioned, in this topic that we have today around emerging technologies, we're going to talk about the growth and why organizations are choosing disaster recovery as a service, and then follow that up on with how does Zerto deliver that best disaster recovery as a service experience for you to be able to accomplish not only your financial goals with disaster recovery as a service, but also your technological goals. And for the rest of the conversation, I'm just going to call it DRAS. So I don't have to say that whole phrase. So with that, let's talk about the first initial problem statement. The challenges here that organizations are facing is, and this has been growing issues that organizations have seen for the last couple of years is, one, data is growing more than ever, right? It's growing quickly, and it's growing in disparate locations because of the types of businesses that we have, because of the new revenue models and the growth of not only work from home, but also IoT and new solutions that we're seeing. We're also seeing additional applications powering today's business, right? Whether it's SaaS applications, but also cloud native applications. VM is born in the cloud, containerized applications. All this data is everywhere. It's becoming very difficult to not only support it, store it, but also manage it in a centralized location. So that already brings a lot of challenges of I have more data than ever, and I have more difficulty to access it and protect it effectively than I used to in my one data center that I owned. After that, you also have cloud. Organizations have been talking about moving to the cloud for almost a decade at this point, but we're actually seeing organizations move their DR, their backup operations, even sometimes running production fully in the cloud. So we know that most organizations have either already done so or have a cloud mandate to essentially move some of that over there as well. Now that brings a lot of benefits, right? We're going to talk about some of those benefits within DRAS, but it also brings challenges. Well, it's new behavior, it's a new financial model, it's new technology. So this requires time, it requires expertise to be able to do so effectively. So that's another challenge. Then you have the challenge of not only am I trying to keep the lights on, manage all this data, effectively move this data to the cloud, but you're also under constant threat, right? Ransomware is growing in both volume and severity, and organizations are falling to it every single day. And so this can look pretty scary. And when you combine that with the fact that more than ever, organizations are trying to reduce as much downtime and data loss, RTO and RPO, as possible. So whether you're a DR administrator, an IT manager, or even a CIO, there are a lot of challenges that you face, but you have a finite amount of time. And to be able to manage the data that is growing at scale, effectively transition to the cloud without disruption, being able to be resilient from ransomware, you need a solution that's able to help you do so. Now, why are organizations trying to reduce as much downtime and data loss? Well, the first reason is simple, it's money. When you look at the results of the study that we did with IDC, to the State of Disaster Recovery Data Protection Readiness Report, they found that the average cost of downtime per hour across all industries and organizational sizes is around $250,000 an hour. The collective there was around 8 hours of unplanned downtime per year, and that equals around $2 million. Now, if you're a very small organization, that might be less. If you're an enterprise, if you're a Fortune 500 company, that number is a lot higher. So it's something to consider as well when you think about, why do I want to improve my SLAs? Well, there's a direct financial impact. And so with that, organizations, as we talked about, know that they do need to unlock the value of the cloud, but things can get pretty difficult. That's why we're seeing the growth of disaster recovery as a service. Organizations are seeing that not only do I want to improve my SLAs, get better infrastructure, I don't want to have to refresh my hardware every 5 years. I don't want to have to dedicate so much time to it. And that alone is driving so many companies to using a third-party site, whether that's self-service or they're actually having a full managed experience. So let's talk a little bit around the comparison, especially from a TCO, total cost of ownership perspective. What is the difference between doing it yourself and using disaster recovery as a service? So when you think about the journey that you've been on as an organization, maybe you got hired on to an already existing data center. But if you and I were to start a business, right, and we had to make the decision of, do we want a secondary site for data protection that we can fail over to, or do we want to use disaster recovery as a service? If we wanted to do everything ourselves, we have to think about DR compute and upfront capacity. And the same for storage. We have to think about maintenance contracts for the hardware. We have to think about network and firewall infrastructure, the actual replication software licenses. We need to think about the hypervisors that we want to use. We need to think about the management tools for that. We need to talk about monitoring and support, patching, maintenance time, power for DR infrastructure, cooling for DR infrastructure. These are all costs, but also add resource time in order to install, in order to manage, in order to keep up. Now we can see why organizations are trying to avoid this cycle of having to do all of this simply to be able to fail over to another site. And that's why disaster recovery as a service is so important. Whether it's a self-service model of I'm going to replicate my data to AWS or Azure, or I'm going to use a full managed service provider that's going to do everything for me, all you need to do is get the right sizing, use the tiered storage that you want, purchase your disaster recovery as a service licenses, you have on-demand compute. We see an average of over 60% savings in TCO. And there's also the not direct costs that are benefits as well, right? Which is complexity. I want to pay for what I use. I want to be able to scale without having to make capital investments. I want to also see RPO and RTO improvements, and I want to be able to test this as much as possible. And testing to my current physical secondary site is a disruptive experience. So there are some use cases where organizations benefit from creating their own, but the average modern enterprise sees tremendous benefits when they're moving to disaster recovery as a service. Now, that's the first decision you have to make. Am I an organization that wants to do this? We are predicting a hockey stick growth in organizations adopting DRAS. Now, the next decision that you have to make is, what solution am I actually going to use to replicate that data? And that's where Zerto comes in. So what we're going to talk about a little bit is how Zerto is able to help you accomplish the goals that you have for disaster recovery as a service. That is, I want to make things simpler, I want to spend less money, and I also want to spend less resources on doing so. But I want to improve my SLAs. I want to be able to reduce data loss, and I want to be able to reduce downtime. So let's get started taking a look at the Zerto technology and how it's perfect for disaster recovery as a service use case. So Zerto has been around for over a decade, and we have had leadership in the disaster recovery space. And the reason we've had that leadership is our continuous data protection technology, or CDP. And the reason CDP is so valuable, it starts at replication. Zerto uses near synchronous replication. This is software only. It's a simple deployment. You're able to perform this replication to a secondary site. You're able to do it to the public cloud or service provider. You're also able to perform this replication, which is block level replication. So think I'm observing changes in my environment every 5 seconds. We are replicating that data over and over all day. This is done without production impact. It's not like VM snapshots where you perform a nightly backup job, because that's when you can only do it. This is able to be doing or active all day, even during business hours, because there's no production impact, because it's replication and not a cumbersome VM snapshot. So because it's not a VM snapshot, there's no scheduling involved. There's no software agents involved, and there's no hardware involved, right? Zerto is not a box or an appliance. It's storage agnostic. It's a software only installation, and you're able to do this on any infrastructure. And this is what allows you to remain always protected. This is the big difference between trying to use a backup technology to get back up and running and replication technology. The RPO is a difference of hours. Zerto gives you a 5-second RPO. But RTO is also as important. So when you think about RTO is, how can I perform the operations that I need to do in order to get back up and running as quickly as possible? And your recovery time objective, journaling is an ally. So the Zerto journal allows you to select from the thousands of recovery points that you have that day in a very simple functionality within one UI, which is where the replication is happening, and you're able to simply select the checkpoint that works for you. And within a couple of clicks, you're able to select the checkpoint that you want to recover, and you can perform an entire failover of a whole site or an application, but you can also perform instant VM and file recoveries. So this is extremely important when you're thinking about not only RPO, but also making sure that downtime is minimal. And to carry on to that topic, you also need to think about the nature of your enterprise applications. So think about your enterprise applications today. You have all these applications have multiple VMs, right? The small ones, it's an average of 10 to 12 VMs per application, but we know that number is a lot higher for enterprise. So when you have a backup solution or even any type of snapshot-based solution, you are performing a nightly backup. That nightly backup is an incremental copy. This means that all of the VMs that belong to that application are being snapshotted at different points in time. This is very difficult and very time consuming to do when you're having to recover, especially when you have to recover from something like ransomware. So the way the Zerto solves for that is simply treating your applications as one cohesive unit. So you designate what is called a virtual protection group. This is what you configure and create when you install Zerto. After you do so, you designate all of the VMs that belong to that application, and it just starts replicating the entire stack every 5 seconds. What this means is if there's an encryption scenario or maybe deletion, corruption, but usually with applications, we'll call it a DR scenario. And you know that you have to recover at a specific checkpoint. Now you simply select the VPG, go into the journal, and perform the operation that you need within a couple of clicks, and you have now restored all of the VMs that belong to that application. So that provides a incredible simplicity, but also availability that you need, whether it's a ransomware attack or actual DR, another DR scenario. So we've talked about RPO, we've talked about RTO, but what about infrastructure? Where can I run Zerto? So as I mentioned before, especially during the replication slide, Zerto is software only. So it doesn't really matter what you're trying to use, whether it's vSphere or Hyper-V hypervisors, you are able to remain on premises if that meets your business needs, or if you're looking to go to the public cloud, AWS, Azure. So with that, you're able to leverage native services, scale sets, queues, even storage, right? Like AWS S3 or blob storage. But also, you're able to use service providers. We have a network of over 450 managed service providers that you can utilize. So it's not just the replication that you get, but also if you want somebody to perform these failovers for you, if you want somebody to configure, to perform your testing, to give you that documentation, you have an MSP that can do that for you. And there's no difference in performance. And as I mentioned, it's extremely easy, and you see no difference in performance from replicating to another vSphere site, physical one, or to AWS or to Azure or a service provider. And just the way that we treat our applications, it also applies to migration. So you're able to migrate completely without disruption, and you can do it during the day. So that gives you an insight into the cloud agility that you get with Zerto. A lot of organizations not only select DRaaS because they want the consumption model, but because they want to use cloud infrastructure that's resilient. Zerto allows you to do that quickly. It not only allows you to protect that data, but also actually helps you move there a lot quicker than you would trying to use any other solution, right? Like any type of purpose-built just migration solutions. Zerto not only protects and recovers, but also moves that data for you. One thing that I want to conclude this on as well is I've talked about a lot of different operations, being able to replicate, being able to protect, recover, to move data. In other solutions, decades ago, or sorry, a couple of years ago, many organizations had to do a ton of manual processes in order to perform that. Zerto completely changed that. Zerto 1 is easy to use, right? It's easy to install. It's simple to deploy, extremely simple to manage. And that doesn't change across any infrastructure. It interoperates easily with your tech stack, and it also scales to your needs. A huge reason why organizations like DRaaS is because they know that they might see a growth in the amount of applications that they need to protect. And with Zerto, you simply scale to what you need to protect, whether it's a couple of VMs or even 10,000. And as I mentioned before, another important piece is you cannot count on a solution that you cannot test effectively. And Zerto has an on-demand sandbox that allows you, during production, to easily test that data whenever you need. And it's an automated function, so you get an automated report when you perform a failover test. And all of this is kind of put together with full multi-site visibility. So you're able to monitor the consumption, the capacity, but most importantly, the performance of the applications that you're protecting with Zerto. So with that in mind, we know that organizations are moving to disaster recovery as a service because they want that financial model, but because they also want cloud infrastructure, because they also want to increase their SLAs with RPO and RTO. Zerto is able to augment that and become an ally and a trusted advisor that allows you to help do so. So with that in mind, I want to give you one more resource that we have. And I've thrown a lot of information at you guys today, so I will make sure to monitor the chat and answer each and every one of your questions. But I want to leave you with this report, which we'll give you the link to, and it's the total economic impact of Zerto. This means that Forrester, the analyst group, was able to conduct a study and understand exactly what Zerto's economic impact is, not only from a direct financial perspective, but also from a resource and labor perspective as well. How easy is it to use Zerto? What is its impact on an organization? And how is that quantified? So I highly urge you to do this, because if you're evaluating DRAS, you have to make sure that the solution you use to protect your data is also valid with the objectives that you have. So with that, I want to thank you for your time and your attention. And good luck.
All right, great presentation. Thank you so much, Andy. Really cool demo as well. I know Andy and the Zerto team has been actively answering questions electronically there in the queue. I'm sure if you look in the questions tab, you'll see many responses already from the Zerto team and Andy specifically. So thank you to everyone out there who asked questions. We are responding to those as quickly as we can. We don't have any time for live Q&A, but I do encourage you to respond here to the poll question that's on the screen. I'll leave this up for a few minutes while I announce our next prize winners. We have Amazon gift cards and our first grand prize. Again, the poll question on the screen is, what additional information would you like about Zerto? And I can tell there's a lot of interest, obviously, by the number of questions that have been coming in for Andy. All right, so thank you to everyone who's responding to the poll. I see those coming in. Thank you for those. Let's see, our next 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going out to Clark Williams from Michigan, Tim Heisen from Washington, and Raul Zuleta from California. Congratulations to all the prize winners. And then we have our first grand prizes. These are for some Apple AirPod Pros, some awesome headphones. These are going to Kenneth Ogden from Virginia, Aravind Pola from California, and Heather Cox from Indiana. Congratulations to all the prize winners. We have a ton more prizes still to be announced on today's virtual summit. So if you didn't win yet, make sure that you stay tuned for those prize drawings, as well as some excellent presentations on emerging technologies and strategies for 2022. All right, thank you again to everyone who responded to the poll. It is now time to move on to our next presentation. I'm excited now to bring in Mr. David Siles, Field CTO at Rubrik. Hey, David, it's great to have you back on. Take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Again, Dave Siles. I'm the Global Field CISO for Rubrik. And I'm going to talk to you today about how you can enable operational resiliency and business continuity to help your business recover from ransomware, as a view from our perspective of zero trust data management. So ask yourself, which disaster scenario is worse, or would you rather face? The Category 5 hurricane bearing down on your organization's location, or the unknown adversary who may have been in your environment for 100+ days, who is now stealing your data out the door and is going to eventually drop a ransomware attack on you. Obviously, they're both substantial events, and they both need response plans. The response plans for each type of these events, though, are totally different. And if you're thinking about it in the terms of, I have a disaster recovery plan and I can deal with both these situations with that plan, you're not going to be able to do that today. And we're going to walk through why. So really, what's the difference? Let's set some terminology so everybody's talking from the same page to start with. Disaster recovery is obviously something that happens typically in an event. It could be a physical event. It could be an electronic failure event. But it's something that's usually happened to physical infrastructure. Oftentimes it's caused by a natural disaster. And that recovery is typically owned and driven by the IT department. Now, in the event of business continuity, losing an application or losing the revenue systems, you're going to be able to recover those back, and you're going to have to get it to a predefined point in time. or predefined service level, and that's going to end up usually being driven by the business itself. And IT in that function typically reports to that recovery team or the business unit that they're responsible for supporting during the duration of that event. But when you have a cyber event or an operational resiliency event, you're doing this at a totally different level. You have to continue to operate the business in the middle of an adverse event that you may not even understand was completely happening yet. And when you look at it from the ransomware perspective, it's typically going to impact the entire enterprise, all the affected, all the different business units, oftentimes many different geographies. And of course, you're always usually going to have some external counsel and most likely governmental involvement involved in this recovery effort. So it's a total hands-on type of operational event that if you're writing the DR plan for, you may not have thought about these extra people. When we look at the landscape of ransomware today, it really is an evolving threat. Just over the last year, we've seen an explosion in the type of events that have happened, both not only in the sensationalizing of it, but with the type of impact it is. Now, ransomware as a service is obviously kind of that low-level attack, and this is where you think about, the traditional, hit them and try to extract money. The ransomware as a service business has gotten to be very sophisticated, though. The ransomware kits that are available on the dark web can easily be procured for $50 and have a very good effective ratio of getting in. However, there are different levels of actors when it comes to ransomware. You have your hacktivism, which would be above your kind of script kiddie type of approach, but then you have your organized crime syndicates and your nation state sponsors, and they're looking at it from a totally different level. Oftentimes when they get in the environment, they're doing it very strategically, and they're doing it to the perspective of stealing not only money from you from the ransomware, but through the ability to steal your information. So we're seeing more and more double extortion happen now in the industry. So they'll steal your data, they'll exfiltrate it out, and then they'll threaten to make it public. And at the same time, they're going to drop a ransom on you, and that's going to be a substantial amount. We're seeing now in the industry payments last year that were over $30 million, and that was just the payment for the ransomware. It doesn't include the exponential damages that come along with that, from brand impact, loss of business, compliance requirements, and things along those lines. So we'll look at a couple of different scenarios here. Now, obviously, I think almost everybody is at least peripherally aware of the Colonial Pipeline event. Obviously, it was critical infrastructure that was impacted. Colonial Pipeline supplies over 45% of the fuel for the entire East Coast of the United States, from Linden, New Jersey to the Gulf Coast. And when that pipeline went down, all the critical fuels that are used for both transportation of cars and trucks, but also airplanes, were impacted. Now, this attack was not a very sophisticated attack. It actually was a ransomware as a service attack. It was bought and was leveraged. They happened to buy a very good tool, and it had a quick impact. Now, the impact to the pipeline was substantial because when you power off the pipeline, it doesn't power back on overnight. You have to go through a very substantial process to be able to bring that pipeline back up and do it safely. So really the impact was obviously felt by a lot of citizens, and the citizen reaction was really worse than the attack. The internal IT team actually had operational resilience in place. They had the ability to execute that plan. They were very successful at recovering. Now, some people will say, I heard that Colonial may have paid the ransom, and they did. They paid it because they had some external pressure to help them understand if they made the payment, they would be able to track down the offender, and they did, and they were able to return that money. But really the primary reason for this attack was exfiltration of cash out of the business. It wasn't to shut down the infrastructure. It wasn't to cause damage for any other reason than to try to get money. Now, when we take and play this forward and look at another attack that was pretty prevalent last year in SolarWinds, this actually was a very sophisticated nation-state-driven attack. The adversary had made penetration into SolarWinds' business and had the ability to impact the actual code that was going into the source code of the SolarWinds product. They were in the environment for a very long time and had this command and control architecture over this impact of the product, and in such a way that the build process never caught it. And so they were signing code that was officially distributed by SolarWinds and that was trusted downstream. So the supply chain at the very top level was attacked. And so software vendors, resellers, upstream cloud vendors all got this code, and then they pushed it out to their customers. And before you know it, we've got very large enterprise businesses, major metropolitan systems and city governments, state and federal governments, and including the financial markets were all impacted with this type of attack. And because of the attack, it was being done very strategically by a very sophisticated, almost limitless resource adversary. It's very hard to defend against that. And so when you think about how you have to deal with ransomware today, there's really kind of three problems that we map into. The first is, sometimes the backups of yesterday are no longer the best line of defense for today. They unfortunately get attacked and impacted usually first in the type of impact. Secondly, being able to understand exactly what was impacted during the event and being able to quickly identify that for recovery is absolutely key. And third, if you do have a good backup still, can you recover fast enough to get your business operational? We see more and more times where customers have maybe a still working backup or have the ability to pull it back from tape, but the time to restore is too great and they end up still paying the ransom. Now, for anybody who's never seen a ransomware attack kind of happen, I'm going to walk you through the kind of stages of it. It's just not the encryption event and it's over. It always starts with some kind of social engineering campaign or distribution campaign, whether it is a phishing attack, weaponized website, somebody drops some memory sticks on the front lawn and hopes somebody picks it up, plugs it into their system. Some way they're going to get in the environment. Once they get in the environment, they're going to establish essentially a command and control architecture that's going to allow them to bring down some helper applications. This is not the actual ransomware. It's the infection code that's going to go along with it. It's going to help them get their tools inside the business and then help them get it embedded. And once they've done that, they will go through and stage the payload, which will actually become the ransomware, but it's not compiled yet. It's not ready to run for the most part on these more sophisticated attacks. And they'll let that sit there dormant, and they want to get it into the systems and let it seed. While they're doing that, they're scanning your environment. They've put keyloggers in, they've started capturing credentials, and they're looking to expand the entire attack surface they can. They're also identifying where all the high value data is in your business. When they have that identified, they're going to start exfiltrating that out. And they don't move it all at one time because that would be a very large spike of data for most customers, and so they do it slowly over time and make it look like normal user traffic. However, when they finish their damage inside and taking your data out, then they'll kick off the encryption event, and that'll happen typically very quick. And then you obviously get presented with that ransom note. So you have to really break the attack chain here to be able to get recovery. And so how do you do that, right? Well, obviously you're going to do defense in depth security. No one product's going to solve it all for you. However, we know for the fact that, the latest and greatest endpoint technology, while it's good and it's great in a lot of areas, things still get through. So if you have a safety blanket, it's got to be your data protection layer. And so really to make your data protection layer as resilient as possible, you have to introduce security at the point of data. And what do I mean by that? You have to have native immutability, which means you have to have guaranteed recoverability. You got to be able to identify where the risks are in your business before they get attacked. So data governance, data classification, and then you can fight back. The adversaries are using artificial intelligence and machine learning tools to attack you. No reason why you can't leverage those same technologies to fight back against them. And so when you look at this new imperative of security first at the data layer, we really are doing three different things. The first is you have to move forward to a new generation data backup platform. You have to have native immutability, you have to have recoverability, you have to have zero trust management built in. Secondly, most customers are embracing the cloud, and as your data moves outside the four walls of the business, you have to be able to manage and monitor that and maintain that same kind of level all the way through the movement to the cloud. And third, you need to wrap your data with the highest security possible, and you need to do it in a way that you don't trust anybody blindly. So zero trust is an absolute requirement in the data layers today. And if you're not doing zero trust all the way to the data management layer, it's almost game over. And the reason for that is if you think about it historically, we used to say we're going to build these firewalls and make our outside exterior very hard to get through. We punch a very small hole, we call it DMZ, and then we put a little guard there saying if you can authenticate with your password, we'll let you in, right? We had the fire-breathing dragon outside, but once you got inside, it was a soft, chewy, gooey center. And as we move forward to today, unfortunately, data doesn't live inside the four walls of the building anymore. It's constantly on the move. We're using SaaS services now. We have cloud services. As if you think about just what happened this past year with COVID, we moved people out of the business and sometimes did it extremely quick. Remote VPNs, remote data access. Once you expand that surface, you're no longer being able to protect that in one fashion. And so you have to really trust nothing and make people verify to be able to give access to it. And your data is not going to stop moving now. So when you look at it from a perspective of the network layer down to the data layer, we always have built it at the edge and built into it. So perimeter security, network security, endpoint security, application security, using things like sandboxes and endpoint detection response and doing things with signatures and trying to do everything that we can to catch this adversary. However, if they made it through those layers, and they got to the data layer, game is over, right? And the data is the informational gold side of a business. So really what you have to do is you still have to do that same level of defense at the edge, the endpoint application layer, but then you also have to build the cyber resiliency to the data layer. It must converge. You must have it at that layer as well. And if everything else has failed you, this layer better survive because it's going to be your last best chance for recovery. And the problem again with recovery today is really kind of, a couple fold. The first is most backup systems still use open protocols. They're using a backup target, often a disk-to-disk file system that's open over SMB, NFS, S3. And because they're open over that, they're also discoverable over that. And if they can be discovered and enumerated and someone's compromised the credentials, game is over. They're going to be able to take that system out. Secondly, again, blast radius is absolutely key. No matter how big or small the event is, you have to be able to identify what the event was, what was impacted, and then being able to produce that data set to a tool to start driving recovery. And in today's world, with CCPA, GDPR, compliance requirements for different things like SOX and PCI, HIPAA, if you have an event, you have to disclose that. So can you identify the high value data so that you know if it was impacted or not? And if you can identify it, can you get it more securely put in the right location and shrink the attack surface? And lastly, one of the things that we see a lot, unfortunately, is when recovery is happening, it's often slow. And it's not just slow because of technology, it's slow because of the teams inside that have to talk to each other. And if your security ops team and your IT ops team are disconnected and not talking to each other, you don't want them to be meeting for the first time during a ransomware recovery event. So with our approach at Rubrik, we really bring in answers to all these different areas. The first is we give our customers native immutability. We built from the ground up a purpose-built file system that's logically air-gapped, that can never be seen, monitored, or discovered from the network. And it's depend-only in fashion, so that data can't be changed if it could be accessed. All data is done to secure to closed control access with zero trust. Secondly, we have a solution of suites that sit on top of this layer that give you the ability to understand when suspect activities happen in your environment, both behavioral and adversarial. We use that scoped anomaly detection and be able to drive remediation. And at the same time, we're cross-correlating that with our rich product that we have called Sonar that does data governance, data classification. So we can bring that sensitive data assessment to the table and bring those two together and say, did I have an event where sensitive data may have been impacted? Now, when you have to drive recovery at scale is absolutely key, and fast recovery is just as important. Leveraging our instant-on technology and the ability to do expert-guided recovery through blueprint orchestration, we can help customers get back to steady state as fast as possible. And oftentimes in a fashion where the team that may be responsible for it may not be available, anybody can kick off this expert-guided recovery. From a native immutability perspective, this just puts it in pictures. If you have an environment that looks like it's on the left, where you have backup servers, proxy servers, data targets, and you're running on open systems, or Windows systems, Linux systems, you have a very large attack surface, and that's something that obviously the adversaries look for first. If they can take out the resilience copies before they take out the production environment, game is over. With Rubrik, even though we're network connected, the data repository where we write your data is never connected. It's always logically air-gapped, it's never on the network, and it's only done in a fashion that we write data into it. We never change it, have no modified capability. So we have that really rough, tough exterior. We also have that hard, crunchy inside interior as well, so that it's very much built on the zero trust again throughout. And so when you look at it from today's threat landscape, if you were to have a ransomware event, you're really going to have two different options. You're either going to pay the ransom or you're going to attempt to recover. Everybody's going to take option 2 first, and oftentimes option 2 fails if you're not using a later generation backup product. Now, one of the other things that we see, again, as I was saying earlier, IT ops and infrastructure ops, they have to work with the security team because you're all going to start doing your own pieces of the puzzle, and you have to work together here. IT ops is going to be responsible for getting data back to the business and restoring operations. Again, think about DDR and BC. And then the infrastructure security team is going to be looking at forensics, patient zero, how did they get in, how did they persist? Once you have that piece figured out together, you still have to go through and then drive the recovery. Now, hopefully you have safeguarded backups. If you don't, you're not going to be able to recover. If you have the safeguarded backup, can you recover timely what you need to, and how long is it going to take you? Those sometimes are not answers that people can get fast, and so they also still pay the ransom. Now with Rubrik and security appointed data, we really take these attack points of the problem statement here and solve them. The first is obviously we're going to give you an immutable backup. All of our customers who've ever run Rubrik who've had an event have been able to recover. We're still batting 1,000. Secondly, we use our API first economy, and we cross-connect all the data from the infrastructure team to the security team. So everybody's looking from the same data plane, everybody's looking for the same information, and everybody gets to use their own native tools. And with our Radar product, we give you the scope of attack. With Sonar, we give you the ability to have sensitive data discovery. And then with our instant-on capabilities, with our orchestration layer from app flows, we can give you the ability to recover fast. And so customers with us get their data back. Now, when you think about data itself, you have to ask yourself 3 questions. And if you can't answer these questions, you're really already losing the battle. You have to be able to answer what is happening with your data. You need to be able to answer who's accessing your data. and you need to know where sensitive data is where. If you can't answer that, then you need a tool in your environment today to be able to help you give you this visibility. For stronger insights, we have a tool that does this. It runs on top of the backup infrastructure. It works out of band, so there's no impact to production, and it scans the backup after every run, looking for any data that's been added, changed, or deleted that's also got sensitive exposure in it. We take that same data, then feed it into our ML machine learning engines and cross-connect that with the security tools like SIEM and SOAR solutions so that you have cross-visibility to your security team where they want to understand where that information is and if it's being managed right. And then with the behavior analytics that are coming, we're going to have the ability to cross-connect the kind of who and when. And so you'll have the 5 Ws of data all in one single pane of glass. Now, if you wanted to take this journey with us, you can come and join us at Rubrik. We started by modernizing legacy data management. That's how we made our name. We actually brought the simplicity to that through automation and API scale economy. We are the leaders in taking data to the cloud and cloud data management, whether that's lift and shift for archiving, if it's lift and shift for, I should say, infrastructure as a service, or if you started cloud first or cloud native and are running things like Office 365, Rubrik's got you covered. But we are pushing the envelope. We are leading the charge in zero trust data management, giving our customers and our prospects the ability to have a defensible layer at that last layer of defense where their critical information is or the informational goal of their business is. And so come take a reimagined data security with us. We give you the always-on data protection with intelligence, orchestrated recovery, information that's going to be used by everybody in the business. And really what you walk away with Rubrik is a complete data management solution that's going to give you complete environment protection, whether it's on-premise or in the cloud. And you don't have to take my word for it. We've got numerous customers that have gone through this battle and won, and a lot of them are happy to tell this story. I mean, you've got a few on the screen here. Obviously, some of these are more public sector and healthcare, because those are industries where they obviously have to disclose or it's very public about it. But we've had some very high-profile ones this past year that we've been able to help, and we've got great success stories around it. So reach out to us. We'd love to have conversations with you, show you how we can help you as well. But again, if you're not doing operational resiliency, business continuity, planning the day, and you're not cyber testing those plans with a lens of cyber versus DR, you need to start doing that. And my last piece of advice, if you're not phishing human firewalls, you got to go do that because that's the weakest link in any security chain, right? So thank you for the time today. I was glad to be here. I think we'll see if there's any questions that came in. But yeah, I'm glad to have always joined back with Actual Tech Media.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, David. We always enjoy having you as well. So we do have some questions for you coming in from the audience. So let's see. First question I saw that came in here, David, they're asking about, you mentioned testing cyber resiliency plans. Can you provide some additional detail on, exactly how one goes about creating those plans and testing them? Any additional advice?
Sure, absolutely. Well, I mean, a good cyber recovery plan starts with understanding your business. So if you haven't done a business impact assessment where you understand what your critical applications are, what needs to come back to keep the lights on and keep the revenue going, you got to start there. Once you have that, then you need to go through and either do a tabletop exercise or do live fire, right? You got to have the people that need to be in the room when the event's actually happening pulled to the table. And when we do these with customers, what we typically see is they'll bring the IT team, maybe they'll bring someone from security, but they'll forget about HR, they'll forget about legal, they'll forget about the executive team. All these other people who are going to play a critical piece, including outside counsel and obviously the forensics teams that are going to come into play. So you got to go through that because you have to understand the pain that you're going to go through, or at least think through the pain that you would have because of things you missed. And, from an order of recovery, everybody says, I need to bring back the ERP system and the email system. And they always forget about the 101 stuff, DNS, Active Directory, key management systems. So you really got to go through it and you got to game plan it. And it is a game plan. It's a war plan, honestly. And again, it's different than a DR plan because a DR event, what it is, right? Smoking crater, it's a fire, whatever it is. When you have a cyber event, it's a disaster inside a disaster. And you may not know exactly where the disaster is and how long it's been there and, exactly who's affecting the disaster. So you've got to have every piece of the people that are going to be responsible for every piece of the attack recovery response trained up. And so if you haven't done it, then do a business impact assessment, write the plan down, give it a dry run, and then exercise it. It's like a fire drill. You got to do it quarterly. And the adversary changes just as fast. So you got to really stay on top of it.
Great advice. Great advice. Let's see, there's a couple other questions here about, kind of what can Rubrik do to help me ensure that my data repository, my backup repository, doesn't become somehow infected with ransomware or isn't somehow copied, leaked
Sure.
to some attackers?
Yeah, great question. So again, our solution set's a little bit different than the rest of the industry. For one, we have a purpose-built file system from the ground up that we wrote that is immutable, and it's doing one thing and one thing only, and that's locking your data up and keeping it safe. The second thing is we layered on that levels of technology that run after every backup that will tell you if there's anything that's adversarial that's happened since the last backup. Whether it's behavioral, you could have somebody in marketing mass delete a lot of files. That's not something that normally happens. That'll get flagged. If you had somebody kick off an adversarial event and encrypted data, we'll see that as well. Obviously, that's going to be to give you the pieces that's going to tell you if something bad has happened. And Radar, our product Radar is the first thing it tells you that that's happened. It's already happened, by the way, because Radar is post-deterministic analysis. But that means everything else has already failed you. So you're still going to need us to help you recover, and that's where it's going to accelerate the recovery with the automation workflow engine. The data governance piece of it is just critical, and that's where we bring in the ability to do unstructured data analytics. We have a preset analyzer profile that covers most of the normalized PII, but then we also can extend that to things that may be sensitive in your business that may not be normalized in the industry, and we can help you classify and discover that. And every customer that's ever done a data discovery with us has found sensitive information in some place they didn't expect to see it. So, as far as I'm concerned, that product's still batting 1,000 too. And, it's something I would always recommend customers, even if you're not thinking about it, take the Pepsi challenge, let it store it in your environment, because you're going to get information that you just do not want to see. But, I don't know, or I didn't know about it is no longer a valid answer, especially in today's compliance landscape.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Another question here, they want to know, can Rubrik help me with sort of a runbook automation, like recovery, if we do have a disaster?
Absolutely. We've got two different ways to do it. One is obviously we're an API-first platform, so we've had customers since day one of Rubrik that have orchestrated against us, and we have numerous playbooks for Ansible, Chef, Puppet, whatever your favorite choice of automation framework is. We also have a purpose-built product called AppFlows that we released earlier this year that does exactly that. It's if you want to analog it to SRM or Zerto, it's got those functionality features in it, but it's got way more in it because it has the ability to be proactively used as well. So you can use it not only for recovery and mass recovery at scale, you can use it to build cyber ranges where you can bring on production copies of environments and then offensively test against that from a security perspective. You have the ability to also do migrations with planned lift and shift and then do that final sync. And then it does give you the ability to build the blueprint in such a way that maybe the person who is responsible for it on a day-to-day basis isn't available, but anybody who has the right authorization can go in and run that book, and that will take care of it at an automated scale so that they don't necessarily have to understand every one of the steps. They just have the rights to invoke those steps.
Excellent. Yeah, that sounds like that could be really powerful to get companies back up and running, rapidly if there was some sort of ransomware attack. Another question here, what about the deployment of Rubrik, or at least trying it out, a proof of concept type of thing?
Sure.
What do you recommend? What's the easiest way to do that?
A couple different ways. One is obviously we're not shy. We'll qualify a proof of value with you and deploy it in your environment. We're software defined, so we can deploy it on any kind of commodity hardware that's certain to certain bill of materials. We also have the ability to host you, and we can bring you our virtual labs, and then we do various events throughout the year called Camp Rubriks, where you can kind of get the speed dating version of it. But all those are possible. All you need to do is reach out to us. We'll be happy to arrange that. We'll qualify it with you, and then we'll fit the right solution for you in terms of testing. But yeah, we're not shy. We're happy to put our product through the paces, and I encourage anybody to reach out. Honestly, we have the ability to do that. And if you're in the cloud or doing cloud first, it's even easier because we don't have to deploy any software for that. It's all orchestrated at an API level. So if you want to experience managed backup for Office 365 or infrastructure as a service protection, reach out and we'll be happy to connect you there as well. And all those solutions are also available in the major cloud hypervisor marketplaces.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, David, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for our live Q&A, but it's been great having you back on. Always good to chat with you. Thanks for being here.
Same here, Dave. Thank you very much. Have a great day, everyone.
All right. I just brought up the poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Rubrik solution? And we appreciate your feedback on that. We've got a lot of great questions coming in for David over at Rubrik. We don't have time for live Q&A. Again, so much good content in these presentations, but we are answering questions electronically. So keep those good questions coming. Of course, don't forget about the best question prize we're doing for each of our sessions for an additional Amazon $50 gift card. Of course, you have to ask a question to be entered into that and meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. So I will leave up the poll question for your response while I announce our next prize winners on today's virtual summit event. We have 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Michael Blassie from Massachusetts, Nitish Kumar from Washington, and Andrei Dumitru from North Carolina. I'm going to go ahead and post all the prize winners' names there in the questions pane. If you missed one, or if I mispronounced your name, you can double check it there just to make sure you are or are not on the prize winner list so far. So thank you to everyone, of course, who responded to the poll. And with that, it's time to move on and talk a little bit more about today's topic of understanding emerging technologies and strategies for 2022 and beyond.
And now I'm excited to bring back Scott Becker of Actual Tech Media. We're chatting more now about emerging technology and strategies for 2022 and beyond. And we teased many of these, earlier at the start of the summit. So Scott, I know you've been researching kind of the predictions for 2022. What's the first one that you found here?
Yeah, so it's a good time to look at the expectations around IT spending in 2022 because the big analyst firms are just coming out with their projections now. So let's look at some Gartner numbers. They're calling for an increase of 5.5% from 2021 to 2022 in terms of overall IT spending. So in dollar terms, we're talking an expected $4.5 trillion worldwide for overall IT spending in 2022. So it's a lot of money. As for the growth, yeah, definitely. On the growth side, it's pretty good. I mean, it's way more than 2020, which ended up about 1% higher than the year before. And if you recall, there was a huge dip in spending in Q2 of 2020 in that April, May, June timeframe as companies were, didn't really know what was going to happen. A lot of spending really slowed down. And then it picked up in the second half. But growth for 2022 is expected to be way slower growth than the current year. Spending in 2021 grew at about 9.5%. It's almost double digits compared to 2020.
Okay. I'm still trying to look at the good news, the positive spin on that, hey, worldwide we're spending 4.5 trillion and we've got still an increase in IT spending of 5.5%, to be predicted on average for 2022. So I think that's still a good news story, despite it being less than in 2021. What else you got? How does this break down?
Yeah, so let's dig into some of those different categories. So one big trend is enterprise software. And Gartner is expecting enterprises to build new technologies and software more than buying them. And that's part of the reason Gartner is looking for that overall slightly slower growth this year. Again, this is enterprise, so it might be different in the mid-market and obviously SMB, but it's a good measure of those high-level wins. And so enterprise software spending expected to be up double digits by about 11.5%. None of the big Gartner categories are supposed to be down. Of those devices, people bought a ton of devices in 2020 and 2021 to support all those home workers. Now those devices are still almost new. So we're looking at about 2% growth for 2022. Another strong sector for next year, IT services. Gartner's calling for nearly 9% growth in spending there for 2022. And then finally, data center systems are growing right along with the overall market. The expectation is 5.8%, which is right in line with that 5.5% overall IT market.
This is a great breakdown. I mean, we've got solutions kind of across the board in all these different categories, represented here on the summit today. So, what about priorities? What are the top priorities you're seeing for 2022, Scott?
Yeah, another great question. In other words, where's all that spending going to go? We did just talk about those enterprise applications, that in-house application development. So that's a big expectation. As far as a major trend in budget priorities, organizations have ingested a lot of new hardware and shifted infrastructure to the cloud and made big changes in terms of how they run their organizations in response to remote work and pandemic related shifts in customer behavior. So look for 2022 to be a big year of internal software development, creating new applications that incorporate those new and emerging workflows and processes. And there are two big priorities that are related to that in-house application development. One is cloud native platforms. So those are all the technologies you think of, containers, Kubernetes, but they're also the processes like DevOps, Agile, essentially that constant update process for applications. Another element related to enterprise software development is hyper automation. And this is essentially organizations' drive to identify, vet, and automate as many business and IT processes as possible. This has always been important to IT organizations, but it's becoming a priority. And it's also essential now because of all the changes to personnel and processes. There's a lot of new procedures to automate now that didn't exist a year or two ago. Let's shift sources to another analyst team. We've been talking a lot about Gartner. Let's look at some of the projections coming out of IDC. One of those is around software as a service and various other as a service categories. So IDC is projecting that by 2022, next year, 40% of enterprise IT budgets will be redistributed due to adoption of integrated as a service bundles. And they're pointing specifically to as a service bundles in security, cloud platforms, virtual workspace, and connectivity. So redistributing is an interesting word because, part of it is redistributing money from, on-premise infrastructure, maybe for, say like disaster recovery, to disaster recovery as a service. But it can also be something like redistributing from the central IT budget to a line of business budget. So, there's a lot going on there. IDC is also talking about something they're calling sustainability teams. And this is a global 2000 sized company kind of thing, especially, but it's an expectation that senior management is going to mandate their CIOs to implement sustainable IT. And they describe that as embedding environmental, social, and governance practices into the technology lifecycle from acquisition to disposal. So one more interesting thing to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited about the statistic about how 40% of the budgets are predicted to be redistributed to as a service type offerings. I mean, I think that jives really well with the types of solutions we're seeing here on the summit today. We've got database as a service, security as a service, data protection, and disaster recovery as a service, and many others. Low code, no code, type applications as a service. So a lot of really exciting statistics and predictions that you've uncovered there, Scott. But we better get back to the summit. We've got a lot more to learn about, a lot more innovative solutions to be seen still on the summit. But we'll be back later during the event. Thanks a lot.
And now it's time for our next presentation on today's Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. I'm excited now to bring in, from Red Hat, Paul Barfus, Senior Site Reliability Engineer, and Jacob C., Senior Consulting Engineer. Paul and Jacob, it's great to have you on. I'll hand it off to you. Take it away.
On Hello World, and we're going to be talking about managing infrastructure as code using Kubernetes operators. My name is Jacob C. I'm a Senior Consulting Engineer at Red Hat Open Innovation Labs, and I am joined here by Paul Barfus, who is a Senior Consulting SRE at Red Hat Open Innovation Labs. And what that means is that we are in a small consulting group within the larger Red Hat Consulting, with a big focus on teaming up with customers to change both, to evolve both technical solutions and ways of working within teams. So we're very focused on human-centered aspects of development teams and making sure that all of the needs of a company are addressed, not just technical, but socio-technical as well. So with that, I would like to pass it off to Paul to introduce us to what we're going to be talking about today.
All right, so yeah, one of the main things that we want to talk about is um, GitOps, infrastructure as code, and beyond. GitOps and infrastructure as code are hardly new concepts at this point. Something that I think most people are at least familiar with GitOps and infrastructure as code and why we do that. But just going to go over quickly some of the core concepts of that, and how we're taking in Open Innovation Labs some of these concepts and kind of taking them to the next level as we work with our customers in these types of residency style engagements. So that being said, when we do when we're practicing GitOps, one of the important things to understand is the difference between a imperative configuration and a declarative configuration, because GitOps is all about using declarative configurations to create your systems. And if you're in the imperative state, you're giving a set of instructions, follow these instructions and you'll get to the place that you want to go. If you're building systems, it's give me these things, and really when you're talking about infrastructure as code, the best way to do that configuration is through declarative configuration. We say like, okay, I want this to be the end state, and I'm not so concerned with how you get there, just as long as when we do get there that it gets to that state, to that eventual consistency of the things that we're asking for. So for example, if we're looking at a one of the kind of core Kubernetes objects would be a deployment. And so, we tell it, hey system, we want 3 of these hello world apps running in our deployment, and the system takes care of the rest. The configuration. You're not having to tell it step-by-step instructions for how to do that. And so as these things grow, deployment is just one piece of that you're having to track. There's all these other pieces, like you might have like a ingress or a route and a service, stateful sets, all these other Kubernetes pieces that we're needing to track and manage through GitOps. And next slide. And so that leads us into what all do we need to track now with code. And so this concept of everything is code, or sometimes do that as X as code. It's much more than just tracking just your infrastructure. It might be tracking infrastructure, configuration, even potentially policy or security. I think oftentimes it's a big aspect is, well, how do we, if we're tracking everything in Git, now how do we manage our secrets? Those types of things pretty common. It's like, okay, now that we're moving this direction, everything's we can't just start putting our SSH private keys into a public repository. So how do we track everything as code when we're talking about more than just infrastructure? So yeah, that might be networking, that might be continuous integration and continuous deployment. And so it's really more than just infrastructure these days. It's about pushing the boundaries of defining more and more things through code. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you start tracking more and more things with code, you'll find that you'll have a plethora of YAML in your repositories. And something I've noticed is it's not uncommon to even find that you have more YAML than you for your configuration than you do code even. It's not uncommon to see where it's all of the configuration around a service is more than the actual lines of code that you have on the service itself. So one of the next challenges you have once you have everything defined in, it might be YAML, it might be other, supersets of JSON, but typically most of these tools that we're using these days, people are storing that in YAML for the most part. And so, next slide, please. So now that we're tracking everything in a declarative way, we have all of this YAML. Now we need to figure out how are we going to get this onto our system. The shortest path to that is for an administrator to go in and run kubectl apply. start applying individual YAML files, potentially the directories of YAML files onto the cluster and start loading things up that way. But as these systems grow, that just doesn't scale very well. This is really the modern equivalent of SSHing onto boxes. If you're just running kubectl apply from your local machine, even if it is stored in Git, that's still, that's not really GitOps. If you're loading it up, once things look good, you're pushing it straight to master. That's not really GitOps. That's kind of taking the old ways and applying them to some of the new technologies. Okay, so the emerging pattern that we have here is, now that we have our YAML manifests, these might be straight YAML files, they might be Helm templates, they might be customized, but we're going to push those up to Git next, and then once it's in Git, we're going to have some automation take over to apply that to the cluster. So a common pattern that we see is, now that we've pushed our configuration up to Git, a tool like Argo CD will come in, and something might happen like, okay, now the Git push has happened, it's been merged into master, or whatever your branches that you're deploying from after everything has been reviewed, and then Argo is watching that, or a webhook fires to Argo to say, hey, we have some new configuration here, and then it will perform a diff and check, hey, what is the desired state and what is currently running on my Kubernetes cluster, and then it'll reconcile those differences to apply the latest changes onto your Kubernetes cluster. And that all happens automatically after you've merged everything in Git. Okay, so this next one, we're looking at a certificate resource. The first thing we looked at was a deployment. That's just a small example of a core Kubernetes resource, and a certificate is actually a custom resource. You can see that the API version there, Cert Manager, this is from the company JetStack, that's created this awesome operator that can go out and get a Let's Encrypt certificate, which then you can apply to your whether it's a Kubernetes ingress or a OpenShift route, and get those TLS certificates that are trusted from Let's Encrypt, which is awesome. So if we wanted to keep going that direction and using this type of thing, Jacob, what are some ways that we could use this in our cluster?
Yeah, so thank you. Now that we have learned some more about what proper GitOps practices actually look like, and some of those tools like Argo that we might use to manage them, let's look at how we're going to push the envelope here in this talk, and talk about a more novel approach to some of those things. And specifically, I'd like to talk about control planes just a little bit now first. And what is a control plane? Well, OpenShift has a control plane. OpenShift or Kubernetes has a control plane, and that's the thing that runs on the master nodes, and that's what's responsible for scheduling workloads across our cluster. More broadly, though, I think that we can talk about control planes as a concept, as a kind of system that's responsible for orchestrating actions in a coordinated way across a broader environment. And what we want to talk about here is how we might use OpenShift as a control plane for one of those larger sorts of deployments that includes some work in AWS or IBM Cloud or an on-prem OpenStack cluster, or anything else that you can reach out to using Terraform, interesting things like that. So we want something that builds on those GitOps concepts and acts as a sort of air traffic control for all of the tasks that we want to accomplish throughout our infrastructure. And as Paul mentioned, luckily for us, there is a standard interface that lets us leverage these built-in resource management patterns in OpenShift for some non-standard purposes. So at the heart of it, we're talking about the Kubernetes API server here, and specifically a function in there called custom resource definitions. Now, it's easy to take for granted the API server components of Kubernetes, but it is a very powerful thing, and it handles a lot of stuff for us. It's fundamentally our interface to the underlying distributed database that ensures a consistent state throughout our cluster. It's our interface for writing objects like we just saw, like deployments and services, and getting the status of pods and other things to ensure that our applications are running properly. And with the custom resource definition of function, we can build additional features into this Kubernetes API to store and retrieve arbitrary things for us. And that ends up being very powerful. This gives rise to basically the entire operator pattern that we're going to be talking about and leveraging here. But storing and retrieving these arbitrary objects is not particularly interesting in and of itself. But it does become interesting when we pair it with something called a controller. And a controller is just an application that reacts to changes stored in that database behind the Kubernetes API. It reacts to changes to our custom objects that we've created. So when we have a custom resource definition like that and a controller, that package together is what we're calling an operator. And that allows us to do cool things like this. Say, for instance, if I deploy an Argo CD operator to a cluster, and then I create an instance of Argo, like Paul was talking about before, instead of needing to create those primitive objects like deployments and services and routes in OpenShift to describe what I want to happen, I can simply say, hey, I want one Argo CD, please. And I want it to have these high-level specifications, like in this example, some admin credentials and a certain size and whether it's exposed to the internet or not. And the operator sorts out the details of what it takes to build out that thing for me. So you can see how this is a pattern for automation and maybe why we call it an operator. It's because it allows us to automate away the tedious parts of operational knowledge. So this example where we're deploying an Argo CD cluster or instance is a case where we would use these operators to do some work entirely within our OpenShift cluster. And that makes working within a cluster much easier, but ultimately we're still staying inside of OpenShift here. To try to push the envelope a little bit, let's talk about a different way that we can maybe leverage this pattern. We want to talk about using operators to manage our entire infrastructure stack across different kinds of clouds. We want to talk about reaching outside of our cluster now, because there's nothing fundamental about how an operator works that prevents us from using them in that way. So what does that kind of thing look like? I think it can look like a number of interesting things. For example, we can apply some objects to our OpenShift cluster or our Kubernetes cluster using standard YAML like we're all used to now, and get, instead of a deployment in our cluster, maybe we get an EC2 instance in our AWS account. Or maybe we apply an S3 bucket object and an AWS operator creates a new S3 bucket for us. Or maybe we have Ansible automation platform running somewhere and we can create an object that triggers a run of an Ansible template, or an OpenStack instance, or a Terraform run, or any number of interesting things that you can imagine that you might want to do across your broader infrastructure stack. So tying that in more with what Paul showed us as far as the GitOps side, we can see how an interesting picture starts to form here, where you can take a custom resource, for example, like a heat stack, which is an OpenStack term. If you haven't worked with heat stacks before, that's like an OpenStack resource template. We can take something like a heat stack, and a developer can write the specification for the type of system that their app should run on, and they could commit that to their Git repository alongside the application. And Argo could pick that up, and instead of deploying it to our OpenShift cluster or Kubernetes cluster like everything else, we can apply that heat stack object and get a and have that picked up by an OpenStack operator and have it deploy our application over there, or at least create the infrastructure to deploy our application over there. A good follow-on to this might be if we had something like an Ansible operator, which was mentioned before, where after we have our infrastructure provisioned the way we want it, whether it's in AWS or OpenStack or what have you, we can then trigger some Ansible jobs to go in and finish things like setting up virtual machines and things like that. So unfortunately, not all of these cool things are built into your cluster or even necessarily exist yet. But there are a number of ways to get involved in the growing operator community. So let's talk about where we can find some of these resources. You can find a number of pre-made operators on operatorhub.io. Operator Hub is also integrated directly into OpenShift. So if you happen to have a cluster sitting around, you can install and browse operators directly from there. And those do have a varying degree of support. Some of them will say marketplace, or some of them will say community, and it's spelled out pretty clearly the different levels of support that you can get of operators listed there. And you should give that a look, because there are already a number of operators there that allow you to do some of these things like we're talking about today, that leverage control over resources in public clouds directly from your OpenShift cluster. Things like the S3 operator, which was mentioned, or an IBM Cloud operator. Or if you find that what you're looking for does not exist yet, there's also the operator SDK, which allows you to write your own using a number of different methods. The logic for an operator can really be written in any language that you'd like to, because it's just a bunch of API calls to that API server that we were talking about earlier. But it does become easy if you rely on something like the operator SDK, which gives you these three sort of standardized paths where you can write an operator in Go, you can write an operator in Ansible, or you can leverage some existing Helm charts. So great. Now that we've seen where we can leverage or deploy some operators that are already written from Operator Hub, and how we can create our own if we don't find what we're looking for, and hopefully you've got some cool ideas for what you can use these types of patterns for, and some interesting ways to leverage GitOps to work with systems that you might not otherwise have considered. I think we'd like to open it up here for questions and answers on how we have been working on these things, and maybe if there was anything that you would like more details on, or examples, or anything like that, we'd be happy to do that.
All right, really cool, really educational presentation there. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Jacob. We got a lot of great questions coming in for you. I'm afraid we don't have time to do electronic Q&A, but Paul and Jacob are in the questions pane there of your audience console. They're answering questions as quickly as they can. So keep those questions coming. Don't forget about our best question prize as well. I know there's a lot of you who have questions about cloud native architectures, Kubernetes, containers. This is new, very new to many of us out here. So keep your questions coming. I did bring up the poll for everyone out there, and I'll leave that up on the screen while I announce our prize winners. The poll question says, what additional information would you like about the Red Hat solution? All right, so our next set of prize winners, we have 3 Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Rob Cromwell from Michigan, Jacob Quaid from Minnesota, and Diane Linehan from Massachusetts. Congratulations. After our next presentation, we'll have more gift cards, and that's the time where we'll be doing our next grand prize for the DJI Mavic drones. All right, thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. We do appreciate your feedback on these polls. Each of the presenters really value your feedback, and the polls as well as the questions pane are the best way to do that. So thank you. But we do need to keep the summit here moving. We got a lot of great information coming up. Speaking of which, I'm excited now to bring in our next presenter on the virtual summit. Welcome to Matt Kyle, Director of Product Marketing at Sequence Security. Hey, Matt, it's great to have you back on.
Hey, thanks very much for having me.
Absolutely. Take it away.
Great. So as the moderator said, my name is Matt Kyle. I'm with Sequence Security. And let's see. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Today I'm going to keep in the theme of understanding emerging technologies and strategies that the folks at Actual Tech have set forth. And the primary topic I'll talk about today are the 6 things your API security platform must do. Clearly, APIs have exploded this year, and they are really very much a double-edged sword, if you will. They are a threat actor's dream come true, and I'll talk a little bit about that, about why that is. But when you look at APIs, they're being used for virtually everything these days. They are the back end to many web applications, connecting directly to a back-end service like a database. They're the primary source of communications for your mobile apps, critical for containers, cloud services. You get the idea. From a threat actor's perspective, they also enable the fraud to be committed through automated bots. They can lead to data loss and network compromise, right? The weak authentication was the primary reason that some of the companies that listed at the bottom had API security incidents in 2020. You've got shadow APIs that are published outside of the traditional publication process, errors made that expose sensitive data, all of which has really led to a significant number of security incidents in the year 2021. And I really don't see that slowing down in any way, shape, or form. Now, when many of you might be thinking about or moving towards API security in the year 2022, the market itself is very, very crowded. I engage with some of the industry analysts, and in a conversation with Gartner recently, they said that there were no less than 40, that's 40, vendors calling themselves API security. So, as you move into this, it's going to be somewhat overwhelming. And the way that I look at the API security market, there really are 3 areas or categories of solutions. There's the API management. This is your API gateway, right? It's Kong, it's the AWS gateway. There's a whole list of different API gateways. Now, their primary purpose is to help you manage your gateways in terms of access control and authorization reporting. They do provide some level of security. It's pretty rudimentary in terms of volumetric controls and access control. There's the middle category, which is the tools that are more focused on the dev side, the tools that are going to perform some analysis on your APIs to look for potential vulnerabilities, making sure that those vulnerabilities are addressed prior to publication. They're going to look at security weaknesses, authentication weaknesses, those types of things. These are an extension of your traditional web app vulnerability testing, but they're focused primarily on APIs, which everybody should understand is a very different animal from a web app. And then there's the third category, the runtime visibility and threat prevention solutions. These are going to be, they're going to do a little bit on the DevOps side in terms of the visibility and the analysis, but they're going to do it at runtime and they're going to be extending further into the security side of things, where they're performing real-time analysis, looking for attacks that might be volumetric attacks on the APIs. It's important to understand that when you think about an API, even the most perfectly coded API can be attacked. It can be a volumetric attack. It can be an attack that tries to take advantage of the business logic that's built into the API, those types of things. So, really think about how you're going to go about addressing API security, what teams are going to be involved, and what direction you want to go in terms of the three different categories. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about what I think your API security must do. 6 things. Why 6? Well, it's one more than 5 and less than 10. So let's talk about the first one, visibility. Right? Any security professional is going to tell you that they can't protect what they don't know about. Right? That's pretty self-explanatory. Now, an API can be developed by any one of a number of different development organizations in your company. We have a customer who is a fairly large customer who is outsourced quite a bit of their API development to third-party contractors. So they have, in addition to that, they have distributed development groups globally. So you've got 5, 10 different groups working on APIs, developing APIs, and publishing them. So they can be published, within a defined process or potentially outside of it. During the analysis of this particular customer, they told us that there should be only 4 gateways through which the API should be funneled. Turns out we discovered 20 gateways, and so there was 16 gateways that were out there that shouldn't have been out there. So it's important to look for a solution that is going to allow you to integrate to any of your network elements, meaning you're going to be able to collect the APIs from those network elements, supports any type of application, service mesh, legacy APIs, web APIs, and can perform the data collection either inline, in a passive manner, or through an API. So you don't want to be forced into a particular architecture because the vendor has limited support for for any one of these different requirement elements. Item number 2, so time to value, right? We've seen scenarios where the API solution that is being deployed takes weeks or months to be deployed, right? You want to be able to get up and running quickly, right? Currently the deployment mechanism or the deployment architecture of choice that we see is a SaaS offering, where in a matter of minutes you can redirect your traffic from your CDN to the SaaS offering and begin analyzing your API structure within about anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes. And that really does accelerate your time to value. Once you start analyzing that traffic, you want to be able to apply policies that will begin protecting that traffic out of the box. It's really important to think about how quickly can I determine my API attack surface area, and how quickly can I begin protecting it. Number 3, this begins to delve a little bit onto the automated attack side of APIs, also known as bots, right? The API security, what we see in terms of APIs is most of the automated attack traffic is now coming across APIs. Over 80% of it, based on our analysis of our traffic during the year, is now across an API. So it's critical that whatever you look for doesn't impact the end user in any way, shape, or form. Doesn't force them to upgrade their mobile application, for example, because it uses an SDK. Doesn't impact your page load times. And the third critical element is to make sure that there's nothing that an attacker can see and reverse engineer in order to evade detection capabilities. All right, rolling to number 4. Breadth of API coverage. So this complements really number 1, the visibility requirement that I talked about, but it delves a little bit more deeply into specifics. Right, there are many different forms an API can take. Really, they are part of your mobile application. They are a single-page web application. There are known and unknowns. I talked a little bit about that earlier. You know, if you think about a large organization, the marketing department, for example, at the company I used to work with, was integrating into using APIs from a wide range of different marketing vendors. You know, we were tying demand generation tools into Salesforce.com through an API, and it was actually being done with very little security oversight. So that's an example of what you might call an unknown API. And those APIs might be leveraged. We had a customer where they were using an API to perform content translation. You know, they're a global company, so they were automating the content translation, and that API was whitelisted. Well, that API was that whitelisted API was unknown and was and outside of the protection of the Sequence platform, and the attackers were able to take advantage of that API. So critical that you take into account everywhere that your APIs are and begin protecting them, bringing them into the security umbrella, if you will, so that your data and your business is protected. You do not want to be the next Peloton or John Deere example in the news. That just is very damaging to your brand, really wasteful of resources. Efficacy. So this, the attack landscape or attackers have become very sophisticated. We see customers who are being subjected to a combination of automated, low and slow attacks that are then complemented by humans. So very difficult to detect using traditional bot defense or bot detection API security offerings. What you want to look for is the ability to how does the vendor detect and prevent very sophisticated account takeover attacks or shopping bot attacks where their attacks are distributed across thousands of IP addresses coming from a variety of different countries using a variety of different browsers, all with the goal acquiring the high demand item like a new sneaker release or a PS2 or an Xbox. Now this is critical, really, is that it be transparent to threat actors so they can't reverse engineer it, and the advancements should be able to track the attacker behavior as they are met with prevention techniques or detection techniques, and they retool to continue to try to achieve their end goal. All right, black box, not a black box. So it's very important that the solution that you choose has a threat monitoring service or some support mechanism that will help you analyze and respond to sophisticated attacks. Now, that's on the flip side, it's also critical that you have access to all your data and can manage policies. You should not have to engage with the professional services, wait for them to respond in order to analyze a particularly difficult attack or to make updates to a policy or to access the threat data for your own analysis. You want to look for that openness, if you will, an open platform that is conducive to a collaborative engagement with the vendor. It should support API management infrastructure, meaning you should be able to pull data in that augments the findings. Like if you have a threat subscription service, for example, you might want to be able to pull that into the API security offering in order to augment the analysis capabilities. On the flip side, you want to be able to export it out and use that data in your SIM or SOAR offerings, use that data to complement your existing security infrastructure with the end goal, really, of strengthening your security posture. You want to have that ecosystem integration to really strengthen and your posture and protect your APIs, your business, and your data. Now, obviously, there's a little bit of how we can help. Sequence is an API security company. Our roots are founded in the bot prevention arena, where for years we've been protecting some of the larger retail and financial services organizations from automated attacks. And as I mentioned, more and more those attacks are over APIs, roughly 80% to date. So, the challenge is we've extended that capability now more completely into the API security realm, addressing the customer challenges that you see listed here. Visibility, regardless of what solution you choose, it's critical that you find something that gives you full visibility of your entire API attack surface area, from the data center to service mesh environments to the edge. The second challenge that we help customers address is really those sophisticated API attacks. The best example of API attacks really is the sneaker bots, where they perform significant research on a particular retailer to analyze how the web purchasing process works, finding the APIs, tracking when the sneakers are going to be released, and then a concerted large-scale effort to get those sneakers before a legitimate buyer might get them. So It's something that we take pride in being able to perform. And then, being able to quickly respond to those attacks. So there's three components really to the platform. The underlying technology is CQAI. It's an ML-based analysis engine that determines behavior, malicious or legitimate, and then presents those findings and allows you to set policy based on that. And that can be done through API Sentinel or bot defense. So it's a discover the attack surface area, detect the different attacks that might be coming across that attack surface area, and then defend in real time to block those attacks from reaching those APIs. So really, and that's a very important point, right? When you think about API security, you want to think about where is the prevention going to be happening? Are you going to let that potentially malicious traffic get all the way into your data center or into your application infrastructure where you'll prevent it there? Or are you going to prevent it at the edge before it has a chance to subject negatively impact your APIs? All right, and so when you think about how we get deployed and once we're deployed, these are the use cases that you might be using Sequence to address. Obviously, discovery and risk classification, predefined risk assessment rules and custom risk assessment rules help you uncover things like weak authentication, sensitive data exposure, APIs that are non-conformant to a specification, and then the additional threat analysis helps uncover API attacks that might have an end goal of gift card fraud or loan payment fraud, or payment fraud. Or they might be taking advantage of leveraging your APIs to perform business logic abuse, content scraping, enumeration attacks, those types of attacks. So something to think about. Now, as an offer, we have the ability to sign up for a free trial. I've also given the folks at Actual Tech a data sheet and some other materials that you can download. And with that, I'm going to open it up to questions. The moderator want to come back on and see if we have some questions.
Absolutely, yeah. We do have some questions for you, Matt. While we take questions from the audience, I'm just going to bring up this poll question for everyone out there that says, what additional information would you like about the Sequence solution? And we appreciate your feedback on that. So yeah, there's a lot of great questions coming in here. Let's see, I'll just go to this one first from Bradford, who's asking, with Sequence being able to establish an inventory of APIs, could it also perform some sort of automated response to an attack that's in real time?
Yes, absolutely. That is really where one of our core competencies. So, it might be an enumeration attack or a bot attack, Bradford, but when we see that attack traffic pattern, we can block it, we can log it, we can rate limit it, you can geofence it, or you can send the findings to a firewall or some other tool that you might use for a response. So not only do we detect it, but we can immediately, in real time, respond to it.
Excellent. Yeah, that's really cool. And another question, what about the location of the APIs? Like, can Sequence monitor APIs, whether they're, say, on premises or in the public cloud? Does the location matter of that service?
No. it can be, that's the, one of the, I think it's it was requirement number 1 or 2, where you really want to be able to integrate with your proxies, your API gateways, your ingress controllers, so that you do exactly that. Collect the API information that you can track and keep inventory of, and protect. So no, the location does not matter.
Excellent. Rob is asking, how are you able to detect undocumented APIs, such as developer or debug APIs, that wouldn't be seen normally?
Well, developer or those APIs might be sound like they might be internal APIs, and so again, those it would depend on, it would require us to tie into, say, the gateway that's in front of your development environment, or your ingress controller if you're working in a container environment. So it all just depends on how we would tie into your API management infrastructure, and which APIs will you want to try and begin tracking and protecting and finding.
Okay, got it. And then, is there a risk and compliance, like audit type of report, that can be produced?
Yes. So there are all of the APIs are assessed based on three predefined risk assessment rules, and then you can create your own risk assessment rules. And they are rated on a scale of 0 to 10, and then broken down into what you might call high, medium, and low. You can risk. That information can then be reported on, and the information can be exported. You can also initiate remediation alerts via email, Slack, and a range of other tools, so that you can initiate an action by the development team, if you will, to fix, say, an API that has weak authentication, or to close up an API that is exposing sensitive data or not using appropriate levels of encryption, that type of thing.
Excellent. All right. Well, Matt, I'm afraid we're running out of time here in our live Q&A, but there's a number more technical questions left for you there in the queue. I just brought up the URL for everyone out there, the sequence.ai API security free trial. I encourage everyone to check that out. Matt, it's been great having you on. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much for having us.
For more information on Sequence Security, check out that API that's on the screen right there. Or if you go to the Handouts tab and click on Sequence, you'll find that you're taken to the Sequence Security website, and you can sign up for the free trial there as well. All right, I'll leave that up while I announce our next prize winners. We have 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards. These are going to Greg Reagan from North Carolina, Michael Funk from Indiana, and Jared Sheldon from Nebraska. Congratulations to those prize winners. And now it's time for our next grand prize drawing for 3 DJI Mavic Air 2 drones. These are totally awesome drones, and these are going out to Brad Jonko from California, Josh Winke from Michigan, and Rick Eastman from Utah. All right, congratulations to the prize winners. It's now time for our next presentation on today's Enterprise Virtual Summit. I'm excited to welcome Megan Connolly, Senior Security Solutions Engineer at Rapid7. Megan, it's great to have you on. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. I want to thank you all for taking time out of your day to join me. My name is Megan Connolly, and I'm a Senior Security Solutions Engineer here at Rapid7. And what I'm going to be walking you guys through today is how Rapid7's network and infrastructure scanning solution called InsightVM can help prepare your teams and organizations for the next celebrity vulnerability outbreak, which I know is typically top of mind for every security team and organization that we're talking to. So before we get into how Rapid7 can assist and help you prepare for these types of outbreaks, I do first want to introduce you to the Rapid7 platform as a whole. So InsightVM, which we'll be focusing on today, again, is our vulnerability management solution. That is not the only offering in our portfolio. What you can see throughout this wheel is we actually offer a wealth of solutions. These all happen to live on the same platform, which means they all have a single login. And a lot of these tools do integrate with one another, making it a nice platform experience. So I'll just touch on what these other solutions provide in case those also pique some interest. But today, again, we'll be focusing on specifically InsightVM. So just going around the wheel here, you can see the next item on this list is application security, and that is Insight AppSec. So that is our DAST tool. We also have Insight CloudSec, which is our CSPM, so Cloud Security Posture Management solution. Our XDR tool is Insight IDR. We just acquired a company called Insights, which has now been rebranded as Threat Command. So that provides monitoring into the clear, deep, and dark web. We also have a SOAR tool for orchestration and automation called Insight Connect. And then finally, we do offer services across multiple solutions that you see in this wheel. So not only do we provide technology, but we provide services to back that technology that we offer. So if you're interested in learning about any other product on this wheel, you could go to rapid7.com and request a demo on any of these, or just read some information that we provide on our website about what they offer. So getting into InsightVM. So again, what we're going to cover today is how InsightVM can not only help you build out a vulnerability management program, but it also can help you really prepare for the next 0 day. So there's 3 key components that InsightVM can help offer, and that's going to follow this detection, prioritization, and respond categories. So not only is this tool meant to scan your assets and detect vulnerabilities like a vulnerability scanning solution is intended to do, but there's other components of this solution that really help your teams understand within the detection side of things, what is within your environment. So it's really important to have an accurate idea of what assets exist right now. In addition to that, we want real-time vulnerability data. So if a new 0 day comes out and our data is stale, maybe it's weeks or months old, that's not going to help us. So having real-time visibility is absolutely important to knowing where you're at risk. And then that kind of boils into the prioritization side of things. So for those of you who are currently doing vulnerability management or have done it in the past, I'm sure you've all experienced the pain of how overwhelming the results can be. If you have hundreds or thousands of assets, then you typically have hundreds or hundreds of thousands of vulnerabilities. It becomes difficult to figure out where do you effectively spend your time remediating. So InsightVM does a really good job of not only helping you prioritize what vulnerabilities are most critical, but we can also help detect what assets should be focused on first as well. So I'll cover that component. And then finally, which arguably might be the most important piece here, is responding and mitigating this risk. So after we've detected where the risk lies and what we need to fix, how can we seamlessly assign out these efforts and track remediation progress? So a lot of the traditional vulnerability solutions, you must rely on reports and you have to manipulate the data to send it out to different teams. We have a few different workflows that make it really easy for the scanning and remediation teams to work together and be able to easily track what needs to be fixed versus what has successfully been resolved already. So starting with the detection phase. Again, the detection component is not just detecting vulnerabilities. Really the first stage is knowing what assets are in your environment. So keeping up to date with your asset inventory. Over here on the right, I've just included some icons for highly ephemeral environments, cloud environments, virtualized environments. I'm going to go into detail about how InsightVM can really help you keep up to date with what exists in your network. Another common challenge is visibility into remote users. This has become a common challenge during COVID. You often don't have all of your users in the office anymore. So if you have users that are in and out of the office, permanently working remotely, or they're on the road, it's important to get coverage for those assets as well, because they are technically still part of your threat landscape. And then I touched on this a little bit already, but it is important to have that real-time visibility. So if your data is stale, it's not really helpful to you. So I'll cover how we can help you understand where your risk lies on your assets as it stands right now, instead of a few weeks or months ago. So just starting with the inventory side of things, oftentimes we talk to teams and there's challenges where they have highly ephemeral environments, whether that's in a cloud environment, AWS, Azure, GCP is very common, or virtualized environments, VMware, Microsoft. If you're spinning up and down assets quite frequently, it can become difficult to know what currently exists in the environment right now, and are those assets getting included in our vulnerability management solution. We also talk to teams where sometimes the security team who's responsible for vulnerability management does not have a great communication with the teams that are spinning up and down new assets. So oftentimes new assets are getting added to the network that they are not aware about, and those assets are not getting added to scan groups or getting agents installed. So even though they are part of the threat landscape, sometimes the actual risk on those assets can go unnoticed. So we can solve these challenges in a few different ways. I first want to cover the discovery connections that you see here on the left-hand side. Discovery connections are a great way to automate discovering new assets that come onto your network. So this saves security teams a lot of time, where normally if new assets are coming on, you have to make sure that they get added to a scan group or make sure an agent gets installed. You can see in this list here, and it may be too small, so I'll read this out loud, but we can integrate with different services and tools that you already have in place to automate identifying the new assets as they come on and off the network. So in this list from this dropdown, there is Active Directory, AWS, DHCP, Exchange, McAfee, Azure, and VMware. You can hook into one, multiple, or all of these to, again, automate the process of identifying the new assets getting spun up. So for example, AWS. If you have a highly ephemeral AWS environment and new EC2s are getting spun up very frequently, it can become quite difficult to manually make sure that those assets are getting covered. With this connection, we can automate identifying those new assets as part of your inventory. While these connections do not then scan the assets after, we do have what we call automated actions that you can build off of these connections to say, for example, if a new EC2 is found from my connection, please automatically add it to my, let's say you have an AWS scan group. So you could either have it scanned immediately in that group, or you could have it wait until that next scheduled scan. So this is a really big time saver for the scanning teams, making sure that all assets are getting covered. And it's a great way to feel confident that you do have an accurate inventory list. What you can see towards the middle here is some real-time dashboard monitoring to monitor and understand the new inventory that's coming onto your network. So if you were to ever look at a demo of Insight VM, which I would highly request looking into, if anything within this presentation piques your interest, towards the end, I'll show you guys how to request a live demo. But we do have highly customized dashboards with Rapid7. So you can build out different views and data sets that your teams think is important that you would like to monitor in real time. A lot of those cards, like this one that you see here, can help you track asset trends. This one specifically helps you drill into new assets discovered on the network. You can see the default here is set into the past 30 days. We could change this to the past week, the past couple of months, the past year. We could even expand this card to see what those 17 assets are. So this is a really great way to have some insight into what are the new assets that have come on this network in the last month, and let's ensure that those are getting assessed in some manner. And then finally, we do have a ServiceNow integration with the ServiceNow CMDB. So if some of you are already leveraging a CMDB, specifically ServiceNow in this case as kind of your single source of truth for all assets, that is something that you can pull into Insight VM. So you don't have to start from scratch. So we can not only pull in those assets to then start assessing through Insight VM, but you also can tag those with ServiceNow indicators. So within Insight VM, you have a clear view of what assets have been discovered from the ServiceNow integration versus maybe Insight VM has found some assets that are not part of your ServiceNow CMDB. So it's a good way to kind of keep the two tools accountable. So this is really the first step in preparing yourself for a zero day. And that is, of course, knowing what assets exist, because if you are unaware of an asset, but it is still part of your threat landscape, that is going to be risk you aren't really aware of during those 0 day events. So again, first step, what assets are part of our environment? And then of course, the next step is going to be, what are the vulnerabilities and risk on those assets? So the next challenge, or actually the next two challenges I wanted to cover still on that detection phase, is getting visibility into those remote users and having real-time vulnerability data. So both of these challenges are actually resolved by the Rapid7 Insight agent. For those of you who have done vulnerability management in the past and are not familiar with doing this via an agent, I'm going to explain how the agent works. This is an optional component. You, of course, still will get scan engines, and you can deploy as many as you would like with a license, but an Insight agent can be supported on Windows, Mac, and Linux assets. It does have a lot of benefits tied to it, a lot of those solving the challenges of the remote user visibility and the real-time vulnerability data. So first, just covering how to deploy this agent, what it does, and then why it's beneficial. Then on the right-hand side, you can also see what the average specs are, because I know some people usually hear the word agent and are very adverse to it. I'm sure you all already have a ton of agents installed, so usually the thought of installing another is pretty concerning. Usually when I show these metrics, that alleviates the concern, because once I get into what this agent does, you'll understand why it actually is very lightweight. So the Insight agent, again, can be supported on Windows, Mac, and Linux. It is very easy to deploy. It's a token-based install where you will generate a token unique to your platform, and you could push this out through a software deployment tool, maybe like an SCCM or a PDQ. You could also automate this deployment by baking it into virtual images or AMIs for automated deployment. The reason it's so great for remote users is because it only needs a 443 connection to report back to the Insight platform. So oftentimes, if you are, only using scan engines, and let's say you are scanning weekly, but you have lots of remote users, those remote users oftentimes can go unscanned, because if they are not in reach of that engine during the scheduled scan, they will miss that assessment. So then these remote users can go weeks, months, maybe a couple of months without new data. So when a new 0-day comes out, you don't have the most up-to-date information on those assets. Whereas the Rapid7 agent, the way it works is it will install as a service locally, and every 6 hours, it's going to take a fingerprint of your asset. So it's going to look at the OS, the software installed, the services running, and the registry keys. We will compare that fingerprint to the one we took 6 hours ago. And then we will encrypt that delta, and we will forward it to the Insight platform for analysis over that 443 connection. That's really why our specs are so lightweight, is because we are fingerprinting, we are not actually scanning the assets with our agent. And as you can see, syncing to the platform every 6 hours, that's why this eliminates that challenge of not having real-time visibility, because new vulnerability information every 6 hours is pretty much real time. So now if a new 0-day comes out and you are mostly using agents, then you can be confident that the data that you're looking at is extremely up to date, and you don't have to worry about going to rescan your assets. So as you can imagine, the Insight agent has become very popular during COVID, with most users moving to a remote role. So if you have a way to install this agent on those users that are fully remote, then it's a very set it and forget it offering. You install it once, and as long as they're connected to the internet, you know that they're getting new information with that 6-hour check-in. So that completes the detection phase. Just to recap, it's very important to, 1, understand what exists in your environment, and then 2, be able to get that real-time visibility. So what we'll transition to next is the prioritization side of things. So again, if vulnerability management is something you're very familiar with, you've probably experienced the struggle of just too much data. So you have thousands or hundreds of thousands of vulnerabilities, and you have this very long report, and maybe you're sorting by a CVSS or a severity, and you don't have time to try and get that number down to 0. And it's very unrealistic to think you can get rid of all vulnerabilities. So what we want to help you accomplish is understanding where should you be spending your efforts based on the criticality of the vulnerabilities themselves, but also we allow you to tie in some of your own business context to be able to prioritize based on the criticality of your assets. So on the topic of 0 days coming out, I did want to cover the dynamic asset grouping capability, because this is really powerful if your data is up to date. So what we just covered, let's say you do have an accurate inventory list, you are mainly using the Rapid7 agent, and let's say wherever you are using an engine, you are scanning frequently. If a new 0-day comes out, you can quickly create a dynamic asset group to know what assets are at risk right away. So with our asset grouping, the example I have in place here is looking for a certain software installed on these assets. So for example, the one that people are very familiar with, the SolarWinds breach. This example is specifically looking for a vulnerable version of SolarWinds Orion. If we were to hit search, we would immediately get a list of every asset that has this version of software installed, and we could turn this into an asset group and make it dynamic. So maybe there are a few assets out there that have not been reassessed, and this is not up to date. If we turn a group into a dynamic group, that means the group will update as we get new information. So we can be confident that once all of the assets do get assessed, this group will be accurate of all of the assets that have this versions of SolarWinds. From there, we have a clear list of who we need to mitigate. Some other options you can do with asset search, we could look for a specific CVE, we could look for asset name, IP, OS. You're not limited to just software name. On a live demo, you could see even more use cases for this, but this is definitely a really great use case for quickly querying and understanding what is the scope of this outbreak if you are at risk at all. Then let's say this list comes back pretty large. So now we know what we have to mitigate, but we need to start figuring out where do we prioritize. So in addition to grouping assets together, we also can assign asset criticality tags. And these can be assigned at the group level. So you're not expected to assign tags one by one to each asset. For example, we could set in a criticality tag to every asset that has the SolarWinds Orion version 2020. The way criticality tags work, again, I don't know if this is too small, but from this drop-down list, you can see there's 5 tags that we offer. There's very low, low, medium, high, and very high. This is now giving you the power to impact an asset's risk score based on how critical it is to the organization. So if you implement this tagging strategy, and let's say you have some very high production servers versus maybe there's some testing servers or employee workstations that are in the very low category, if a 0-day comes out and you have a large group of assets in scope, we can then start to use these tags to work first on the more critical assets and then slowly start to move to the lower criticality. So this is a really powerful metric when it comes to figuring out, again, where do we start spending our remediation efforts? What is the most critical to the organization? So now let's get into remediation. So again, this may be the most important component of this presentation. We've already talked about knowing our inventory. We've talked about where are we at risk. Now we need to figure out how do we resolve these issues. So I have a couple screenshots here of Insight VM's remediation projects. Remediation projects are a really great way to connect the scanning and remediation teams to have a central location of what needs to be fixed. And from the remediation team's perspective, you have a really clear view of what actions you need to take and what you've already fixed versus what still remains open. So in the top right, what I've screenshotted here is how to build a project. So within a project, what you're doing is building a scope, and a scope can be anything you would like. In the case of a 0-day, maybe we have the CVE. So in this example, you can see in our filter, we are looking for a specific CVE. We could also do the example we were looking at before. Maybe we want to include assets with the specific software name installed, or maybe we want to look at assets with that very high tag and focus on those first and then get rid of the CVE on those assets. You have a ton of different options with the scope here. Again, if you're interested in this component, I would definitely recommend requesting a live demo. We can get into a ton of different use cases. But you can see the other items of filling out a project involve assigning out these efforts. So normally you would assign this out to the remediation teams who would be responsible for fixing these issues. You can assign to multiple people. We can set a due date. So when we would like this completed by. If it's a 0-day, we probably want this fixed ASAP. And then with ticketing, you can see down below here, we do have native bidirectional communications with ServiceNow and Jira. So this will automatically open up Jira and ServiceNow tickets. I'll explain what the bidirectional communication involves. And then finally, review and open up your project. Then down below on the left here, this is what an example project looks like. So an important component of the Rapid7 remediation workflows is that we take a solution-based approach instead of showing you the list of issues. So in this example here, we can see this is a project someone built specifically for Print Nightmare. And in total, we can see there are 36 solutions in this project. A solution indicates an action that needs to be taken. This would also translate to 36 Jira or ServiceNow tickets. That's an important thing to mention because a lot of teams that we talk to that are coming from another vulnerability vendor, they often struggle integrating with ticketing systems because they don't have much customization involved. And it typically will lead to hundreds or thousands of tickets because usually it's going to be 1 ticket per vulnerability. But as you can see in our case, 1 ticket per solution. Each solution, this is actually covering, there should be assets affected, and to the right of that, there would be vulnerabilities in scope. But you can see each solution typically will involve resolving multiple assets in multiple vulnerabilities. So we have found it to be much more efficient to focus on what are the actions to get rid of the most assets and vulnerabilities instead of sending you a list of issues. Because this project here, it's, as we can see, targeting over 100 assets. There's a chance it's resolving over 100 vulnerabilities as well. So projects are a really clean way for remediation teams to understand what they need to do. So in the case of a 0-day, you're not getting a report that you need to manipulate and send out to different teams. Instead, we have a view that's updating in real time that's clearly telling us what are the actions we need to perform. And then when we select a solution on the right-hand side, what you see right here is the information we'll provide per solution. So we're going to tell you information like what assets are in scope, what is the solution you need to perform, how many vulnerabilities are we fixing here. And then as you would continue down this icon list, it would give more detail into each of these items. So this check mark would say, if this is an update, this example is a cumulative update for Windows Server 2019, we would give the link to that update. The next icon would give a link into the Jira or ServiceNow ticket if you performed that integration. And then the icon below that will tell us what assets are in scope and what their current status is. Are they resolved? Are they remediated? And then finally, what vulnerabilities will be resolved by pushing out this update. And then just once more touching on the bidirectional communication with Jira and ServiceNow. The benefit here is some people we talk to, their remediation teams do not want to log into another portal like InsightVM. So if they are heavily working out of Jira or ServiceNow tickets, again, this example, we would have, for example, 36 Jira tickets. Within a ticket, it's going to tell us where do we need to update, what do we need to perform, and then if we actually fix this and close out the ticket, that implies we think we've completed our efforts. So whenever a ticket is closed, Jira or ServiceNow will tell InsightVM to move the solution from open to awaiting verification. And then once that asset gets reassessed and we confirm everything looks good, the solution will move from awaiting verification to closed. So the tool is self-validating for your users. So nice thing here is the remediation teams can either work within Jira or ServiceNow. If you don't leverage either of those two tools, you're not at a disadvantage because as you can see, a lot of people almost view the projects themselves as an internal ticketing system for vulnerability management. Another important component of these projects, I'm going to go to the next slide, is being able to quickly validate we have fixed something. So what we're looking at here is still a project. This is just a different one that we've opened. It's a little bit larger, 113 solutions. What you can see is when I select a solution, this button becomes available, and that is running a validation scan. So a lot of times people that we talk to, it becomes difficult to communicate with the remediation teams to verify if they fix something. Usually that requires running an entire new scan, comparing that scan report to the previous one and figuring out what vulnerabilities still exist. Whereas right from a project, what you can do is if you think that you have, for example, upgraded to the latest version of Oracle Java for this one asset in scope, we can select this solution and click Run Validation Scan. That's not going to run an entire new vulnerability assessment on this asset. Instead, what it's going to do is, and it's actually cut off from the screenshot, but it will only look for the vulnerabilities tied to the solution on the assets in scope. So it's a much more specific scan, so it should complete much quicker than an entire new assessment. And if our engine comes back and detects that everything looks good, the solution will then auto move to the close stage. So it's a really great way to rapidly verify you have fixed something, especially in the cases of a 0-day where you want to quickly make sure that you are mitigating this risk as fast as possible. So you don't have to configure entire new vulnerability assessments. We can just select these solutions and run those validation scans to get rapid feedback. One more component I wanted to cover on the response side of things is being able to build SLAs and making sure that you are meeting metrics that you've set for yourselves. SLAs, these can be related to tracking 0 days and making sure that we're fixing them quickly, but it also can just be SLAs for best practices that you're trying to meet, or maybe you have some compliance that is enforcing you to fix, for example, critical vulnerabilities within 30 days. This is a really unique aspect of InsightVM because a lot of people we talk to, this is a big struggle with other vulnerability vendors they may be using. They either have SLAs they need to meet that they are having difficulty tracking and keeping accurate, or they would like to implement SLAs, but just haven't because there's no great way to do it. So with InsightVM, we have SLA tracking. On this left-hand side, you can see how you can build an SLA. We have a few SLA templates that are pre-built for our customers just for common things people would like to track, but you can also completely build them from scratch. For example, this one that we built here in this screenshot, we can see very simple. We're trying to resolve 100% of this CVE on assets in our Boston office by the end of the month. So this is a really good example of if a 0-day comes out and you know you're at risk, let's build an SLA to make sure that all of those assets are effectively mitigated within, let's say a week of this breach coming out. Some other options you can do, not really related to 0 days, but as you can see, you also can track how your assets are configured. Actually, this could be related to a 0-day because when we are using an agent on your assets, or if we're running authenticated scans, we can see all of the software installed on your assets. So, maybe we want to track, let's make sure that no one has this version of SolarWinds by the end of the week. So you could also take that approach instead of looking for the specific CVE. And then on the right-hand side here, you can see your overall progress. So how are we tracking with this SLA? For a 0-day, we're probably not tracking this over the course of a year. This is something that we want to track immediately. But if you have other SLAs in place, that's something that's more continuous that you're always trying to track. That example I mentioned, fixing criticals within 30 days of discovery. This is where you can really see how you're improving over time. And the nice thing is if a goal, for example, both of these are at risk. When a goal becomes at risk and it's not fully compliant, we can drill into the non-compliant vulnerabilities and assets and turn those back into a project. So now we have a quick and efficient way to understand what is the quickest way we can get this goal back into the compliance stage. It's just following the solutions that this project recommends. So projects are more for assigning out efforts and seeing how you're progressing and closing out that project, versus SLAs is, trying to meet goals that the organization has set when it comes to remediating certain types of vulnerabilities. So at this point, that actually completes, the overview of Insight VM and how it can really help prepare your organization for the next 0 day. Of course, it's a great solution just for implementing a vulnerability management program, but we do, like to show that not only is it great for just having vulnerability management in place, but why it is so important for the next 0 day that comes out. And just to recap, on the detection side of things, that first step of making sure you have an accurate inventory list, knowing where everything exists, having real-time visibility into the risk on those assets that you know about. From there, being able to prioritize your remediation efforts. What do we focus on first? And then finally, being able to effectively respond. So knowing what we want to fix, assigning that out to the appropriate teams, and then being able to track and close out solutions as they get resolved. So I want to thank you all for joining today and listening into this presentation. If you would be interested in learning more about Insight VM or really any of our products, you can go to rapid7.com and request a live demo. Thank you, everyone.
Excellent presentation. Thank you so much, Megan. I learned a lot about Rapid7. I think this could help a lot of companies out there to better secure their organizations and better protect their data, from things like ransomware and malicious attacks, data exfiltration. So we got a lot of great questions coming in. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there in the audience. We appreciate your feedback on the poll that says, what additional information would you like about Rapid7? And we are we are routing all the electronic questions that have come in over to Megan and the Rapid7 team. So thank you for your patience while we respond to those. I'm afraid we're out of time for our live Q&A session here, but I will announce the winners of our next set of prizes, and I'll leave this poll up for everyone to respond to while I do so. All right, we've got 3 more Amazon $100 gift cards to give out on the summit today. We're giving out 36 Amazon $100 gift cards, plus our $50 best question prizes for each of the 12 sessions on the event today, plus our grand prizes. So a lot of prizes if you are recently joining us here on the virtual summit. The next set of Amazon $100 gift cards, these are going out to Brian Hoskins from Kentucky, Chad Klinger from Texas, and Patrick Bland from Illinois. Congratulations to all the prize winners. All right, and thank you to everyone who responded there to the poll question. We do appreciate your feedback.
All right, we're back with Scott Becker of Actual Tech Media, chatting more about emerging technologies and strategies, specifically trends for 2022 and beyond. Scott, it's great to have you back again. Now we're going to talk, I know, about security. So first trend here, what changes are we expecting around security in 2022?
Yeah, I'm sure there will be a lot of side swipes in 2022, just like every year for the last 20 years in security. But, as far as tools go, there are some interesting predictions out of Gartner that, they believe we're going to start to see some consolidation around security tools. And specifically, they're saying organizations will begin looking for single vendors who can combine, certain things, especially secure web gateways, cloud access security brokers, zero trust network access, and firewall as a service. So, security is always, new things are always emerging, and then, they become part of larger bundles as customers try to simplify, how they manage their security. But that's sort of where the front appears to be on tools.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. Having fewer tools is better, is more efficient. So I can see where that could help companies out there.
Yeah, it's almost like a continuous cycle. Another one that's interesting is a concept called organizational resilience, and this almost goes into a potential new buzzword, but sort of a superset of disaster recovery and planning, and bringing in your plans for ransomware and various disasters and organizational problems into organizational resilience is something that's being driven by CEOs and boards. To really improve the resilience of the organization to whatever might occur. And one other thing I wanted to talk about here was privacy laws. By the end of 2023, Gartner's research suggests that modern privacy laws, things like GDPR, will cover the personal information of 75% of the world's population. So, that is just continuing to grind on and cover more and more people. And it's an issue for organizations.
Yeah, and those privacy laws always end up being an IT issue of some shape or form. So, and I really like this idea of organizational resilience. I mean, one statistic I saw just when it comes to security spending, even here in 2021, is that companies are spending worldwide $133 billion. That's just this year, and I'm sure next year it will be, even more based on these estimations that we've seen. So security's got to be a huge budget line item for next year. And then moving on, Scott, what about ransomware? I'm sure there's someone out there in the audience saying that right now when you talk about security, but what about ransomware, Scott?
Yeah, I have not seen anyone predict that there will be less ransomware in 2022 than there was in 2021. Just looking for more of the same, unfortunately. Just in this increasing prevalence, the increasing number of attacks, the increasing ransom demands. It's just, sort of a nightmare that just keeps going. One interesting thing that's sort of a wrinkle in it, and this doesn't speak so much to how much ransomware we're seeing, but that nation states are legislating around ransomware, and this makes it complicated. There's always the philosophical question: do you pay? Do you not pay? More and more countries are passing laws or designating specific ransomware groups as terrorist groups, or some sort of putting them on the kind of enemies list where you're in trouble if you pay them. And that's in 2021, that number of nation states that had laws like that was about 1%, according to Gartner. They see that going up to 30% in the near future, I think by 2025. So it's just something that we're all going to have to keep an eye on around ransomware. And then one other thing that, I'm seeing with ransomware is just that it's becoming more of a board of directors issue. And, there are starting to be predictions that more boards are going to have just committees, the way they have a CEO, executive compensation committee on board of directors is sort of a standard practice. More and more boards are implementing security committees. That just look at the organizational security and the organizational risk. So it just, it's going up in importance. It'd be good from an IT perspective of having the budget to address those issues when the board is asking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if ransomware can put the company out of business, then the board is going to have to be more involved in preventing that type of thing from happening. And if companies are going to be prohibited by law from paying the ransom, then they're going to have some really bulletproof approaches to, or solutions to getting their data back and restoring that data back rapidly before the ransomware infection occurred. So very interesting statistics there that you've uncovered and predictions for 2022, Scott. One other one I'll throw in there is that according to VMware, ransomware attacks were up 148% just in 2021. And predictions are that that's just going to continue to increase. We've got some really awesome solutions here on the event today to help prevent ransomware as much as possible and then rapidly recover from ransomware if your data is impacted in some way. And I know we'll be learning about those more during the summit here today. So as well as other innovative security solutions as well. So thanks for chatting with me about security for 2022, Scott.
My pleasure.
Let's kick it now back to the summit.
Okay, super. And for our next session, I want to introduce Helen Patton from Duo Security. Helen, take it away.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Helen Patton. I'm an advisory CISO here at Duo and Cisco, and I am here today to talk to you about Zero Trust, and what it means, hopefully what it means to you, but certainly I'll be talking about what it means to me. In today's session, what I want to do is cover the basics of Zero Trust, which I'm sure you already know, but I'm also sure you already know that whenever you talk to anybody about Zero Trust, they have their own opinion about what that means. So I'm going to talk about what Zero Trust means. I'm going to talk about how you might fit that into your existing security strategy. I'm going to talk about how you might begin implementing Zero Trust, and then wrap it all up together. So I'm going to do all of that in 20 minutes, which is sort of an amazingly short amount of time. So I'm going to run through this really quickly and hopefully leave some questions at the end. I do have my eye on the Q&A panel though, so if you have questions as I go and if I can manage to incorporate the answer into what I'm talking about, I will do that. So feel free to throw questions out there as we go. So to begin with, a question of, well, what is Zero Trust? Like I said, anytime you talk about Zero Trust, particularly with the vendor community, you're going to get a slightly different view of what it is. Duo is part of Cisco. We have been now for the last 3 or 4 years, and even within Cisco, when we get 20 engineers together, it really depends on where people come from. So if you come from a networking background, it's really easy to think about Zero Trust as Zero Trust network access. Or if you come from a cloud-based SaaS application perspective, you might think of Zero Trust through the lens of users and data access. So everyone's got a slightly different view of what it is. So it's okay. This is how we roll in cybersecurity. But at Duo and at Cisco, what we try and do is break it down into basic tenets of what are the principles behind Zero Trust. So with that in mind, the basis of Zero Trust, and this would be true whether you're John Kindervag or the Jericho Forum or any of the people who've been talking about Zero Trust for the last 20 years, is Zero Trust, the principle of it says the perimeter is any place where you're making access control decisions. That could mean access via a VPN. It could mean access via a network gateway, a web network gateway, or a reverse proxy. Wherever an access decision is being made, that's where the perimeter is. Whereas before Zero Trust, we would think about providing access at the firewall, and then once you were within the firewall, you were inherently trusted. So what Zero Trust is not a lack of trust. Rather, Zero Trust just says the network is no longer enough to infer trust. Now, you can take network attributes into account when you're evaluating the level of trust you want to give someone or something that is asking for access. But in and of itself, network is no longer the basis of trust. So trust then becomes sort of the key word here. And one of the other tenets of Zero Trust is that trust isn't binary, nor is it permanent. So it's not that we trust you or we don't. Particularly in the security world, we're going to say, well, if what you're trying to access is a public website with public data in it, I don't really need to have a super high level of trust in you, perhaps. I can afford to be really trusting without a lot of evidence. On the other hand, if what you're trying to get to is a medical record or the Department of Defense's internal networks, I am going to require a very high level of proof of trust before I let you get to that asset. So trust isn't on or off. There is a degree of trust. And in the Zero Trust philosophy, you don't get trust and then keep it for forever. You don't get it and then lose it for forever. The level of trust you get is not permanent. And it varies depending upon what you bring in terms of attributes at the time you ask for access, okay? So we think about it that way. Then what we're doing with Zero Trust is replacing implicit trust with adaptive trust. So rather than saying, here you are at the border of our network, asking for access, we're going to give you access now, and then you get to keep it for forever, and you get to move around within our network as much as you want to, laterally or otherwise. what we're saying now is anytime you ask for access to any asset, we're going to evaluate your trustworthiness at that point of time. And then post login, we are going to continue to monitor your environment for risk and take trust steps accordingly. That's a big lift from where we were 5 years ago even, and we've still got some work to do for sure. So some things that are not true. It's not true that you don't need a perimeter anymore. So to the question in the Q&A about VPNs, there's still going to be a need for VPNs at some point, but it won't only be about VPNs. It won't only be about firewalls necessarily, right? It's also true that Zero Trust is not just about authentication and authorization, although certainly if you talk to Duo, that's the lens through which we think about Zero Trust first, but it's also about things like network segmentation, software-defined networking, device identification, those kinds of things. So there's more to Zero Trust than just an access request. There is a layer of architecture that has to go on behind it that you're going to need. Is Zero Trust going to be expensive? I'm going to argue with you to say no, it's probably not ultimately, but it will require some investment. So you will ultimately make a better choice in terms of customer experience. It's going to be cheaper in terms of your help desk, all of those kinds of things, but there is some investment up front. And no, it does not solve all your compliance issues, even if you are a federal agency or a supplier to the federal government and you now have to respond to executive orders that says you must do Zero Trust. Zero Trust will not solve all of your compliance issues, but it will solve a number of them. So some things to keep in mind there. So if you already have an existing strategy, how does this all fit together? First of all, some things to think about. The definition of strategy, which is here, I'm not going to read it, but really thinking very at a high level, a strategy is a longer term vision for what you're doing in the security space versus tactics, which are how you're going to get to achieve that vision. So let's call those things out first. We're going to say that when we create a security strategy, if you're a chief information security officer or a leader of the security program at your organization, you're going to take all of these things into account. Compliance, your business needs. Do you do a lot of mergers and acquisitions? Are you doing a big rollout of some on-prem application to a cloud-based platform? Those kinds of things. You're going to take into account good practice. You're going to take into account emerging threats, and I will use the term ransomware, so mark that off on your bingo card today. We do want to think about innovation within our security strategies as well, and of course, all of those things have to happen within the context of your organizational structure, and everyone has structured security differently for all of their organizations, right? So these are the elements of your security strategy. And now someone comes along and says, Zero Trust might be a good idea to think about. How does this fit in together? Well, the first thing that you would want to think about is what's the purpose of your security strategy ultimately? Cisco did a security outcome study in 2020. We're just about to release version 2 of that study. And the 3 main outcomes that were perceived to be really positive are a security program that enables the business, manages risk, and operates efficiently. And to which all the security people go, yep, we knew that, right? But what the security study found was the 5 things that you see on the right-hand side are the security practices that most positively correlate with achieving those 3 outcomes. So things like having a proactive tech refresh schedule, and having well-integrated security technologies are the number 1 and number 2 things that would most likely lead to your security strategy, enabling the business, managing your risk, and operating efficiently. So as you think about your strategy then, thinking about these elements of hygiene and efficiency and future focus, you've got things like knowing what assets you have, knowing which assets are vulnerable, using multi-factor authentication, using automation, and so forth, all the things that are on this slide. So if you're going to do these things then for your security strategy, how does Zero Trust fit into this? So if you look at the NIST architecture standard, and apologies, I know this is a little bit of an eye chart. I'm going to jump over to the next slide because that makes it a little easier. NIST basically says you're going to have a policy engine that is a decision point that is in between something requesting access to something that is an asset in the organization. So the subject, which could be a user, a device, an application, a printer, needs access to some other enterprise resource. We're going to have a policy enforcement engine in the middle. That policy decision is made up of a whole bunch of other things. You can see these arrows around the outside: identities, what you're seeing out of your SIEM, what you have from threat intelligence, what your industry compliance says you can and can't give. All of these kinds of things go into your policy enforcement point, and a decision is made at time of access to the resource. Okay, so I'm throwing a lot of things at you. How does this fit then with Zero Trust? So at Cisco and at Duo, we think of Zero Trust through three lenses: workforce, which is your combination of users and devices; workloads, which are your applications, your microservices, those kinds of things, typically sitting in the cloud, but not always; and then workplace are the things that still sit on your network, because most of us still have some kind of on-prem piece of our world, even if we're on a journey to the cloud as much as possible. Okay, so thinking of Zero Trust through these three lenses will help you decide where you want to fit this into your security strategy. So for example, if you work in an industry that has a lot of manufacturing equipment, a lot of IoT devices, you might want to look at the workplace use case as the place to start. Most organizations think about it through the lens of workforce because we all have administrative systems and we have employees and partners and contractors and those kinds of things, and we've got to be able to get the personal aspect correct. So a lot of people think about workforce first, but not always. But here's what we think about this. There's going to be a who or a what question. So the who being people and their devices or endpoints or whatever. There's going to be a trust point when people are accessing applications or when IoT devices are accessing the network. And there's going to be a locational element to each of these three. Okay, and to answer Jennifer's question in the Q&A section, there is always culture to take into account on this. So yes, how often people want to authenticate, how often, what kind of authentication device they're going to want to use, whether or not you're comfortable using biometrics, all of those things will play into this. But at a super high level, it's through these three lenses: workforce, workload, and workplace. There is a 5-stage step to each of these. So establishing trust, understanding what you have. This is the discovery component, the visibility component for each of these. Understanding the context in which they are working, enforcing the policies based on those things, and then optimizing. So in the Zero Trust Workforce 5-step program, because everything comes in 5s apparently, to take workforce as an example, you would use MFA to establish the user identity. You would use some kind of EDR solution, or maybe a device certificate, or maybe an application that sits on the endpoint that will determine whether the device is trustworthy. And that means, is it patched? Is it jailbroken? Does it have the current applications or the current browsers? Does it not have malware on it? You establish the trustworthiness of the device. Using the combination of user and device status, you enforce policies. You look at what the path is from the user and the device to the application and make sure that's secure. Again, this goes back to, is it a VPN? Is it split or full tunnel VPN? Is it a network gateway? Those kinds of questions. What is the path to the application? And you make that as secure and as standardized as possible. And then you apply anomaly detection over the top of that. So, and no, Duo doesn't require AD and domain user membership in order to provide access to the resources, Rob. So just a question to throw out there. There is a deeper answer to your question, but the high level is no, we don't. So how do you put it all together? The thing about zero trust and deploying it is you can't do it all at once. You've got to do it iteratively and obviously strategically. Think about the risks you have. So if ransomware is your top risk of the moment, certainly email security is going to be floating in there. So you think about your email application to application zero trust elements, but you would also think about your users and devices. So certainly having MFA is going to not only help you with understanding who your users are, but it's also going to help you with account compromise from a phishing attack. So think about your risks. Most of us already have some elements of zero trust in our environment. We may have firewalls for network segmentation. We may already have MFA, but maybe not everywhere, for example. Start with what you have and build on that. And from a business perspective, if you've got major strategic business projects going on, like mergers and acquisitions, or like a major upgrade of an application or something like that, tie zero trust elements to those projects in order to get attention to them and budget for them, and include whatever technology refresh you need into those strategic projects as well. Okay. So with all of that, Scott, I will hand it back and see if we have any questions that I didn't get to yet.
Yeah, Helen, excellent. We do have some questions, and while we're getting to those, I'm going to go ahead and put up the poll question. Just if you want to go ahead and let us know if there's anything that that you'd be interested in from Duo as far as additional information. But Helen, you know, I guess first off, I'll say you've got a couple of fans out there in the audience. Manish loves Duo, and I think Greg mentioned that they've implemented Duo across their campus, and it's been a good product for them. So, you know, you categorize security strategy into workforce, workload, and workplace. So which was the most important to secure first?
I don't think there's a straight answer for that. You know, I really think it depends on the organization. As someone who used to be a chief information security officer, I would say I would align it to your threat profile. So if you feel that your greatest threats tend to be focused on users and devices, I would go after the workforce view of it first. But for some industries, it might, like in healthcare, for example, certainly everyone's got user issues, but in healthcare, for example, there's a lot of question around device security and medical device security. And so you might think then the workplace view of zero trust might be a place where you would want to start out. I think there's that from a threat perspective. And then I think the second thing is build on what you already have. And so taking a look across your existing security technology architecture and seeing which pieces of zero trust you already have, build on those. You don't have to do things one at a time. You can do things concurrently. So, you know, bonus points if you can say build on what you have to address your highest threats, and starting in that place would probably be good.
Okay, great. We had a question from Johnny about can zero trust remote access replace my VPN?
It depends on what's behind the VPN, to be honest. So do you need to have VPN to do zero trust? No, but you may need to have VPN depending on the kind of hardware or technology that you're trying to connect to. So a lot of companies that I've worked with that are in a hybrid space will have a web gateway through which in front of which they'll put a single sign-on portal to get to their cloud-based SaaS app. And then they'll use a VPN to direct access traffic through to their on-prem network connected technologies, or their legacy technologies that don't yet have the capability of integrating well with the SAML SSO or those kinds of things. So chances are, if you're already in a hybrid space, you're probably going to need both for a while, and Duo can handle that. But you know, what your longer term strategy is a different question.
Okay, super. We had a question from Bradford. Is zero trust becoming an auditable checkbox for enterprises?
No, not yet. I don't think so. I think it is certainly becoming part of the common lexicon of security practitioners who need a solution that's going to handle a hybrid architecture. So if you've got anything sitting in the cloud, if you've got remote workers, if you've got remote users, chances are you're going to be needing some pieces of zero trust philosophy and architecture to make that work in a secure way. I'm not seeing it written explicitly into any compliance areas, with the exception of the US executive order that came out from the White House recently, but that really only applies directly to federal agencies. So I'm not seeing it as a compliance requirement that our external auditors are going to be worrying too much about just yet. But if I had to have a crystal ball, I'd say it's probably headed in that direction.
Okay, and we've got time probably for one more question. So, along those crystal ball lines, what do you see as the future of zero trust strategy?
I think one of the areas that as an industry from a security vendor perspective that we haven't really got great solutions yet is around the post-login monitoring and action piece of zero trust. So there's a lot of capability saying, before we give you access to something, we're going to evaluate your security profile and then give you access based on that. That's pretty comfortably available from a tech perspective. The continuous trusted access, the continuous monitoring piece of a post-login session has some work to be done still. And one of the reasons for that is that policy engine that I talked about. There aren't any policy engines that cover the entire technology stack from the network to the user and the data. So you're dealing with multiple policy engines right now, one for the network, one for your endpoints, one for your users, that kind of thing. You'll see a consolidation of policy engines, I think, and then you'll see better automated response capabilities around mid-session actions that need to happen. That's where I think we're headed. We're not there yet. And when I say we're headed that direction, I think in the next 18 to 24 months, you'll start to see better functionality there.
Okay. Well, excellent. Thanks for those insights. Really appreciate it. And thanks for a great presentation and for all your answers here in the Q&A portion.
Great.
Really, really great to have you on.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Okay, and before we get on to our next presentation, we do have another trio of Amazon $100 gift cards to give away. And so we have 3 winners for these cards. Brian Jurgensen from South Dakota, Alan Bench from California, and Kitsy Pepper from Texas. So I'd say come on down, but we'll send out the emails to you with the information, so we'll be in touch. Congratulations. And with that, let's get on to our next presentation. So we're going to hear from OutSystems, and we have Shannon Liao here with us. Shannon, welcome.
Thank you.
Take
Hi,
it away.
everyone. Hi. So my name is Shannon, and I'm a solutions architect at OutSystems. And today we're going to talk about how you can build applications fast, right, and for the future. And this is going to be the agenda for today. We're going to go over a quick overview of the OutSystems platform. And then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about one of our case studies of Humana and how they used our technology to address a real problem during the COVID-19 crisis. And then I'm going to show you the platform itself, do a little demo, and how we can use it to actually build an application in real time. So at OutSystems, we allow companies to rapidly create and deploy mission-critical applications fast, right, and for the future, and those can evolve with your business. So what does that mean? I think this is an important slide to show why OutSystems is rated #1 and what really makes our platform unique. #1 is speed, the speed to learn, the speed to create, the speed to deploy, and the speed to change. Second, it's very easy and fast to integrate with any other type of system that you're currently using. Out of the box, you get everything you need to create an engaging user experience. And you also have the ability to extend and incorporate your own codes throughout the platform. Number 5, security is a very broad topic, and we have many large clients and industries where security is paramount, and our platform has evolved to address those needs. And we also have many clients that are running mission-critical business applications at scale, so our code is optimized for both speed and scalability. For our DevOps infrastructure, we do have dependencies that check your portfolio of applications so that you can avoid broken deployments. And lastly, we do make it very easy for you to monitor your applications to proactively deal with any performance issues. So OutSystems is based on making custom development really fast, and that means you can build anything you want with it. But typically what we see with customers building really falls into one of these 4 buckets, either around customer experience transformation from making applications that give customers a wonderful experience, to workplace innovation, making it so that applications that your employees use allow them to be more efficient, or productivity apps, to process automation, replacing old processes that aren't as effective, removing manual processes from your day-to-day, and full-on application modernization. So now we're going to go over into the platform overview. OutSystems is a full-stack, full lifecycle platform for web and mobile development, which means developers can build applications from the ground up. Our IDE is called Service Studio, and I'm going to show you that a little bit later. And that's our low-code and visual development environment. And developers actually use Service Studio to build both web and mobile applications, which makes it really easy for cross-functional teams to speak the same language, and it also allows you to create complex applications. With OutSystems, developers also connect to web services, and they can integrate REST or SOAP APIs, cloud services, enterprise systems, or any databases such as Oracle, SQL, and DB2. And if you do want to extend the platform with custom code, you totally can. We also provide a full DevOps solution out of the box that supports the CI/CD of your applications, and those can also be integrated with your enterprise DevOps tools. We also support the entire lifecycle, meaning you can create a debug app visually, you can test them directly on mobile or the browser, you can deploy them across multiple environments, and monitor them with dashboards and management tools. And lastly, the applications created with OutSystems are scalable, and the platform enables different teams to create rich and engaging digital experiences with pixel-perfect UI. And if you want, you can also include your own CSS and JavaScript if you have components you want to leverage. So developers can do a ton with the platform, and our applications are architected for scale and performance out of the box. So this is not just us saying so. You can take a look. We are ranked very highly by both Gartner and Forrester. Here you can see that OutSystems is ranked as one of the leaders in Gartner's Magic Quadrant in both the multi-experience and the ALCAP Magic Quadrant. Similarly, we are also ranked as one of the leaders on Forrester's Wave. Now I want to show you a case study of Humana. Healthcare insurance giant Humana really wanted to offer their agents and customers a modern digital experience, but they face many more problems that I'm sure are familiar to some of you in terms of having a big backlog, complex IT environments, multiple technologies, and silo development practices. Their CEO really wanted to speed up their application delivery. So with OutSystems, Humana's digital team built its first application in just 8 weeks, and since then has delivered numerous solutions. Some are listed on this slide at a 4 times faster rate. When COVID-19 hit, Humana was actually able to adapt very quickly, and they teamed up with OutSystems to build the Agent First Look application. And this is a portal that they built in less than 1 month. This application allowed customers to search for COVID-19 testing centers, and at launch, Humana saw 35,000 sessions from 40,000 nationwide agents in just the first hour. So this really helped Humana improve their user experience, and their digital team is now able to deliver applications up to 4 times faster, which lets them innovate more and deliver applications that are built right and for the future. So now that we've discussed what OutSystems is and what the platform can do, I'm actually going to show you how you can quickly build an application in less than 5 minutes. I'm going to build an application that shows a list of movies with a basic CRUD operation that lets you create and update movies in just a few minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen right now. And you should actually see an Excel sheet right now, and it has a list of movies, and you can see the genre and the year, as well as the title. So what I'm actually going to do right now is just open our Service Studio, and you can see I have a list of applications. I'm just going to go ahead and create a new application right now from scratch. And I'm going to choose to build a reactive web app. And I'm going to name it Movie List, and I will upload an icon, and I have one already set here for you. I'm going to create this application, and now it will have a module ready for me. And OutSystems is components-based, meaning that you can compose an application of a number of individual components, and this is what we call modules. And in OutSystems, these are the building blocks with which you build your application. So now that I've created my first module, you can see that this is our IDE. This is my main canvas, which I will be building everything on. On the left over here, you will see a toolbox, and this changes depending on the screen that you're on. So if I'm on a screen, this can change into a set of widgets. But right now, it has options for me to build a screen or other options. On the top right over here, you will see that there are 4 different layers. The first one is processes and timers, such as automated tasks and events. This is user interface elements, such as UI flows and themes. The third one is business logic flows, and this contains client and server actions, as well as integrations. And you can see here that we can integrate with SOAP and REST. And the last one is data-related elements. On the bottom is what we call our True Change Engine, which is a capability of Service Studio that validates your application. And if there are any errors that's detected, this is where it will show. And on the top right here, it will show a big red X. So right now, it's allowing me to one-click publish. So what I'm going to do right now is actually import the Excel sheet that I just showed you guys. And there's an option for me to just import new entities from Excel. So I will go ahead and click that and import it, and you will see a bunch of stars happening. And if I click on it right now, you will see that it has already been imported. And you'll see what's really interesting on the bottom here is it does have different properties, and it will have text as the data type set for both title and genre. But for the year, it does automatically detect that it is an integer. So that's already set for me, and that's not something I have to go in and manually code. There's multiple ways for us to build a screen in OutSystems. One is we can actually click and drag and create a screen. You'll see a bunch of preset templates that we already have. You can also create your own screen. But an easier way for me is actually just to click and drag. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And you'll see that it's creating the screen right now. And what's really interesting is that it created 2 screens for me. On the bottom right, you'll see there are roles. There's one for anonymous and one for registered. The anonymous button means that anyone with the link will be able to access this screen. And if you do not have this checked, it means that someone will have to log in to see it. I'm just going to go ahead for the sake of the demo, click it so that we can go in without logging in. If I click on this movies, you'll see that it has already created a list of the movies for me. And there wasn't anything that I had to do in the back end. You can see that it was really quick for me just to import my Excel sheet into the database and then click and drag. I just clicked on the one-click publish button, and what this is doing is it's generating and compiling the code in the backend for me, and it's going to update my database and deploy the web application into my personal server. Now that it's done, I'm just going to go ahead and open this. If I click on this title button, I actually have one already. So I actually have a bunch of movies already set for you. You can see that it is very, very easy to sort the different titles of the movies. There was different titles, different genres, and the different year itself. So this is sorting already set, as well as pagination. So this isn't something that I had to go in and actually create. If I go into the matrix itself, I can actually change it. Let's just say I want to change it to 1998, and if I save it, it does actually save for me. And if I want to add a movie, I can do that as well. So you can see it's really easy to actually create a very basic web application with the different CRUD operations. So there's actually a lot you can do with the platform, but I just want to show you the basics of Service Studio and how you don't really need to be an expert developer to build an application. It's extremely easy to build one with CRUD operations, sorting, and pagination built in, along with anything else you really need. So thank you for watching that demonstration. And if you want to try out systems for free, you can actually click on this link right here. And if you want to talk to an expert, we do have a fantastic white gloves team that will be able to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And that was a cool demo. I really like the list of movies. I know that's an incredibly superficial observation, but the tool was really nice. That's great. So we do have some questions that came in. One of them is what are the underlying technology stacks? For
Yeah, so everything is written in .NET, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and it's actually currently running on IAS.
Okay. Yeah, and are there any dependencies, for people to have installed or not?
No, you don't. There aren't any dependencies. It's actually very easy to go onto our website, and all you have to do is download the application itself. We will create a personal, provide a personal OutSystems cloud server for you, so you can go ahead and actually, after this presentation, try it out for yourself, and you will be able to deploy your own applications for free.
Okay. Can OutSystems be used to build large, enterprise class applications?
Yeah, absolutely. So OutSystems is actually built to deliver secure and enterprise-grade applications that perform and scale to millions of users, implementing very complicated business processes. And we also have multiple customers that have built very large and complex mission-critical systems that have been built with OutSystems, so that's not a problem at all.
Oh, wow. Okay. And how does OutSystems integrate with external systems?
So OutSystems can actually seamlessly and consume and expose SOAP and REST services like I showed in my presentation. And they can also connect to existing databases and leverage hundreds of pre-built connectors in our platform called the Forge. And it can connect to various systems such as Salesforce and SAP. And developers can also weave in C# code to consume any sort of native .NET SDK and expose it through the visual model.
Gotcha. And are those some of the most common things that people hook into, Salesforce and SAP?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty common, but we definitely don't put any limitations on what you can integrate with.
Okay. All right, great. What about app stores? Can OutSystems facilitate with App Store deployments?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the back end, when it comes to the mobile framework, OutSystems uses Cordova to generate mobile applications. So at its core is a very responsive JavaScript application that's wrapped up by a native shell. And the OutSystems platform does take care of generating native builds for both Android and iOS with all required content. So developers only need to use a single code base, and they will be able to deploy to both Apple and Android.
Okay. And what does OutSystems do to help customers keep their applications secure?
Yeah, that's a great question. When it comes to security, we have an extensive set of built-in security features, and every application created with OutSystems is completely secure over its life cycle.
Okay, great. And the last question I had for you is just, you've got the free trial up there. What is the best way for people to get started? Like if they click on that, what can they do, and what do you recommend that they do?
Yeah, actually, so if you really want, you can actually just click on this link, and it will take you to a page that lets you get your own personal environment. And all you have to do is install the Service Studio IDE that I was using, and it is for free. And all you will have to do is log in, and you can use our Service Studio IDE to then create applications. We do have free training videos, and we do have free tutorials. And once you've created your first application, you can upload that to your personal cloud, and that application will be there for you to use. And you can also try and generate a mobile application if you'd like.
Okay, great. Well, I'm going to put up the poll for anybody, if you'd like additional information about the OutSystems solution. And Shahan, thank you, or Shahan, sorry, thanks so much for the presentation and the demo. This was really informative, and thanks for participating today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay, so we're going to leave that poll up there for a second. Just go ahead and fill out whatever you'd like to see about the OutSystems solution. Data sheets, technical white papers, customer case studies, pricing details, all those are options that are up there. And while we leave that poll there, I'm going to go ahead and announce the next round of gift card winners. So this is for the 3 Amazon gift cards worth $100 each. And our winners are Sigur Busov from Maryland, Stefano Nicolini from Michigan, and Timothy Hanberry from Connecticut. So those are the 3 winners of the gift cards. And we'll just leave the poll there for another minute, to give you a little more time to fill that out. For everyone who has filled it out, thanks very much. And we do have a couple more presentations coming up, so we've got more great content to come. Okay. Thanks everyone on the poll. And now we're going to get to one of our grand prizes, or I should say 3 of them. We have some Apple iPhone 13s, 3 of them to give out right now. And so our winners on this round of grand prizes are Tammy Wong from California, Bradford Roche from Ohio, and Becky Lamb from Colorado. So Tammy, Bradford, and Becky, congratulations. We will be reaching out to you about that, about those prizes. And now we're going to move on to our next presentation. We have Ryan Taylor from Transposit. So Ryan, take it away.
Everyone, Ryan Taylor here with Transposit, and I wanted to do a presentation on a new perspective on operational maturity. And this is, my own learnings based on 15 years of running operations for Hulu and Intuit, the company that makes TurboTax, QuickBooks, and Mint.com. And my learnings directly related to some of the challenges that you yourself might actually have in operations. And these are just things, by the way, that I became informed of by doing the job and found ways to operate in those environments. And so operations today, we have a ton of information, a ton of tool sprawl. We have tools everywhere. In every nook and cranny, there is a new tool to solve some new problem that we were completely unaware of. And so we have data spread across the matrix of all these tools and services, and APIs only complicates the context of pulling information, pushing information to the different tools. You have manual process. And so for the most part, I think IT service management, as an example, is still a very manual process: creating an incident, running an incident, mitigating an incident, resolving an incident, moving that into a postmortem or a post-incident review or a post-incident posture. All of those are very manual. And truth be told, incident management is the one thing that you can't afford to be manual in, because downtime is detrimental to your business and customers pay for uptime. And so manual process is obviously huge issue in operations, and potentially we'll talk about how you can solve that in the short term. Communication, another huge problem with just operations today. So whether you are, again, a DevOps, an SRE, a dedicated ops team, an engineer, you still have to be able to communicate to your stakeholders to let them know that something is either failing, not necessarily perfect, or is potentially going to fail or in a degradation state. And so this disjointed communication becomes a huge part of just operations challenges today. And then the last thing, and I think this is the thing that probably goes across all organizations, whether it's operations or engineering, it's just a lack of visibility. There is no single place to go to find the information that you're looking for or to understand what's happening. And so you're very much tied to, 5 different tabs open, potentially 15 different tabs open in your browser at all times, because everything now is kind of a SaaS application or something that's at least presented to you in a web browser. So operations today is full of complication, and significant portions of that have to do with tools or the lack of visibility in those tools, but then also how to communicate and then the manual process around those. So what is operational maturity? And I think this is why early on in my talk, I kind of touch on this, right? Ops is SRE, it's engineering, it's everyone. Ops is not a team, it's a responsibility. And operations, the ongoing running the business operations of services, of infrastructure, of pipelines, all of those things are operationally accomplished. They are accomplished by operations teams. And so it's a responsibility. Operations is present at every stage of the product lifecycle. And if you've ever seen the wheel of product development, there's the discussion portion of that. There's the building of that thing. There's the improvement of that thing. There's the scalability, the reliability of that thing, and then eventually the sunsetting of that particular product. And so if you're keeping operations in the loop throughout the product development lifecycle, the opportunity to nip a lot of these things in the bud very, very, very early in the process make for a more resilient application, make for a more resilient service, make for a more mature response to failure or degradation in those services. And then the last thing is failure is decoupled from incident. And this was a big game changer for me. So the ability to actually say we failed and to say that publicly was huge. To say that amongst ourselves was huge, because it opened up a conversation that led us to wonder if we had the ability to improve after failure. And so once we decoupled failure from the incident was the thing we did to restore service. The failure was the opportunity to learn. And when I say opportunity to learn, it means several different things, but ultimately it is, blameless. It is a real opportunity to have a conversation, to for lack of a better term, have a safe space where you can learn from these things and talk about these things. And everybody in the room who potentially could suffer from the exact same failure also gets the benefit of getting that information as well. One of the things that we did at Hulu was we tried to plot a course that said, what does operational maturity look for us, like to us? And the first thing was we identified the areas where we were very reactive, and customers being the monitoring. Do you know that your service is failing? Do you know that your service is having some issues? Do you know that some of your legacy services are down? But only when the customers are letting you know that. And so, a lot of times at this particular step, your customer service organization, your sales organization saying, hey, did you know that this is not working? I've heard this from 3 customers, 5 customers, 500 customers, worst case scenario. But your customers are the best monitoring. And so you're very reactive to that. You're not pre-planning, you're not prepared. Failure has unknown consequences. So a service goes down, a service is in a degraded state, and maybe you've got those signals, but you have no idea what that means to the customer experience of your particular product and or service. And remember that we don't differentiate between customers being the people that are paying for your service. It's internal and external customers. In a microservice architecture, some services are going to have a dependency on you, or you might have a dependency on other services. So it's really about what is the consequence of failure to my service or to my customer, my paying customer. And getting out of reactive requires a divide and conquer strategy. And it really does. It's for me and my team, we really focused on the symptom, the signal, remediation or mitigation, and then escalation if required. And so what we started to see was, okay, there was this signal. There was this expected symptom as a result of that signal, and the signal being an alert, some level of observability that we had access to or found access to. And then ultimately, once you actually had those 2 things, it was like the documentation. It was going back to the service owners, creating a partnership to say, hey, look, this failed. How can we get better? How can we provide a more resilient solution to your service being unavailable to the other services? And we really did divide and conquer, whether it was operations, whether it was the engineering organization, whether it was our resiliency advocacy team. Everybody played a part in pulling these together. So reactive, definitely not where you want to be. Preventive, you have an established incident management process. You're collecting the data that you think will be useful and having conversations, not necessarily to post up on a board so that you can be judged for your efficiency, but more, how can we make sure that we are measuring the fact that you are taking advantage of these opportunities in failure? And so you have an incident management process. You're starting to document the mitigation steps. And in my case, we rehearsed them. There was a point in time where Hulu was doing our very first Super Bowl, and we failed in the last 2 minutes of the Super Bowl, and it wasn't a large failure to the point that it was evident to every single customer, but internally it was a huge letdown for us. And every year after that, we took advantage of the fact that we had failed previously. We had learned from that failure, but we wanted to make sure that we were proactive in understanding potential failures before the Super Bowl came in the following year. And so we would do war room exercises where we took the collection of incidents that had happened in the previous year and use those as kind of like a replay. We use those as a replay to say, if this were to happen now, what would be the impact of the Super Bowl? And what came out of that was really interesting, because service owners would actually say, yes, this would still happen today, or this could potentially tip over, or this could potentially be an issue, and we feel like we can be preventive here and scale up. We can be preventive here and split traffic. We could do a lot of different things. And so it's not just documenting the steps, it's rehearsing them. It's making sure that you know what the run book is and how to execute that run book. You become a lot more self-aware as a result, and you become quicker. start to create shared responsibility between Eng and ops. And so this is where partnership really comes to fruition in the short term. You actually start to work with these organizations, you start to partner with these organizations, you start to have real conversation, not about the failures that are happening or not about the things that could potentially fail, but like, I'm inserting myself at the front end of the product lifecycle where I'm saying, hey, I'm seeing the design that you have planned. Where are we going to be able to provide value back to you as the engineering organization in a situation where we are expected to deliver a service 24/7? And so partnership was a huge part of this. And then, like I said, we're part of the product lifecycle. I had somebody at some point out to me that they were the caboose in the product management lifecycle, and that's never a great place to be. You don't want to take over some operational responsibility of a service that's launching on the day, or take over responsibility on the day of service launch. You really want to be aware of it well before then. And you might have to shim your way into that process, but it's a conversation, it's a partnership, it's an opportunity to provide value. And I can't stress this enough. The way that you get to preventative is you are of value to the teams that you are attempting to partner with. It is not a conversation that starts from, I have no visibility into your service or how your service is operating. It is a conversation about, if I do know what your service is doing and how it is operating, these are the things that I can do. I can help with mitigation, I can help with remediation, I can help with scale, I can help with resiliency, and you're really tackling the problem before it's in your face. Someone asked me this, is predictive really where this should end? Yeah, maybe. You've reached some level of operational maturity. You anticipate failure, you test for failure, you start to see a lot more testing in this phase, and alerts start to trend to a possible failure and predictive failure as opposed to something is failing. In this particular case, auto scaling is tuned to handle normal traffic. If higher than expected, we have load shedding and circuit breakers. So it's not just planning for that big rush of traffic. It's literally having that first part to make sure that you do it gracefully, and then the second and third part to make sure that even after what you expect, you're still prepared. And predictive is operational maturity in my mind. I think in my own experience, our final goal is self-healing, and we did reach some part of this. My example here, monitoring discovered latency for a core service, auto scaling executed, performance is normal. Based on the number of requests, we will scale down automatically. And this is really where it's like everything is kind of fine-tuned. Everything's firing on all cylinders. You also see something happening here where you start to alert on automation failures, not necessarily the failures of systems. You are reacting as much as you can in an automated fashion to solve these problems ahead of time. And then in the event that those fail, those become the events that you're really paying attention to. So failure is predicted and mitigated before the incident. Surprises are rare. So going back to reactive, where you're using your customers as you're monitoring, you're kind of listening to all of the external signals aside from the signals that you're firing for yourself. Those are all surprises, and in a self-healing environment, there'll still be surprises, but they are rare. And ultimately, what kind of leads us directly into our demo of Transposit, there is automation, and you start to look at automation differently in the sense that automation requires a rule set. When something happens, I do this, I do this, I do this. When you're running a 24/7 business, and specifically one that is beloved by the people that are using it, one of the things that you have to take into account is there are circumstances by which you would not want an automated action to take place. And so human in the loop says there are two options. There's the option to do A, or to do B, or potentially not do anything at all. But having those be a manual automation, they can still be automated, but they're dependent on a decision by a human, is a superpower. The ability to say, yes, we can automate this, but given the contextual information of everything else that I know, should I automate this? And so having that human in the loop automation piece is part of self-healing too. It also opens up the ability to automate, because those things that weren't great automation candidates, when you add a human in the loop automation piece to it, it becomes super powered. Operational maturity at the end of this really is, you buy for the industry standards and you build for the gaps. I'm going to take a minute to run you through a demo that we've done in the past. So Transposit is a platform that drives a lot of the operational maturity that we've outlined here. So we have an automation platform over the top of ITSM that is completely extensible to a number of different workflows, but ITSM is specifically what we're going to demo today. So we're no code or developer customization. You can pick and choose. You get workflow across tools and teams, and human and machine data is together. So I can actually provide a timeline update that says, hey, this is the action we're taking right now, but I can also show the output of the action that I took directly in the timeline. It's a very powerful communication platform. All right, so I'm going to run you through a quick demo of Transposit. So when we open Transposit, the very first thing that we see is a collection of runbooks. Now, runbooks are much like the runbooks you are creating today, with very few exceptions. They are the steps and the remediation steps, the contextual information that you're pulling into your triage and mitigation efforts or resolution efforts. So we have a list of runbooks, but I want to take you into the first set of runbooks. Very simple. I think most people, when you look at this, kind of understand the formatting we have here. You kind of get the context of the runbook. Now let's actually look at one. So from this page, I'm going to say, let's create a new activity. And these are the different activity types. I'm going to choose KubeCon incident, and I'm going to say experiencing latency in core experience. It's just generic enough to make sense. And the description is, we are seeing and I always use executive summary as current conditions, actions, and needs. And current conditions, actions, and needs. What's happening now? What actions have I taken to get myself out of that situation? And what I need. Oftentimes what you need are more people, more time. And those things are great to communicate when you're giving an executive summary. And this one we're going to say glue code. Investigating is the preferred term when you're starting an incident. And I'll just say this. Someone told me this a long time ago. If someone says, what is the status of this incident? The best, and technically maybe not the best, but one of the most effective communication skills is to say we are investigating. Everybody understands what that means. So at first glance, you're going to see this page, and you see that description, the executive summary, and then the last Transposit update. So simply by creating this incident, I've kicked off a workflow that aims to A, stand up my incident posture, but B, set me up to take action against what's failing. And so immediately you see this as a KubeCon incident, you get some contextual information over here. You also get a Slack channel. So I'm going to go ahead and open that, but we'll come back to it. So if I go over to the timeline though, this is where the magic happens. So I've run this runbook, and let's just check out what this runbook actually did. So the very first thing it did, create a Jira, create a Zoom conference bridge, notify a Slack channel, and then get the AWS EKS status. And so what we've done is we've daisy chained or action chained these four things together to automatically run when I execute this runbook. And so we have a Jira ticket right here. We're going to go ahead and create a Zoom conference bridge, and we're going to use the ticket number that we created here as the description for the Zoom meeting. And so we get that as well. We've notified the incident tracking channel. Very interesting, because a use case we hear often is like, hey, I actually have to communicate to 4 different channels and different information in each one. You can absolutely do that. You could communicate to the incident tracking channel. You can notify the on-call channel. You could let your customer support team know, hey, there's an ongoing Sev 4 incident that we are investigating. You can actually do that. And then the next thing you see is this get AWS EKS status. So I'm actually going to post an update real quick. Are still investigating. Oh, yeah. And so when you post that we are still investigating, you see that this is the latest transposit update because I've provided a manual update. But going back over here, this is where the sauce is happening. This is where the automation really shines here. And so what you can see here is I've automatically created a Slack channel for this incident. I've automatically decorated it. You can see that the executive summary that I've provided is now pinned to the top. And if I click on this, it's always pinned to the top. This is very helpful for those that are joining an incident later or were called in for a mitigation effort. So this is a two-way communication. I can actually call Transposit into this channel and use it much like a Slack bot. So I can look at runbook runs, and this is the one that I'm running. You see where it says in progress. So you know what? I'm just going to go check and see if there were any recent commits that could have potentially pushed this core experience service over the edge. And you can see this is run by me. So the identity that's associated is myself. So, oh yeah, there was a couple commits. Let's see. Let's go ahead and scale this up. We're seeing some latency on a core service. I'm going to go ahead and scale this up. So I'm going to scale EKS, and this is the web. You saw me define that earlier. So we have 2 instances running for web. Let's go ahead and make it 4. Let's double the number of instances we have here. So while that's running, I can actually go and, getting ahead of myself here. I'm going to go ahead and choose this again, and then I'm going to choose this exact same runbook. And I'm going to go ahead and let's see if that scaling is working. So this is a generic graph, but you can imagine a world where this is Grafana, Datadog, any number of APM / time series data that you want to pull over. And in this case, we went off a cliff. That is not the number of customers that are logged on, because that would be bad. This is, some performance metric that tells us, hey, look, it looks as though we are back to, pre-incident levels. So yeah, this actually looks pretty good. Looks like we're in a resolution state. I'm going to go back to my runbook real quick, and just going to go ahead and generate a postmortem doc. So the thing about a postmortem doc that's always interesting to me is some people put them in Google Docs, some people put them in Confluence, some people want to create a ticket potentially in ServiceNow or Jira where there's a problem ticket associated. All of those are accomplishable. You're going to take this information and then dump it into the tool of choice. In my case, I actually just did it to a Google Doc. So I'm going to show you what this looks like real quick. Now you have a formatted and ready doc that you can begin decorating in order to get your postmortem process started. Everything that I did just now in Slack, and I hope that was a seamless experience for you, is also available in the timeline. At this point, if there was an SLA here of 15 minutes, we're well below that. We've made significant improvement in just the operational maturity we have in following a process, documenting it, executing it, testing it. We've probably saved and shaved time off the total mitigation of this incident simply by having a run book that engaged the people that needed to be engaged and included the automated steps to mitigate or remediate ourselves out of this customer impacting event. So with that is the demo. We do have some context here. This is the run book that I just ran, and this is what it would look like as it was authored. We have the concept of actions, and hopefully we have enough actions for you out of the box that you can be effective in your role. But in the event that we don't, we actually have a dev platform, and the dev platform allows you to access additional options within the API that we're specifically calling on your behalf to add additional functionality, to add some of the logic that you use currently. This is not necessary, but it is an added bonus. You have the ability to build your own connectors. You have your ability to build your own actions. And if you know Python or JavaScript, this is very approachable for you. So again, we have runbooks, access within the context of an activity, and automations that we refer to as actions, and an action library that you can choose from. as well as a dev platform where you can author your own actions. Thank you all very much for the time. I hope this was informative. Good luck in your operational maturity, growth, planning, process, progress. And if I can be of any help, please let us know. Thanks.
Okay, great. So thanks to Ryan and Transposit for that presentation. Really good presentation, really good demo. I always like to hear the term chaos engineering, but the low code, no code there, and the run books. A lot of great insights on operational maturity. We do have our poll up. This is about what additional information you'd like to hear about the Transposit solution. The choices are data sheets, technical white papers, customer case studies, pricing details, personal demo, if you'd like to try it yourself, or if you're already a customer, are some of the options there. So I'll just leave that up for a minute and give everybody a chance to fill out that poll. Appreciate you doing that. And while I leave that poll up there, I would like to announce the next round of gift card winners. This is the Amazon $100 gift cards. We've got another 3. And our winners are Benjamin Phillips from Louisiana, Patrick Sang from California, and Kim Thomas from North Carolina. So Benjamin, Patrick, and Kim, congratulations. We'll be in touch with the details of your gift cards. So thanks for being on for that, and we'll just let these leave this poll up here for just another minute. Okay, well, let's move on to our next presentation. So we're going to hear from SimSpace and Kent Wilson, Director of Sales Engineering. Kent, welcome to the summit. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Fantastic. All right. Well, I guess a quick introduction. My name is Kent Wilson. I lead the sales engineering organization here at SimSpace. And with me in the background, I also have Sean Walsh, who is our leader of our marketing organization. And I am excited to jump in here and tell a few stories about working with ranges and more importantly, I guess, focusing in here on helping, understanding how cyber ranges can help an organization manage risks, realities, and results in 2022. As we kind of jump into this discussion, I'm angling to get us to a place where I can show off a little bit of the technology. So we're going to talk a little bit about the challenges and the realities facing security leaders today in the space. Talk a little bit about what a cyber range actually is and some various lenses, the lens of people, process, and technology to kind of think about the great use cases for cyber range technologies. I'll be able to jump into a little bit of a demo, and then we can talk through some of our forward-looking thinking about the benefits of using a range. So as a starting point, ranges themselves, they really represent this bridge between operational excellence and changes both to the workforce, the threat landscape, and overall defensive posture in an organization. And when we talk about the realities of this space, there are some big ugly numbers that come up when we think about the challenges that security leaders face. So the reality is that the overwhelming challenge is really that there's just an increase in complexity, an increase in the size of the attack surface, and there's just simply not enough people to solve the problem. And so as we look at these numbers, the first one that jumps out is this 2.7 million people missing from the security workforce to fill the jobs that are out there. And what this means, when you ask a security leader what are the challenges, we almost stop talking about the fact that there's just not enough people. It's sort of like saying, is there oxygen in air? Yeah, there is, and yes, there are not enough people in cyber to solve all the problems that we have organizationally. But what this means for leaders is that cybersecurity professionals are going to be expensive. They're going to be, it's becoming harder and harder to keep them in one place. And there aren't a lot of good mechanisms to grow your own or to create your own unicorns here. So this represents a really big challenge for folks. The other piece here is this idea that 78%, I'll highlight this number for us here, but 78% of CISOs are suggesting that they have more than 20 security products in their tech stacks. That's just a massive number. And when we start thinking about return on investment and operationalization of that many technologies, it is a tremendous challenge put upon people. And how do you ensure that those technologies are all integrated appropriately, that we're getting the value we expect from those? And that somewhere in this idea, thinking just for a second that each one of these tools might have a somewhat porous surface, how do we make sure that all those holes aren't lining up to create a clear way in for an adversary? And the final piece of things that I think is interesting in these numbers here is this idea that there's 700% increase in attacks on IoT and OT attacks. So the attack surface is not only broadening, but there's been a real pivot to taking advantage of systems that are generally where the security of those is not as well understood as it is in the traditional enterprise environments. So moving forward from there, talking now a little bit about sort of what Gartner does a nice job of talking about is this notion of the operational demands, and then in the next piece, the operational expectations coming out of a security organization. So we talked about those big numbers behind us here, but really the goal here is, and what's being asked from the challenges that we have here, and what's being asked then from those leaders is to simplify the security stack while providing more capability and really expanding the scope of what they're protecting. So doing a whole lot more with less. And thinking then sort of the yang to that previous slide then is the business needs that are coming from security. So the expectation now is that security leaders are going to be able to not only address the massive gap in people and the incredible complexity in the tooling, but that they're going to be expected to really focus in on brand reputation, and that from a board level and from an executive leadership level, they're going to be able to produce meaningful metrics to demonstrate return on investment for those security tools. Nobody wants to be on the front page of the New York Times, and security cannot be a money pit for organizations. So I guess the next step of this really is, what is then a cyber range, and how can that be impactful in solving all of these problems? A range is a emulation environment designed to have realistic presentation of networks and infrastructure. It's a virtualized space where folks can jump into the environment. They can work as teams. They can work as individuals. They can practice destroying things in a non-production way. They can practice the latest threat defense techniques. As a red team, they can come in and practice the latest offensive techniques. And then they can bring that all together. It also operates as an environment for organizations to affect change without having to impact production. And so when we think about configuration changes or new patches or the latest countermeasures, validating that those countermeasures work, it's difficult to do that in production. You can't easily run tests to validate that your countermeasures are set up correctly. So having a range and a place to do that without all of the constraints of change control, enterprise change control, or in an OT environment impacting knocking something over that's a critical infrastructure system, are really important features of the range. When we think about needing then as a leader to come up with metrics and be able to operationalize to do a better job with the security piece, looking at it through the lens of people, process, and technology, or teams, technology, and process, These ranges offer a place to run assessments and exercises, and those assessments and exercises can really help identify gaps in individual training or identify gaps in team performance. And you can measure then inside of a range, how many hours are people actually working on training? What are the assessment scores? The playbooks that we have in place, are we properly enriching tickets and with all the different systems that we have in place? So the ranges offer a place to improve training measurements, to really drive efficiency in process, and to help kind of align technologies with frameworks out there like the MITRE ATT&CK and other coverage frameworks to help understand whether or not a system really, or rather a security program, is really covering all of its bases. So I'm going to jump now from actually this high-level discussion of what is a range and jump into a range to show off what this looks like in real life, and how maybe a live action event or a exercise might be conducted. So at this point now, folks should be able to see what's being called the Demo Business LAE, which stands for Live Action Event. And in the SimSpace platform, you know, a range starts with a representation of a network. And in this case, we've got a templated network that is designed to look like a medium business. It's an air-gapped environment. It's got a internet or a gray space. So this is a simulated internet, which allows users to come in and interact with different websites, interact with different web applications. It's got a space in there for your red teams to hide or for automated attacks to be launched from. And then moving in from this notion of an ISP, you've got inside this range edge routing, DMZ, your traditional infrastructure servers, as well as a place for your security stack to exist. And in a well-built range, the technologies that are being deployed from an infrastructure perspective mimic the production environment. The tools on the security side of the house mimic those security tools that are being used in production. And they offer an honest-to-God way for defenders to practice their craft. And in this particular range, we've got several user segments, and I'm going to show off some larger ranges later, but the idea is that this is a great starting point for an organization to come in and practice. And when I talk about practicing, every one of these is actually a live VM. So if I were to jump into, for instance, and let me increase the size of things here so folks can see what we're looking at, but I've got a number of Hunt VMs here for people to, for a blue team member to work on. And if I were to pop open that console, the experience for the user is going to be one where they get to actually work on this just as if it were their own workstation. So, you know, jumping into this particular host, I have access to all of the traditional forensic tools or SIM tools that I might work on in a regular day. The other piece of thing that's happening is then in this environment, we're creating a living and breathing network through the use of user emulation. So if I were to jump into any one of these individual hosts, so maybe we go and check out what somebody's doing here in accounting. And again, if I open this particular view of the world up, I can see that this individual's surfing the web. I've got 4 folks actually running simultaneously here in another screen. But of course, they're in there, they're writing emails, they're spending time on Facebook, which sounds like something accounting would be doing. And really creating what we talk about is that living, breathing network environment. So endpoints that have productivity tools being used, they're creating logs, they're generating Windows events. You've got network traffic that's being pushed through the environment. You've got users that are responding to emails. They're opening the links. They're downloading those potentially malicious files and executing them. And this sets the stage then for really robust training exercises. And so when we think then about creating a training exercise, a lot of what we're doing at SimSpace, at least, is informed by a lot of work that we've now done with organizations like Cybercom, and we also represent the persistent cyber training environment for all of the cyber protection teams and cyber protection brigades. But the way that those organizations run events really starts with this idea that you can set up an event for a set of meaningful objectives, come in, spend time, setting up the blue side and the red side of that environment, and then running your events, conducting an assessment, and having an after-action review. Every one of the people involved in those events gets a role, and then the system provides very specific access to the tools that they need to do their job. So if they're a blue team member, they have access to the blue team. A red team member has access to the offensive tools, and a control cell member has the ability to kick off and run the different sorts of injects into that environment. A good range and a good event has objectives, and these are the things that then get used to produce those those metrics that are needed to demonstrate value and demonstrate improved capability on the defense from the security team. So in this case, you can build out objectives to align with your blue team's work. You can build out objectives to align with your red team work, but then also tie these objectives to automated attacks so that you don't need to have a red team there to actually conduct the attacks, but you can go ahead and have an attack system that's been built out to automate these different attack campaigns. And at SimSpace, we've actually leveraged our red team capability to build out a large number of pre-built scenarios that align with the tactics, techniques, and procedures of named threat actors like Lazarus and Oil Rig and Patchwork, but also very generic events like dealing with ransomware or an adversary coming into the environment, conducting lateral movement and leaving with important information. You can set these up to be launched in an ad hoc manner. And once the range is set up and you've got your blue team positioned in the network, like we talked about, sitting here in their blue space, you can go ahead and you can actually kick off these events. And in SimSpace, they're broken out into their component pieces. When I go ahead and kick off an attack, I just hit the start button, and our automated system will go ahead and start running the attack, selecting its targets based on whether they exist as part of the key cyber terrain or whether they've got PII located on them, and it will search for the right systems to attack. So in this particular case, we can watch then in real time as our automated attack system is making choices, choosing which systems to attack, sending emails to those users on those particular systems and waiting for them to respond by clicking the link. We can watch all of that happen here in the network impact map. And so when I go to a network impact map, you can see here the systems chosen this particular host in the accounting environment. This becomes a great way to help teams, if they're falling behind, understand what is actually taking place. We can look at the steps as they're being run through. So this is going to be a phishing this is going to be a phishing breach leveraging an attachment. Somebody's going to click the link and it's going to start running Mimikatz to pull in user information. We're going to crack the passwords. We're going to start moving things laterally and move on. Well, while all that's taking place, your defenders have the ability then to leverage some ticketing tools to go ahead and leave notes behind about what they're finding, or actually go in and actually take preventative measures and stop the attacks from proceeding by locking hosts down or using intrusion prevention systems to prevent certain types of communication out, any number of things that they might do in their normal day-to-day business. As they leave these notes behind and the events continue to run, as the event completes, we can take those events and link them then to the automated attacks. We know when those attacks took place. We know when the defenders left their notes behind, and we can use that to provide some objective scoring. The idea here is to really be able to quantify how well did my teams do during those events, how well did they meet their objectives, and if they didn't, what sort of gaps did that uncover, and how do I then close those gaps with either additional training, additional technology, or a cleanup in process. So I'll stop sharing now and move forward to a quick discussion. I showed you a range that was approximately 100 nodes. These ranges can be extended out to thousands of nodes. And at the end of the day, it really is about focusing in on things that make this environment as lifelike as possible, but then adding things like user emulation and bringing simulated attacks in there so that you're not dependent on an offensive team to create those opportunities for training. There are a lot of obvious and maybe not so obvious results that an organization can get from deployment of a cyber range. And so we talk here about 45% improvement in cyber readiness. That's based on some studies that we ran for a few of our financial customers who are working in the ranges, and that's typically based on events that run, multiple events over the course of a year, that 5 or 6 of these events. But what I think the big takeaway from these results is that they help organizations really go from that book smart to actually experiencing something and practicing it. So it's not just a certification that somebody understands how to do something, but that they've demonstrated the skills in the environment with the tools and actually had results. One of the things that we hear from one of our customers was there's no greater feeling than actually seeing an attack unfold for the second time, kind of referencing that they've already seen this in the range, and now they're seeing the bad guys do it in real life, and what a wonderful feeling it is to know that they know exactly what to do next. There's also, a lot of metrics that get pulled out of this as evidence that compliance is being met and that security posture is good, and that there's a place for managing configuration so that, pushing a patch doesn't turn into weeks of fixing a mistake. The big numbers that come out of these sorts of engagements, and these really are things that our customers have asked us to measure, come down to, what we've experienced is that people really do improve their ability to defend against attacks. And that the time, more importantly, the dwell time is significantly reduced when teams understand how to work together. This idea that teams working together, that they automatically understand how to work together, you can validate that. But one of the things that one of our customers was saying was, man, it is so great to know, we uncovered that during shift changes, our cases just were not being handled correctly. We really were dropping the ball. So this becomes one of these things where you can actually really address different sorts of process, handoffs to people, things along those lines. So one of our customers expressed seeing 60% increase in their ability to address process gaps and specifically around shift changing. Employees love to be invested in, and so having a place for them to train is a really valuable experience for most employees. It helps both to build out and upskill the ones that you have, but keep them for the long haul. And we continue to talk about this notion that it's difficult to actually do proper configuration changes in production. So having a space to really vet out that a configuration change is the right one is important. So on some final thoughts here, I wanted to put this screen up because when you look at this, I mean, I'm sure everyone recognizes a lot of the technologies here. And yes, all of these technologies can be easily implemented in our range, but what I think is interesting is this is 25 technologies. And we talk about needing to have 20 technologies. So if you're not daunted by sort of a screen of this many things to actually need to be able to integrate and make sure are working correctly and that they're providing proper coverage, then you are much less flappable than me. So I put this up here because this is, one of the big challenges is dealing with these technology stacks. Having a place that you can bring these technologies into quickly, effectively work through the implementation and integration of those is paramount. So some forward-looking thoughts kind of end on. The reality is that this stuff is complex and you can't break things in production. So cyber ranges provide a great place for to practice, to deal with that complexity. The people piece is self-evident. There's a skills gap that's going to take years to close. Cyber ranges help to address some of that. These are things that are validated by our customers. We've got 5 of the top global large banks working in these ranges, as well as U.S. Cyber Command. They believe that cyber ranges are the key to effective operations in cyberspace. And if you believe Gartner, they also say that this is a place to improve cyber maturity and readiness. So I'm going to leave it with that and offer, Sean and I will be here to answer any questions if they come up.
Okay, sounds good. Kent, that was really cool. I just have to say, as someone who lives near the Aberdeen Proving Ground, northeast of Baltimore, where they do a lot of artillery testing that shakes my house. I'm assuming the metaphor there is like an artillery range.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Very neat.
A metaphor can be an artillery range. It can be, we talk about gunnery ranges and all sorts of other places, but that's exactly right. I think artillery is great because these ranges are destructible, and all you have to do is flip a switch and you can turn them right back on again, start over again.
Yeah. What is the advantage of using, of using the SimSpace approach as opposed to, setting up your own test environment or using like a DR environment for this kind of thing? What are some of the things?
Yeah. Okay, so I think the biggest thing is just that setting up these spaces is difficult. When we talk about creating a lifelike environment or something that mimics your own infrastructure, most people have a hard enough time maintaining their own space, much less a second space or a third space for running these sorts of ranges. And so having then pre-built ranges and having automation built into that, so that when you decide to go and do something that is destructive, you can bring that range right back up again, is incredibly advantageous. It also allows you to swap out different pieces of technology that maybe you wouldn't be able to do in a DR environment. So I mean, being able to sit down and say, I want to go ahead and deploy this EDR tool now, and 5 minutes later say I want to deploy a different EDR tool. Those are some heavy high lift operations in a DR environment or in your own lab. So having a place like SimSpace, which provides all of this underlying lab space and automation to do that, is incredibly efficient and effective.
Very cool. I had a question from Bradford. Is it possible to upload my thing just refreshed and I lost the question? let me
so
switch
possible to
screens
upload
back.
current firewall settings and switch settings. So I think I
That's
see
the
the
one.
question, which I'll read it again. It's is it possible to upload current firewall settings, switch settings, and manufacturers, workstation images, router images? You get the idea. So yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that's great about ranges and specifically SimSpace, you can bring in gold images to the space. All we need is an OVA or some sort of virtual image to migrate into the space. Most vendors actually create virtual appliances for all the different tools that they leverage. So bringing those in and swapping those around once the range is built is 100% doable, and one of the things that people get so much value out of when they work inside the ranges.
Yeah, and a similar question is, how scalable is it? You mentioned, sort of hundreds to thousands of nodes, but how high can it go?
Our biggest customer has close to 25,000 VMs running at a single time.
Jeff put in real life war games, and your colleague Sean, I saw, answered, it's like Whopper. Very nice. Oliver is asking if you can explain how SimSpace integrates all the technologies currently available.
So the range itself, I mean, the integration in general speaks to putting these different technologies into your environment and having them interoperate with one another, operating inside of that sort of security mesh that you create. And so the range itself provides the exact same levels of integration in the range as one would have outside of the range. But additionally, we have the ability to take various pieces of automation and add those to the process for building these pieces out. So we integrate inside the range, leveraging sort of the same API type integrations, or however the intended integration path is. But then we can also integrate the results into production log aggregation solutions, and we're working to create additional integration in the platform such that people can even through the API build out a lot of great workflows that take these ranges into account.
Okay. A related question: what are the resources and time and people needed to stand up a cyber range?
Sure. So in general, we tend to find that standing up a cyber range, if you're doing it yourself, can take on the order of weeks and months to get something that even brings together 50 separate systems. And that just has to do with being able to stand up and deal with all the individual network, the complicated networking that exists oftentimes in these production-like environments. For in a system like SimSpace, where we have created templates and created really efficient mechanisms for swapping systems out or adjusting some of the networking component pieces. We have wizards that will build a range in as much as 10 minutes. So you can start from nothing and have an entire range built out and organized and blueprinted in about 10 minutes. And then, standing all those systems up can take a little bit longer. But traditionally, the resources can be pretty intensive. It means having somebody who understands your organization's tools, understands the network configurations, and then can bring all that together into your own virtualized space, be that an ESXi environment or AWS. SimSpace looks to go ahead and really collapse that entire build cycle by giving you the building blocks you need to quickly assemble these range spaces. The partnership that we generally have with our customers is one where we will offer professional services to get things up to speed very, very quickly, and then train people how to make the changes themselves, so that longer term, much of what we were looking at becomes self-service in a SaaS platform.
Gotcha. Manish has the question, what's the overhead on the core workstation and apps? And I guess I'll expand that a little bit. What do you recommend as far as where people, put this range and what kind of resources are required?
So I think the overhead question might be coming from a technical perspective, like how big can these systems be, and it's a little bit of probably a licensing conversation as well. But in general, the platforms are designed to, I guess what I would say, typical overhead for like a workstation and other systems tends to be, I want to make sure I'm answering this correctly. Am I getting this right where we want to talk about like what is the CPU usage and RAM usage? Is this a technical question, or are we talking about overhead from a people perspective?
I think it's technical. That's the way I read it as well.
Okay. So at the end of the day, overhead is what it needs to be in order to work, in order for these integrations and these platforms and these systems to all coexist with one another. So traditionally, if we're talking about user workstations, it's going to be 4 CPUs plus enough RAM to make those things meaningful. And we bring all that together. We focus more, though, today, we focus more on the actual number of nodes versus the actual resources that are being used to run those individual nodes. And so we work with our customers to size out based on the number of individual systems that they need in the environment, and focus less on the actual overhead of each underlying system. So if a system, for example, an IPS, intrusion prevention system, requires 16 CPUs and 32 gigs of RAM, then that's made available because that's what's needed for that particular intrusion prevention system to work. But we try and, we've built out a model that allows us to average all those things together.
Gotcha. Okay. We had a question from Chris. How does this protect against zero-day threats? Any thoughts on that?
Well, being able to respond quickly to threats in general is probably the most underrated thing in responding to zero-day threats. So, a lot of talk is about how do you detect zero-day threats and how do we prevent zero-day threats. And we rely pretty heavily on technology to do that. And so, at this point, you say, well, those technology vendors that you're using for those detection and prevention tools, that's a question for them. But when we talk organizationally about how do we deal with zero-day threats, there's a lot to it. There's not just the immediate detection, but what is our process like for responding to this threat once it's landed? How do we prevent and mitigate damage? And all of those things are really built around muscle memory from a responder perspective. And so getting your people and your process aligned, this is a fundamental piece of responding to zero days and dealing with zero-day threats. And there's no better place to get that muscle memory than inside of a range, to get your 10 free lives before dealing with the adversary in real life.
10 free lives, like a video game. Very nice.
Yeah.
I guess, maybe time for one more question. What kind of expertise is needed to run training events in a range like this?
Well, I can do it, so clearly not very much, but I tease. So, you know, at the end of the day, building the ranges requires a modicum of understanding of the way that networks are built and systems are integrated. But at the end of the day, running a range and running an event in the range is dependent on the overall objectives and whether or not you're going to be using automated attacks. So if you're going to take, like what I just demonstrated, some automated attacks and run those inside of a range, there's very little technical expertise needed to do that. I can go ahead and just launch that attack, and as long as I understand what the attack is intended to do and I can read through the tactics, techniques, and procedures, there's a lot of sort of atomic events that take place in each of those, and we can read as they take place and throw tips and hints over to the defender teams if that's what's necessary to get the most out of those training events. In practice, it's best to have somebody who's knowledgeable about the way the attacks are being conducted. But running the event we've tried to make it really simple in that you could just launch attacks, you can watch them take place, and at the end of the day, you can come back and you can look at what people have done, how those attacks work, the timing of those attacks, and the timing of the response.
Great. Well, Kent, thanks a lot. Great presentation, great demo. Appreciate all your engagement here in the Q&A portion as well. And thanks to Sean in the background there answering questions as well. Appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for participating.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks everyone for participating.
Okay, and before we move into our final presentation, we do have another round of Amazon gift cards to give away. So these are the $100 gift cards. And our winners of these 3 cards are Lisa Henke of Wisconsin, Ryan Rossenkamer of Pennsylvania, and Megan Fairchild of Washington. So Lisa, Ryan, and Megan will be in touch with you about your cards. And now let's move on to our last presentation. We've got ServiceNow, and I'm going to turn things over to Martin Barclay, who's going to act as a master of ceremonies for this presentation, and he'll tell you a little bit more about Mike and Patrick. So, Martin, take it away.
Welcome everybody to today's briefing on software request automation. First off, please do not rely on forward-looking statements in this presentation to make purchasing decisions. Today's speaker lineup features 2 of our top solution consultants. They're subject matter experts in this topic. Patrick's in our IT workflow practice, and Mike specializes in software asset management specifically. And myself, Martin Barclay, for Integration Hub. So let's start with why we're all here and cover the business value of automating software requests. So these are the top 3 challenges that IT leaders are facing in today's world of constant, rapid, and unexpected change. First, the need to reduce the overall cost of providing services and to reinvest those savings in innovation. Second, to unlock IT productivity and free up people for more strategic work to support changing employee and business needs. And third, to improve issue resolution speed and experiences to drive employee satisfaction and productivity. These can all be overcome through digital workflow automation that ultimately delivers the business resilience, speed, and agility needed for organizations to survive and grow in the face of all this change. So let's take a look at the problems in the way of achieving the goals we just talked about and the resulting symptoms that you see on a daily basis. First, disparate tools and siloed systems mean slow response, slow resolution, swivel chairing between multiple systems. Second, there's a lot of different ways, most of them manual, for employees to request services. And third, there's a lack of visibility into process performance, which means you can't measure and improve. So what's the value of automation? Well, the bottom line is that it improves the flow of work and reduces costs, which delivers those outcomes of igniting productivity, delighting employees with fast self-service resolution, and freeing up employees for more strategic work. You can see a few of the quantified benefits in the slide. Now, most of you are already realizing a lot of this value today with ServiceNow ITSM. Today's webinar is about how you can take that value even further by extending ITSM into software request automation complete with cost and compliance governance and controls. So our SCs, our solution consultants, have run something that we call the clustering recommendations utility. It's machine learning. It uses predictive intelligence to analyze incident and request records of your production data. We've run this at over 600 customers. And the production data has told us that these are the top 5 request types that will save you the most time and money through automation. In the aggregate, software requests rank 3rd. Let's take a look at why software requests are costing so much time and money. So without automation, agents are flooded with phone calls, messages, and tickets for software requests, and either level 1 agents or sometimes for sensitive or privileged access apps, level 2 support has to get involved. Swivel chairing between ServiceNow and external systems, in this case, Microsoft SCCM, to perform the necessary work to resolve those tickets. So Integration Hub, client software distribution, automation, takes the swivel chairing and all the work that needs to be done in SCCM to install and remove software off the plates of level 1 and level 2 support, freeing them up for higher value work that drives that business agility and competitive advantage. Now, all the level 1 and level 2 staff that were burdened with the mundane task of telling SCCM to install or remove software from a user's machine can move on to more rewarding work. We'll also show how ServiceNow Software Asset Management completes this picture with cost controls and governance. Now let's take a quick look at the business case. So this is an actual customer example of a clustering analytics business value assessment. You'll see in the bottom right that software requests are the number 5 request item type for automation at this customer, and they're getting 2,000 of these requests per year. So let's cut to the chase and see what the bottom line is in terms of time and cost savings that this customer could realize with software request automation solution. Number 1, they could drive 99% faster resolution from 101 hours to 1 hour. They could realize $261,000 in labor cost savings, nearly 8,000 hours of productivity saved. They would see a huge increase in employee satisfaction for this request type, and this doesn't even include the cost and utilization efficiency benefits of software asset management. This is a pretty amazing return on investment for a single request type. So software request automation, our solution that we're presenting today, enables you to get to that business case value that I just talked about faster than any alternative approach, because it's all on the Now platform that you already have. With out-of-the-box integration to SCCM, all you have to do is really assemble and configure. There's no coding, there's no customization, there's no integration required. The solution consists of 3 components. First, virtual agent and service portal for 24/7 self-service with fast resolution. Virtual agent can run in Slack, Teams, Workplace from Facebook, Now Mobile, and Service Portal, wherever your employees are. Second, software asset management for spend control and governance. And third, Integration Hub client software distribution, workflow integration for SCCM for installation and removal. This is all out of the box, all in the Now platform, built and supported by ServiceNow. With that, it's over to Patrick, who will walk you through the solution. Patrick?
Thanks, Martin. All right, yeah, so now let's double click a little bit deeper into how you can use ServiceNow digital workflows to solve this problem. So let's talk about the software distribution process as it stands in your organization and many organizations today, right? Users don't know where to request software. Do they need to email Allie the admin? Do they go to a portal? Is it SharePoint? Users typically don't know. Without knowing, we can't provide a good experience layer, right? So you're not doing this on your mobile. You're not doing this from a chatbot. You're typically, you're doing it at your computer, filling out some form that you might not even be aware of. Without any structured workflow and structured request process, there's typically a long wait time for approvals. Then users get frustrated because they have to go track down those approvals. Then we bring in the software asset management team, right? Probably another spreadsheet Do we have the license for this? Do we need to procure it? All right, we got a license. Now IT needs to deploy that software. So it's really time consuming and quite frustrating to your end users. And at the bottom of the line, right, this wastes a ton of time because I know when I request a piece of software, I need it for a project that I need to get out the door, and I don't have 2 or 3 days or 3 weeks to potentially wait for it. So we know that there's a better way. And that's when we start talking about client software distribution and software asset management. Client software distribution allows end users to request software via a self-service portal and automatically deploy it to that user's device. It integrates natively because we are one platform with software asset management. So if you need to find a license, make sure you have a license, or reclaim a license, all of that's baked into one platform, one process. We can even provide lease start dates and end dates for that software. Now, the last part is very important. We can define who has access to what software offering, right? Is it at a high level? Does this group, maybe the whole organization has access to a specific title? So we can get very granular with it as well, right? Maybe only one user in one department has access to a specific software title, and that's just configuration within a digital workflow. So now let's talk about a couple of the experiences. We'll start with the end user, our most important users. So a user can easily request software from our service portal or virtual agent. One of the most interesting things about the virtual agent, in my opinion, is that virtual agent conversation. That doesn't necessarily have to be displayed in the new Now platform. It could be virtual agent presenting itself in Slack or Microsoft Teams. Then the software requires approval. Well, because we have a process in a digital workflow and we know what software for what user, we can effectively route that approval to a user's manager or the software procurement team for an easy approval. That approval could be, mobile, either through email or even a push notification. So approvals can happen wherever your customers are. Then the software is automatically deployed. So we're integrating with a deployment engine, like in this example, SCCM. We're going to make a API call into SCCM, and then that software is going to get automatically deployed to the end user, all along notifying the user when software is going to be deployed or potentially removed from their device. Now let's talk about the admin journey. So this slide kind of walks through, and this is going to be a really good follow-up for you to double click on after the webinar. These are actually detailed links inside of our documentation page that walks you through each step in this journey. And I'm gonna walk you through a couple high-level slides on each of these steps within the journey, but definitely check this slide out after the webinar. So the first thing we need to do is we need to understand what we have. We need to gain visibility. So we're going to run discovery to retrieve application, collection, and deployment data about your software estate. Then we're going to create and correlate software models to the existing software asset management environment. Lastly, we're going to create a catalog item to configure approvals, entitlements, and ensure license compliance. We can obviously deploy software, but it's also important for us to be able to revoke unused software. We can pull in metering data as well through a technology like SCCM. So if you have a user who's requested software and then hasn't used it in 30, 60, 90 days, we can also pull back that software entitlement as well. We give a ton of visibility to our admins through reports, graphs, and even lists of records to take action against, right? So our top reports are open tasks. What software is deployed but isn't licensed? That could have a huge cost component when it comes to maybe renew with Microsoft in terms of what you've actually deployed and put out there in your environment, and available license count. It's going to give insights into what are the top applications installed. Maybe if it's a top application, it's always getting requested by 100% of your users in your environment. Well, why not just include that in the standard package if there isn't a huge cost to doing that? Which requests have been completed? Maybe the automation has failed, right? SCCM has gotten stuck. So now we've created a record for an engineer to log in and to manually solve that problem. Now, the next slide is a bit of an eye chart, but this does walk you through probably another good slide for you to double click on after the webinar. But this is gonna walk you through the flows and actions and requirements for our client software distribution in and with Microsoft System Center Configuration Manager. And the last component here is going to be those digital workflows and actions that we give you out of the box within client software distribution for Microsoft SCCM. And why this is important is you can take any of these actions and flows and you can modify them to an extent to meet your business process. So no, it's completely customizable and configurable within the platform. And lastly, I just want to walk you through one really good slide to talk about the better together journey between software asset management and client software distribution. So in SAM, we understand our software usage, right? We understand our license position. We understand why we may want to reclaim unused software. In client software distribution, that's where we handle our approval workflow for requesting a piece of software. We install and revoke licenses through Microsoft SCCM. In the middle, we have digital workflows for our SAM, our procurement team, our end users, as well as our administrators to handle this entire process in an automated fashion that's going to provide a good user experience for your users. Lastly, I'll just go over these better together highlights one more time. Automate software requests with client software distribution is going to allow you to respond more quickly and more consistently around software requests. It's going to free up your engineers and your technicians to go work on valuable work, not installing software on users' desktops and interfacing with procurement, figuring out if you have licenses or not. All of that is going to be automated for you. And what is all that going to do? It's going to boost the employee satisfaction, number one, of those engineers, but most importantly, the satisfaction of your end users. Software asset management is going to allow you to monitor the deployment of your software to avoid unnecessary purchases. It's going to put safeguards in place to mitigate and control risk about over-deployment of software, and it's going to allow you to understand your long-term licensing position. So to make the most out of your investment with software asset management and client software distribution, you can create a one-stop shop where employees can get what they need fast while keeping everything else under control. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Mike Gomez for a demo on the solution.
There are 3 users in this scenario. First, we have Joe, who's our end user. He needs Microsoft Visio for an upcoming project. He signed into his laptop, and he can see that it's not installed. So he goes to the service portal, and he searches for Visio. You can see there's a way to automatically install it. Clicking this link brings him to a catalog item, where all he needs to do is choose which of his assigned devices to install the program on, say when he wants the installation to start, and optionally provide an end time so the program can automatically be removed. Our next user is Casey. She's the software asset manager at Joe's company. She has an entitlement here for Microsoft Visio 2019. It's part of her company's enterprise subscription agreement with Microsoft. And it comes with downgrade rights for 2016. So installations for either version will be covered under this entitlement. The metric is per device. It's for 68 licenses, and none are currently available. She can see each device that she's allocated a license to, and each user who's been assigned that computer. And finally, we have Beth, who manages the service desk. She's used client software distribution to automate these software requests through an integration with SCCM. If she goes to maintain items, software items, she can see all the catalog items that she's created for users to request. Let's look at how she set up this item for Visio. This form controls that catalog item page that Joe found. She can set the title, set a price, and change the description. This flow field determines what happens when Joe submits his order. Order client software is a ServiceNow flow that comes with client software distribution. Another key field is software configuration. This connects the catalog item to an application in SCCM and also to an install collection and uninstall collection. These first 2 checkboxes affect how the flow runs. she can control if manager approval is needed, and also if a license is required. By turning order on behalf of on, this field appears to Joe, so that he could potentially request software for somebody else. So this is one way that Joe can make his request, but Beth has also made this process available through the virtual agent. So from his phone, Joe can start a new conversation with the virtual agent. And if he searches for software, select software request. You could either browse or search for the catalog item. Confirm his selection. Again, choose which device he wants the software on. And the virtual agent starts the deployment. So Beth can use Flow Designer to see exactly what happened when Joe submitted his request. She goes to Executions. She can see the flow is in this waiting state. If she clicks this link, she can look at the execution details to see exactly what happened. So on the left, she can see each stage in the flow. And on the right, she can see whether that step actually was executed. So we can see that Joe's catalog item request triggered the flow. These are the values that came in through the catalog item. We can see the name of his device. And some additional values came in because of how Beth had set up this item. So we can see the software model here. This is going to affect the license compliance check. And this deployment type of workstation means that it's a device deployment in SCCM, but we also support user deployments as well. Now, Beth turned off for this item, this approval, but if she had turned it on, we would have gone to this ask for approval step and the flow would have waited before moving any further. She did turn on this license compliance check. So this license validation action ran and it checked for any available entitlements. It didn't find any, so then it created a catalog task for Casey to procure a license before moving forward. So going back to Casey, she can see the catalog task that the flow created, but rather than procure a new license, she can go to the license workbench, which is included with SAM Pro, navigate to Microsoft, and then Visio, where she can see that 3 of the licenses she's allocated are not actually being used. This means that the program is no longer installed on those devices. So if she goes to remediation options, she can remove those allocations, which will free up the licenses for Joe. On top of that, she can see that a removal candidate has been created because of low usage. So if she takes a closer look at that, she can see that David has Visio installed, but it doesn't seem like he's using it. So she can also kick off a workflow that will automatically uninstall the program. So after doing that, Casey can go back to that catalog task and close it. And the flow will continue on and automatically create an allocation for Joe's computer. Beth can see that the license validation check ran and it passed. And then the flow assigned the license. After that, it created a lease schedule for deploying the software. And then it sent an email to Joe letting him know that his order has been processed. So we can see that order client software then called deploy client software, which then triggered the SCCM integration. It's also easy for Beth to customize these flows. So Beth made a copy of order client software distribution. So if she wanted to modify this, for instance, Rather than sending an email at the end, she could choose a different action, like sending a message through Teams or Slack. And so she can customize the flow however she needs to. So going back to Joe, we can see that he's received a few emails about his request. So the next step is for the SCCM agent on Joe's computer to check in with the server and see that there's software to install. So we can accelerate this process by forcing a check-in. We can see some messages that the installation has started. So now the installation is completed. Joe can launch Visio. You can see it's installed. It is possible to remove this software automatically. So this is an example of the lease ending and triggering this remove client software action. So we can see the input was this lease schedule, and that triggered the revoke action, and the flow revoked the license. From there, we triggered the SCCM integration. But Beth can also remove the software manually. So if she goes to requested software, she can see all those catalog item requests that have come through. And for Joe, we can see it's installed. So Beth can click that and choose revoke software. And then that will trigger the SCCM execution. So this requested software view can provide some really useful information for Beth. She could create a personalized dashboard based on it, where she could see, for instance, the requests by what stage they're in, who are the top 10 requesters, how many requests have come in recently, and also what products are being most frequently requested. So all useful information that Beth can get from that table. So now that we've revoked the software, we can force a check-in with SCCM. And we can see the removal process has started. So I hope that gives you an idea of how client software distribution can work together with SAN Pro to automate the software request process.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, I want to thank Martin and Mike and Patrick for that presentation. That was great. And okay. So the poll question: what additional information would you like to know about the ServiceNow solution? It's a lot of the stuff that you've seen before: data sheet, technical white paper, customer case study, and some of the other options there. So whatever you'd like to hear from ServiceNow or to receive, you can fill that out and they'll get that. Unfortunately, we're near up time here, so we don't have time for Q&A on this one, but we do have a few more prizes to announce. First off, we have our last round of $100 Amazon gift cards. So let's go ahead and get the winners of those. So we have Greg Kasukin of New Jersey. We have Andrew Rasmussen of Minnesota. And we have Maureen Brown of Pennsylvania. So Greg, Andrew, and Maureen, congratulations. We'll be getting in touch with you with your gift cards. And now we go to our final round of grand prizes, and these are Surface Pro 8s. And so our winners for the Surface Pro 8s are Garth Hemmer of Indiana, Alan Stahl of Wisconsin, and finally Kurt Harmon of North Carolina. So Garth, Alan, and Kurt, congratulations. I'm jealous. I would love to have one of those myself. But we'll be getting in touch with you for the details of those prizes and how we can get them to you. So that almost brings this virtual summit to a close. It's been a tremendously informative summit. We've heard about impressive and innovative solutions from a dozen leading companies. I hope you've gotten some great ideas to turbocharge your IT efforts in 2022. I know I've personally learned a lot. Now, if you're with an organization and you have a solution of your own that'd be appropriate for an event like this, we invite you to get in touch for a future megacast or ecocast. You can email us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And if you enjoyed this event, you may also really value our Gorilla Guides. We help you navigate the technology jungle. These are free, easy-to-read enterprise IT books. They're written by top industry experts, and they're really valuable. I highly recommend them. And just a reminder to refer an IT friend or coworker to our online events like this one, and you could both win a $300 Amazon gift card. So we hold that drawing monthly. Usual terms and conditions apply. Finally, a quick invitation to our next big megacast event coming up. This is next week, next Wednesday, December 1st, developing your 2022 cloud plan. So today we talked about emerging technologies and strategies. Next week will be more specifically about cloud. You can see we've got a ton of great companies who are going to be on and presenting their solutions. So don't miss that one. And with that, we're going to call it a day on this virtual summit. Thank you so much for attending. Really appreciate it. Hope to see you again next time. Take care.